youths are woken, all the partisans are token, and the sober tongues are broken. It's almost convention time. All the apoliticalists and all the rationalists, all the purists and the realists, it's almost convention time. All the tiny hand grenades are about to get tossed, and I might get lost in the mix. We're gonna hug each other, and we're gonna love each other, and we're gonna shout at each other. It's almost convention time. All the gatekeepers are gone, and the great leaders are gone, and the faithful believers are gone. It's almost convention time. If I can make it through today, and the great leaders are gone, and the faithful believers are gone, it's almost convention time. If I can make it through today, if I can get to Friday, I'll be so glad to see my friends, and then we'll start the fights again. All the gatekeepers are gone, and the great leaders are gone, and the faithful believers are gone. It's almost convention time. If I can make it through today, and the great leaders are gone, and the faithful believers are gone, it's almost convention time. Today, if I can get to Friday, I'll be so glad to see my friends, and then we'll start the fights again.
Long shot, baby, got the long shot odds. Got a better chance getting hot in the blogs and getting more hot in the guard. How about it? If you're about it, then we ride to the spot. Spot we reside, but we fight for the cause. Ski mask down, fist up to the stars. Chewing on a long shot pod at the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin. Let's go, freedom within our lifetime. 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 Freedom that we fought for, 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 fought for. Now it's not what I ought to afford, not what I sought to explore. Maybe gotta work more, paying what I don't support. I don't wanna report, now I don't wanna record, cause I'm getting all the calls from the foreign resource. Send it to the court, but I'll never conform to the forces, not even if I'm getting told. Let's go, freedom within our lifetime. 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 within our lifetime. Let's go, freedom 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 within our lifetime.
Everybody, before we gavel in, we have a special presentation from this afternoon's presenter, Ms. Jenn Gray, who would like to say a few words to us. Please come up. Please come up, Jen. Come on down. Go ahead.
Thank you, Tim. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Morning. I'm guessing that some of you may have looked at your program and thought, why the hell is she here? Anybody think that, reading my bio? Why is she here? Is she even a real libertarian? I am a real libertarian.
That's what they all say.
I've heard that before.
I am a literally registered libertarian. I've worked on libertarian campaigns at every level of government, starting in Gary Johnson's campaign in I'll wait till you guys are done. Starting in Gary Johnson's campaign in 2016, I managed Larry Sharp's campaign for governor briefly, an Arizona campaign for governor. I knocked doors for Nick Sarwark when he ran for mayor of Phoenix. We did a city council campaign. It's the only one I ever actually managed to win. I was the host of the Lead and Liberty podcast. I've spoken at the Libertarian Party of New Mexico and the Sundance Film Festival for a documentary they did about Gary Johnson. And the point of that is that I did all those things because I care very deeply about what you guys do. I believe in every single issue that the Libertarian Party stands for. And most importantly, I'm here because one person invited me. That person I picked off from Young Americans for Liberty in 2017 because I needed help launching the Lead and Liberty podcast. And that was one of the best decisions that I ever made. That was the most competent, exceptionally professional person I have ever worked with. Maybe you guys know him. His name is Brian Voss. And I want to thank him for his effort to plan this event and also for the several exceptional people that I interacted with in planning this. Phil Anderson, Brian Bell, Tim Krentz. You have some exceptional assets here in this room of people who care so much about what you're doing and have so much value to add. If you helped plan this event, would you mind standing up for me real quick?
That's all I just think. I take the credit for this whole thing.
How about if you volunteered for the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin in any capacity in the past year? Stand up.
Man.
Is this anybody's first Libertarian convention? That's the impact of what you guys are doing. Every new person who comes matters. Every volunteer matters. Every event that you put on matters. And so as you start your event today, I would love for you to consider why you are here. Because the fight is out there. It's not in here. And I know that the sentence diagramming, as Tim would say, can be a little painful sometimes. One of the necessary evils of running an organization. When I was a teacher, my students would say, "Ms. Gray, why do we have to diagram sentences? Why?" That's because it's important to connect those dots. It's important to understand how all those parts fit together. But ultimately, it's so that your sentence can be clear and you can understand what you're saying. And I would venture to guess that we're here for the same reason today. So that we can connect those dots, get the technicalities out of the way so we can run the organization so that we can have a world set free in our lifetime.
Thank you, Jen. And the 2025 Libertarian Party of Wisconsin's member convention is hereby called to order. Tim Krentz presiding. I do have a few comments I wanted to make as a welcome speech. Welcome. We have important work to do here. We do this every year. We get together and we have fellowship and work. A lot of it's not easy to do. This is hard. This is hard to get right. We do the best we can, and remember, we're all human. Everybody has, whether they believe it or not, the same flaws and characteristics that the rest of us are afflicted with. No one's immune. But on that note, we go forward. We had an interesting year, the last 12 months. This XCOM was elected 2 years ago. The term ends today. We will elect new officers of leadership and to carry the party forward over the next 2 years. Just remember, we're here to do the right thing. All of us are libertarians, and none of us get to judge whose libertarianism is more pure than the other. We'd like to think we do, but the right we have is to own our own viewpoint, own our own actions, own our attitudes, and own our results. Because if we leave with a party at any point that's not united and whole and complete and working together, it's a failure. And it has not been easy, like I said, but we made progress. We have everything set to go forward. The only way we will fail is if we fail to try. Based on what we've done in the last year, we've built assets, structure, and everything else we need. Now we need to recruit, and we need to build affiliates, and we need to, in my opinion, and we need to get membership, and affiliates are the key. That's where we get members, we get candidates, we get fundraising, and we get more involvement with the voters. It's, we knew this 26 years ago. It's not a new idea for anyone. It's not a new idea for anyone. It's the work that we need to do. We need to get back at it, and that's my own viewpoint. You've heard me say it before. I know people kind of question when I say this. No matter what, this is politics. It's not worth losing friendships over. And look at the way the country's divided. Families and friends are dividing because they can't agree to disagree, or they can't agree to work together where they do agree. We can't have that. We cannot have that. I have a philosophy in life. It's the thing I have to live by because it makes sense for me and it gives me a serene sense of peace. We're all human. We grow up tribal, and when we figure it out, we have to spend the rest of our lives learning how to be human again. And that moment of clarity has to come. And when you have that moment of clarity, I hope everybody can understand that we're here to love people on this earth and help them if we can. If we can't, we don't have to like everybody, but we have to love everybody just because they're just like us. And if we can't make things better, don't make them worse. And thank you very much for my comments. I have a few appointments to make to the convention.
Wait.
Thank you. I have a few appointments to make to the convention. I hereby appoint Michael Shizzle as Sergeant at Arms. Shizzle.
I hope he has to kick someone out.
I object to not using his proper title.
Is he in the room?
He's out working
He's
his job.
All right. Then that's done.
He was definitely here. Like,
All right.
yeah.
He's coming back. All right. Just tell him what he's doing.
And don't act up until he gets back.
Kicking ass and chewing bubblegum.
Okay. As my chair pro tem for this convention, when I am on the floor, will be Nate Gall. I appoint parliamentarian Tyler Donkey, who has another role as chief teller. He will collect the ballots from, and we'll explain that in a bit. I have ballot judges in place, just in case. Michael, you're sergeant at arms. In case of a disputed ballot, we'll explain the balloting and credentialing in a minute. The ballot judges are Bryce Tone and Michael Sheanese, with Tom Petrowski as deciding vote in case it's needed. What else am I forgetting? So each district will appoint a teller that will tally the votes on the ballot book. You should all have, if you're a member here that lives in the state of Wisconsin, and a fully paid member in good standing, you should have one of these. This is your credential to vote. Signed credential to vote. You might want to put your name on it, because if you lose it, you're going to want to get it back. So, the procedure is, voice votes we're okay with. However, if we do a standing vote, I would request, well, I expect everybody to hold their ballot book out to prove that they belong here and have a vote. And with a red sticker, yes, with a red sticker on your name badge, which is right.
Have that visible, Tim.
Right here. And then let's see. When we do written ballots, please remember you must use the ballot that we are on. They are all individually marked. Chair election is the first ballot in the book. and if we go further rounds or further ballots for that election, please note that you must use the ballot that we are currently using, or else there'll be a dispute. And if we, just prevent fraud, if we have more votes or ballots, especially in the standing votes that we have people registered, I might reserve the right to call that election nullified and we'll redo it. And there are two other appointments or two other recognitions.
Can I say one more thing about the voting?
Yeah.
When you tally them up, we'll have this. Don't use tick marks, use actual numbers, because I don't know what the difference between a 2 and an 11 is. If you use tick marks.
Kevin?
Is there any chance we can get a shorter, more diminutive parliamentarian? He's blocking nearly the.
He's too much.
Tyler, can you do anything about it?
I'm like,
We're good. No, you're good.
no, can you move aside?
No, you can't. Kevin, you'll survive.
It's a blank
It's
screen.
fun.
You see it.
I'll tell you what, if you need it red to yell.
All right, order.
You're going against everything. You don't need anything.
Well, it doesn't mean I'm gonna give you action.
Oh, hey,
Order, come on,
thanks.
come on.
You get the floor, you get the floor next. I do have two other appointments to make for the convention. We have our secretary of record, Thomas Petrowski, who's done great work the last year and a half. Here's the. And another officer that came late to his term, but has done a marvelous and superb job, Mr. Brian Bell. Those two guys made my job a lot easier. Okay, we are back to, all right, I think that's all the appointments I need, right, Tyler? All right, we are back to credentials and procedures. Well, I explained that. Anything else that I left out?
So that they just
Remind us. Check.
so it's just sharing that. So in this case, we don't actually technically have a credentials committee. So this would be that how many voters do we have? This would be a time to share with them how many voters we have and that we've all been verified with address.
How many do we have?
Do you have those numbers? Brian will be back with them in 1 second.
Plus Bob.
I did CD tellers. Each congressional district will assign one teller. And they will make sure, you're gonna go, bring them up to Tyler when you have the totals. And please,
Tellers, raise your hand.
tellers, raise
Tellers,
your
raise your
hand.
hand.
If you're a district teller. Michael, Jim,
Who's Paul? Let's see.
Paul, Brian. District 2, Brian. Bryce at 3, Jason, 6. What are we missing? I think all right, you know who your tellers are, that's where the ballots go. Waiting for Brian. Can I proceed with adopt the agenda without doing the vote total, the voter total?
As long as it's yeah.
All right, we're on the adopt the agenda part. You see the agenda here, are there any additions or subtractions to the agenda that anybody would like to propose? Do I need a movement to adopt, is there a second?
Second.
Does anybody oppose adopting the agenda? Agenda accepted, Brian?
We presently have 32 credentialed voters.
We have 32 credentialed voters, so there must be 32 or fewer ballots that tallied for each election, or each vote. And you'll keep me updated on those numbers.
We'll have more coming in.
All right. 2024 convention minutes. Mr. Petrowski,
Do we need to vote on adopting the agenda, or did that?
I think I did that. Nobody opposed it, right?
Then Michael will bring up the minutes.
I will. This table does not do well. So these are the minutes, as Tom has submitted them. Was there any updates or?
They are also on the LPWI website, if you wanted to bring them up for a second.
So they've been there? Okay. All right. Motion to adopt the minutes from the 2025 convention?
So moved.
So moves. Second? Second, does anybody oppose adopting the 2024 minutes? Hereby adopted and approved. Next is Constitution and Bylaws amendments. And I will turn the mic and the podium over to Mr. Nathan Gall, Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, sir.
Your own lightsaber.
Okay, let's get right into it. You each should have, each district has a stapled version of the bylaws rewrites that came from the Constitution and Bylaws Committee. Is there a member of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee that wants to come and give us a debrief on this?
Kennard is at the table.
Tyler? Or who else was on the committee? Reese?
I feel like we should get Kennard.
Okay,
Yeah, at least ask him if he's.
Right back.
yeah. Well, do you wanna?
Can you maybe just, for those that are new, like, kind of explain the process?
Yeah, so approach the microphone if you have something to say, if you wanna address the body. Start by stating your name clearly for the secretary, so that we can get that in the notes and reflect it accurately. And if you can, kind of amongst yourselves, pull who is in pro, who's pro, who's against, and stagger the lines so that it's pro, con, pro, con. And yeah, that would kind of be the procedure for doing things. Just approach this mic right here and you'll be recognized.
So what is the percentage needed to pass on this?
So the Constitution is 2/3. 2/3 of 32 is
22 votes.
22 votes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is it adoption or rejection, or can there be amendments made?
Amendments can.
Amendments can be made from the floor for anything that comes from the CDL committee, which we have 3 proposals. There is another sheet on the tables that's front and back, and those are the other 2 proposals that we'll be considering today. The text of those will fit on the PowerPoint when we get to them, but for the rewrite, we had to print all 13 pages, so. Mr. Kennard, would you like to explain the bylaws rewrite and why the CBO approved this for us?
First of all, I want to thank the committee members, Reese Wood, Jordan Hansen, Tom Danke, and Kevin Litton for their assistance in this project. And it has been a project. This document is not what a lot of us would like. I think a lot of us would have liked the committee to come back with a whole bunch of other additions, changes that were recommended and thought of. As it was, the committee chose to look at what the delegates wanted. The very top priority was they wanted the 2 documents combined. So we combined them with no changes. There were some changes that a couple of us wrote into them, but the committee chose to say, no, let's give it to them what we currently have in a better format, and then in the next year or 2 build on it. So that is what you have in front of you. No changes from our current operating documents, simply reformatted for easier reference and hopefully to start off as a starting point for making things better for our governing documents in this body. I'll entertain any questions.
So, Mr. Kennard, when we're done here, our founding documents will be called the bylaws.
They will be called the bylaws. We'll no longer have a constitution. And that is consistent with modern organizational thing. Constitutions are pretty much now reserved for governmental organizations, not for parties or
So the Constitution has been absorbed into the bylaws.
it is in the bylaws.
So So we don't no longer have two documents to review. We have
Just the one document, but elements from both, were put into this document. And Mr. Dankey and Mr. Litton and myself spent a lot of time going through this to make sure we didn't miss anything. So I'm a little out of breath. So, no, what you have is our current constitution and bylaws simply combined into a single document called the bylaws. Other questions, please? Again, the committee has worked very hard on this, and I hope we can move forward. I think this document, like I said, it's not an ideal document, there is no such thing. But it's a better option that I think we've been dealing with, easier to read, and much more easily referenced in the end. And it'll be easier for us to make appropriate changes by resolution at next year's convention.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So one of the main distinctions between the bylaws and the Constitution was the threshold to amend. One was 2/3, one was half. Is it my understanding that it's all 2/3 now?
It's all
Okay,
2/3.
thank you for clarifying that.
Bylaws should always be amended by a higher majority than simple majority. That's guidance from all the parliamentary authorities, Roberts, Sturgis, everybody.
Okay. Thank you, Michael Kennard. Does anybody want to speak in favor or against this amendment?
Oh, I would like to speak against.
Robert, I wanna go home sometime tonight.
It's just the first of missing things.
I know.
So,
Please state your name.
Robert Burke, Hudson, Wisconsin, 7th District. I'm gonna ask us to start a conversation that we're not ready to have. And I know that because we have two people running for chair who are tyranny life. And one of the things that has just held this party down is that in front of us, we have a structured authority that we're supposed to operate our organization on. And so if you wonder why it's hard to bring libertarians to a libertarian organization, is that when they get here, they find authoritarians. And worse yet, they find people who don't even care to follow the document that's set up. Why would we create another one? We used to do constitution and bylaws in different years. One year, we just screwed up and decided to keep going. Why would we modify that document and continue the silliness? I am telling you that the best thing that we can do, the absolute best thing we can do, in order to reach our goal of a world set free in our lifetime, is to give up on the idea of these structures of authority, including in our party. This document just rewrites who gets to make the laws. You want to know what went wrong last year? Eckert thought he had authority. He walked into the convention, we told the Judicial Committee, you know what they said? We don't care, you know why? We have authority. Fuck your authority. You bastards don't follow your own documents. Why would we create another one? What do you think you're perfecting here that freedom doesn't provide us? It doesn't mean we can't have competent people who lead our meetings. It doesn't mean we can't have competent people organizing activities that work towards our goal of a world set free in our lifetime. But we spend a lot of time, because I've done this now for 12 years. We spend a lot of time trying to define a ruling document. And I have seen good person after good person come in and out of this organization because of misplaced authority. Someone thought they could do something because a document said. And I have a whole list of what those things are, including documents to expand that desire, adding committees. We are headed in one direction, ladies and gentlemen, and that is a world set free. Our founding document should be very simple, something everybody can follow. Something simple like, you're free. We can choose then how we want to organize. We don't need a document that forces us to do it. We don't need a document that says, you know, if you don't show up to 3 meetings, Chris, we're going to take you out of your district. I have an idea. Why don't we disregard their fucking districts? Why don't we look for people who want to help across the state regardless of where they are? You go, but that's my territory, Bob. We've got counties, and I only get 1 or 2 counties. Screw your counties. These are an artificial manifestation of the machine. And you want us to follow their rules? That's not a world set free. That's us trying to fix their mistake. There were no counties before the Europeans got here, ladies and gentlemen. There weren't. There were no jails. There were no prisons.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to the point of order.
Yes, point of order.
How is this germane to the document in front of us?
We are going to reject that document, as we should, because we should reject all of these documents and move towards a place of freedom. And so I stand opposed to us redefining this document of our authority and instead move towards a favored move of freedom.
Thank you, Bob, for that. Just so everyone knows, you do have 5 minutes per person, per amendment to speak. And is there anyone who would volunteer to be a timekeeper for us? That was one appointment we forgot to make. Does anybody want to pull out their stopwatch app and do that? Thank you, appreciate that. All right, anybody else speaking in favor or against the rewrite? Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I won't use the microphone if everybody can hear me.
State your name, please.
There's people watching on TV.
Yeah. Oh, fair enough. Well, we gotta use this microphone. Jordan Hansen, 6th District. I understand Bob's concerns about authority and authoritarianism, but we're not voting to keep or get rid of a document. We are voting to amend our documents to make them more modern, more accessible, more easy to use, to understand, and to change in the future. We're currently operating under 2 separate documents that are difficult to change, that are difficult to understand. They are aging documents. They were written a long time ago. Organizations don't operate under these procedures anymore. We are on the first steps to changing that, to having a document that's more workable. Every organization works under documents, whether you like it or not, and that includes us. So when somebody does something wrong, we have a way to deal with it and address it, okay? So we're not voting up or down whether to have a document or not have a document. We are voting whether or not to update our document. Nothing substantive has changed, but we are voting to update our document, and in the future, we're going to continue to update that document, fixing grammatical errors, making things make more sense, okay? That's all this is. This has been a long, long time coming, 5 or 6 years in the making, and we've had issue after issue after issue with this. Ultimately, combining these documents will make this process much easier going forward. We could not rewrite it the way we wanted to and bring it all to you, so we have to start with this. This is the foundation of our future document. Thank
you. Kristen S., District 2. District 2 has the floor. Sorry. You guys, anyway, so Bob, I love Bob, but I want to remind everybody, I brought the world's smallest political quiz because it's a big tent, the Libertarian Party, and I'm going to be on the left-hand corner of that map over there. Bob's going to be at the top. I know we have a lot of people today that came in from the right on that thing over there today. We live in a world where there are laws, and if we're going to grow the Libertarian Party, not the Libertarians with the lower L, because let's face it, today in the media, everybody puts the lowercase Libertarian label in front of them to get in the media today, but that's not who we are. We are the capital L Libertarian Party today, and so yes, we need to update our bylaws, so please keep that in mind today. Bob is right, we need to keep it tight, but unfortunately we have to have something. So today I'm going to vote for this. So I encourage everyone to keep that in mind. Keep it tight. There doesn't need to be a lot of regulations, but there has to be some.
Just a reminder, after you state your name, please state if you're speaking in favor or against the motion. Thanks.
Reese Wood, CD1, speaking in favor. I was on the bylaws committee, and
Mr. Burke was actually the first person on my mind at meeting number 1. And people like Robert Burke, which he's unique in his own way. But the one thing I was thinking is, how do we find any middle ground between what he's proposed in the past, what he's proposed today, and what everyone else is really looking for? And that's what we try to work towards. Keep it really simple. No additional anything, just merge the 2 documents. Because we have been trying this for quite a few conventions since I've been a member of the party. I think since at least 2018, around there. So, I mean, it's a long time coming. And so, like I said, we kept it simple to not take up too much time.
Tim Krenz, acting chair. I am speaking both in favor and opposed to this motion for 2 specific reasons. I'm in favor of it because it has to happen. They're very complicated, as is, the reason we have a lot of dysfunction is they're not clear. And it's been very apparent the last year. The reason I want to oppose rewriting bylaws is very simple too. We have the same organizational structure we've had when I joined the party in 1992. We've had the same types of officers, the same types of representatives. Basically, they're the same documents. What I'm afraid is that's a 19th century organization and we're in the 21st century. I like deconstruction, postmodernism, yeah. In a way, it's got a cool thing. It's just like, make it simple. There's four rules of writing: clarity, precision, simplicity, brevity. I don't think these match that, but they're what we got. So, yes, I oppose, but yes, I'm in favor. I would like to see something smaller when it's time. And I would highly recommend going forward, and then the next year we appoint just a couple people who will brainstorm it for next year's convention. Doesn't need to be a committee, call it a team, doesn't need to be complicated. Figure out a new way to organize our party with officers and however we want to do representatives based on affiliate leaders. Having more power, more input, and more say in how the parties run. And because what we're going to do today, hate to say it, we got a Pinto with no engine and no wheels. We're going to paint it and call it a Cadillac. It's not going to go anywhere very far in the future. We need it now in the meantime, but we definitely need something better long term. So I'm in favor and opposed at the same time, and I'm going to stand by that. Change. We need change in the whole way we do things, and we better start today thinking about it next year because it's too late today, I think. But start planning now. We need to change.
Point of information.
Yes?
If this body adopts the merged document, does that go into effect immediately or at the end of the convention?
It'll go into effect at the close of the convention.
Okay. So I'll start out with motion forms are at the front table in the corner in front of the manila envelope, if anybody wants to make a motion. So this wasn't, unfortunately as humans, we struggle as libertarians. So liberty and justice, right? So not everything is done perfectly. I did find something last night that was not perfect about our rewrite. I move to amend the main motion of the draft bylaws to strike XIV.02, the process for proposing bylaws shall be codified in policy, was not part of the initial.
Oh, hold on, you made a motion, is there a second?
I second it.
Second by Chris Nass. Okay, discussion, go ahead, Tyler.
So, our group did work very carefully. Our group did work carefully, but it wasn't perfect. And this is one sentence that was not in the original bylaws that I'd like to see us.
Article 4?
So it's Article 14, XIV.02. Striking the sentence, the process for proposing bylaws shall be codified in policy. moving to strike that. And I guess, speaking in favor of that, our process for proposing bylaws amendments should be not codified in policy, they should be codified in the bylaws, and anything outside of that should be done by.
So if we approve this, there's no method of approving bylaws.
So XIV.01 and the amendments process that we've had for bylaws is enough, in my opinion.
Okay, we're gonna go to discussion on Tyler's amendment. If you'd like to speak for or against, please approach the microphone, state your name. Again, limit discussion to the amendment, which is to strike 14.2. The process for proposing bylaws shall be codified in policy. The amendment is to strike that language. Anybody want to speak in favor or opposed to that amendment?
Chris Nass, District 2, and I seconded this amendment, and I trust Tyler's judgment on this, and he says that this has been added to our existing stuff that we don't really need, and if it's covered under V.1 enough to be able to do the bylaws changes, I'm with him. There's no reason to add new language. Again, this is back to what Bob was talking about. No extra language. If you don't need it, don't put it in. Tyler says we don't need it. If anybody objects, please step forward now. Otherwise, I'll call the question.
All right, the question has been called. Does anybody object to going to a vote on this? Okay. So now we're going to vote on the amendment, Tyler's amendment, which is, again, to strike section 14.2. The language is, the process for proposing bylaws shall be codified in policy. So we're voting just whether or not to strike that.
What is the threshold for amendments?
I believe it's...
Yeah, but it's an amendment.
Yes. Tyler?
Tyler, what's the vote threshold for?
2/3.
For amending?
For amending.
Okay.
2/3 for amending.
So a yes vote would be yes, you want to strike that language from this rewrite. A no vote means that you want to keep this language in the rewrite.
What ballot?
It would be a majority for the amendment.
Okay.
And then 2/3 for the whole.
To pass it,
motion.
gotcha.
What ballot are we using?
I would like to do a rising vote unless there's objection. Yeah. Okay, so currently we have 35 voters. This is an updated number here. So 18 is the number we need to hit to pass.
Just 2/3.
For amendments, it's 23.
It's an amendment to the proposal, to actually put the...
So that is a majority vote only.
Right. Okay, so this is a vote on the amendment. All in favor of striking this language from 14.2, please stand.
I got it.
I'm saying yes.
Okay. All opposed? Abstain? All right, it passes. 20 to 7 to 2 was my count. Okay, so now we're back to the main amendment, which is the rewrite minus section 14.2, because that amendment just passed. So as it's printed in here, let's strike 14.2. Is there any more discussion on this rewrite?
Yes. Brian Bell, District 2. So first, just I guess a point of information. What was handed out today is different than what is on our website. So is there a way we can get this copy?
This was printed from our website last night.
What's on the convention page is different.
As the CBL rewrite, when you click on that link?
Yep. Because the section, Article 14 is about finances. And so they are different.
I printed it from that link last night.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you've got an outdated document there, Brian.
I just pulled it from the website.
Well. What is it, article?
Like 14? Was, in here it's,
Can we pull it up on the screen?
Yep, I'm working on it. Oh,
it is?
So that's 14, right? Article
That's from the
14.
convention page?
That's from the convention page is what I have right here.
Okay.
It's the last page.
Then, I guess a point of information, I'd like someone from the committee to be able to come up and talk about where in this document authorizes the treasurer to spend money on behalf of the party.
Any other discussion? You can approach the mic if you have.
I was gonna say that they bought, okay, if it's.
Go.
Kevin Litton, District 7, I am part of the committee. If it is not in this document, it wasn't in the original document, and we decided we're not gonna make anything up. We're not gonna be buying new ground, we took the original documents, combined the best we could. If it didn't exist in that, we weren't gonna add it in. So this is a fault. If it doesn't exist to your satisfaction, we'll have to correct later, okay?
You here?
Any other discussion on the bylaws rewrite? Jordan?
Jordan Hanson, 6th. I'm also on the committee. I want to point out that if you look at, in your book, at the old documents, under bylaws, Article 2, Section 4, it says the duties of the treasurer, and actually that's never been a duty of the treasurer or a responsibility of the treasurer. So it is something that we could amend in the future, but we faithfully brought that language into the new document, as you can see on this sheet, if you happen to have this one, which would be, I lost it. But
The original is Article 2 in the bylaws.
right, the original, it's Article 2 of the bylaws, Section 4, and in the new document, it is Article 4, our officers and executive committee, Section 2, duties of officers, and then you go down to subsection D, the treasurer. And so it just bullet pointed what we had written out as a paragraph, but that has never been actually a function written into our bylaws.
Here's the comparison. I don't know if you can see over Tyler's pad, but let's see if I can do a little better.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the main motion? All right. So the vote before us is to adopt the bylaws as rewritten with the section 14.2 has been struck. If there's no more discussion, I'm going to go to a vote on this. I'm going to do a rising vote again unless there's an objection.
No objection.
That's fine.
Half-assed objection.
What's up? Okay,
Withdrawn.
we're going to go. We're going to go to a ballot vote on this. I want you to use resolution ballot 1. It's about the 10 pages in.
I have a solution.
A yes vote is to adopt these bylaws as written, minus section 14.2. A no vote is to say no, keep them separate into two documents as they're drafted in the workbook. Fill out your ballot and hand it to your district teller.
You want District 5? All right, I'll be the teller for 5.
While we're counting ballots, I'm gonna have Bryce. Bryce, do you want to come up and talk about your sponsorship? You want me to go to the next one? Okay, Amanda? Okay. Phil, would you want to talk about disruptive corruption for us? Okay, hot government, got it.
If you're not familiar with hot government, they'll be winning, awarded the Ed Thompson Liberty Award tonight for work outside the party to advance liberty. They're an organization that one of our dear departed members helped found. I don't know how long ago did George probably found hot government? Back in the 1900s at some point. A group of activists that actively work for clean government. They advocate for clean elections and for clean campaign finance once people are elected, among other things. A very active group of people. They've got, I don't know how many contributors, but dozens of people meet every 2 weeks in Racine that work with them. They have many, many lawsuits in front of the state and federal courts right now, suing over things like when Michelle Obama was giving away pizza to get people to vote, they're suing over that. Various inconsistencies and problems of corruption in the state government, they're suing the state legislature, they're suing the governor, they're suing pretty much everybody, and have attorneys working on those lawsuits to root out corruption and to fight for clean government. So their website is hotgovernment.com. I highly suggest that you follow them. They're very, very active on Telegram. If you use that, like so active you won't be able to keep up. Also on Twitter, and they meet every 2 weeks in the scene. If you're interested in attending their meetings or contributing to them, let me know.
Write the CD, your CD, and
Thank you, Phil. All right, we're still counting the ballots up here, so let's hear from Bryce. Do you want to go now? Okay, Chris Nass, thank you.
So, officially, I'm Revival Ranch that sponsored that table back there, and all sales from that table back there, 100% of the sales has to be paid electronically, goes straight to the party. None goes in my pocket. So, if you want any of the swag over there, let me know what swag you want. Paid through the party website, and then Mike Kennard and I will help you fulfill the swag. You know, we have the mugs that we've had for years, the $25 mug. We also have the unofficial Wisconsin shirt, and we have on that Libertarian shirt over there. I have pretty much everybody's sizes. So you can pay through the state. 100% of the money goes to the state, none goes to me. But I'm really with here today is the, how much more time do I get?
You're good.
I'm really with the world's smallest, with the advocates for self-government. I've been with them longer than I've been with the Libertarian Party, actually. And so the questions have been changed over the years. Again, today, remember that we're libertarians in this whole area here. I'm over here on the left, a lot of you over here on the right. Today, the people getting all the attention are on the top. Okay? So I get down at the state capitol, I still pull out this one and the new one, I have the other one out in the truck. But most people today are still moderates, they're centrists. And those are the people we need to convince them that they don't want to go down here, because that's where there's no Republicans over here. They're down here. There's no Democrats over here. They're down here too. So we want to keep people up here. And if you're extremists, you're not helping. It's okay to be on the right. It's okay to be on the left. But don't be an extremist on the top. Okay? If you come up to me, and I have young men come up there and tell me they're anarchists. And officially, apparently on the websites today, anarchist is democratic socialist or something, libertarians? Is that true? I mean, that's what they tell me. This young man was convinced that he is a libertarian anarchist. And I'm like, I'm never going to get any voters if I stand up here at the state capitol and say I'm a anarchist libertarian. How many voters are going to vote for me? None. Okay, none. The reality is I've lived, how about you guys are, you guys done?
Almost.
We were looking for coffee.
Yep, oh yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, I've lived in the country.
Restroom is down there.
So, please keep that in mind out there when you're writing things. You wanna put your point of view in a modern point that people can be joining our party, not running away.
Always is.
Okay, let's not run away.
Thank you, Chris.
Right. Just double checking real quick.
We're just double checking the numbers, and then we're gonna put them up on the screen for you guys to see.
Just rewatch that.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, real quick, while they're finishing up, just one quick announcement. So as a reminder, in our budget last year, we set aside, or for this year, we set aside money to give back to the affiliates based on members listed with the state party. So to receive those funds, what I need from an affiliate is just give me a roster, preferably name and email so I can verify what we have on Nation Builder. So as long as they're a member of your affiliate and they're also a member of the state party, for each of those members, that affiliate will receive $10 back.
Gotta be
Yes.
registered with the state.
You do not have to be registered with the state. No. That is up to the affiliate if they meet the requirements and to do that on their own. We don't dictate that, Bob.
I'll just stick with the law. That's what's going on.
As long as an affiliate gets me that roster by the end of the day today, you can email it to me, it's fine too, treasurer@lpwi.org. Or if you want to write it down on paper, that's fine too. As long as you get by the end of the day today, I will and then I contact who to either send a check to or how you want to see that money.
Thank you, Brian.
All right.
All right, we're gonna display the results of the vote. It did pass, 27 to 2 to 5.
If anything up here looks wrong, feel free to come and complain to Tyler.
Okay, now remember, these don't go into effect until we're done here today. So the bylaw that we are considering next on the agenda is still only 50% to pass. We don't need to reach the 2/3 threshold on that. Correct? Yeah. Okay. All right, on to the next one. And this one should be on a double-sided piece of paper that you guys have at your tables. And this is the bylaw, Article 10, that no member of the LPWI who is not a resident of the state of Wisconsin shall be nominated as a delegate unless the entire number of delegates allotted cannot be filled by members who are residents of the state of Wisconsin. Is there somebody from the committee who would like to speak in favor of this before we go to open discussion?
Michael Conard, 7, Chair of the Bylaws Committee. We got this from Mr. Chitties, and this, or, pardon me.
I did post one, but.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, this is from Mr. Ecker, and it was because it was not completely clear in our original bylaws, the document we still operate under, about who can vote at this convention. And so he proposed this.
No, this one's the delegates.
National Convention.
I'm still reeling from the last vote, so I apologize. Now I remember. Yeah, that only Wisconsin delegates, or delegates at national convention can vote only if all of the Wisconsin, the intent was that Wisconsin delegates be the voting delegates at national. And unless they weren't filled by Wisconsin residents, then out-of-state Wisconsin members could fill those roles. But his intent was, I was hoping he'd be here to defend this, is to have it so that every Wisconsin delegate fills all of the votes at national convention. And only if we don't have enough Wisconsin delegates to do it, then the out-of-state Wisconsin members can fill that role.
Question? Being out of state, Wisconsin.
Kevin, can you please approach the microphone?
I'm in line here though.
Yeah, he's
Yep.
up first.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. No, you're pathetic. You're beyond sorry.
I really like the intent of this. I agree with it, but I want to amend. So I want to strike off nominated as. The reason being is that.
Oh, hold on a second, you made a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Tyler Danke.
Just cross off nominated as.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to strike the words nominated as. I'll open discussion on this.
Point of order.
Yes?
Do we get to hear against the motion first, before we begin making the?
If you were in line, yeah, but you weren't in line.
No, I was just.
I'm in line. I got
He,
you.
he was recognized and he made an amendment.
Thanks, good job. Just wanna make sure we-
Yeah,
We're gonna get
approach the mic and you'll have the opportunity, okay. So now we're opening discussion on Michael Chanise's amendment. Go ahead, Michael.
So I really like the intention of this, but it's, the way it's written would be nominated as. So at convention, the only thing that this does is stop you from being nominated until it's all filled. At convention, those alternates or whatever could be pulled in out of order sequence. So if you say, hey, you can't be a delegate unless you're a resident until everybody is filled, that handles all of the absences and stuff like that. So you can nominate it out-of-state residents just as much as anybody else, but the states would be the delegate, the residents would be the delegates before out-of-state people. And it would also carry on to convention when we have to fill in nomination, or fill in absences and stuff like that.
Can I ask a question since you made it, just to clarify? Point of information?
With the microphone.
Point of information, Phil Anderson.
Bill Anderson, District 2. So basically what this does, it makes it so if we're polling alternates, that would be, they would have to be Wisconsin residents before we poll alternates from out of state.
Yes.
Thank you.
And again, this would also, this would also simplify the nominating procedure. We don't have to worry about their delegates and being residents and then being out of order or anything. We just fill the slate and we bump the non-residents down and go from there.
Okay, any other discussion on the amendment to strike the words nominated as? Okay, if there's no more discussion, we're gonna go to a vote. I'm gonna go to a rising vote. This one only requires 50% to pass. And so a yes vote says, yes, I want to strike the words nominated as. A no vote means you want to leave those words in there. All in favor of striking those words, please rise. Okay, thank you. Opposed? Abstain? It passes.
2603.
Now we're back to the main motion with the words nominated as stricken. Go ahead.
I move to amend this motion to strike the word unless in every word after it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded? By Amanda?
Everything unless and everything after it. So the motion would then read, no member of LPWI who is not a resident of the state of Wisconsin shall be a delegate.
Go ahead.
It's I don't know if I call it a catastrophic failure, but a huge failure if we can't fill our slot of delegates at the National Convention. Our primary focus should be not, and what happens historically is that we get to this event next year, and we're looking for delegates to go to an event that's like a month out. What we should be doing, as the new XCOM should be doing, the whole party should be doing, is talking to people about the National Convention well ahead of our convention. And talking to them about making plans. Can you go? Can you be a commitment to be a delegate? Can you go? Can you go and not be a delegate? Just go. Everyone should go. The idea that we have to have language in there to allow people from other states is a failure of this organization. And we shouldn't tolerate it, make that concession in our bylaws. We should make sure that we've got, it's that important, right? We've argued about this. There's been dysfunction over this issue. Who's representing? Last year our chair sat with another state's delegation. For whatever reason, it's not important. But that's how the level of dysfunction that this process has been engendering. And there's no reason for that to happen anymore. Let's make sure we've got enough people at this event, and even before this event, enough people that are willing to go to the convention and serve as delegates, so we never have to. And if we're short, we failed. But let's make the standard for us to be better than having to have people from other states. And another point I'll make in support of this is we have a rule that you have to be a resident of the state as well as a member to vote to vote here, right? Why wouldn't that also apply to our votes, the representation of this organization at the National Convention? It's consistent and it makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Are there any speakers opposed to Phil's amendment? Okay, Michael Chimneys, go ahead.
So I disagree with.
I got it.
Okay.
I do disagree with the premise of Phillips that we have to codify that. I do agree with them that, yeah, we should definitely have people, but declaring it doesn't make it so. We do need to do exactly what Phil said, but having that option to have some alternates to fill in some blanks, I think is a good backup. So I disagree with the amendment. I know.
Thank you.
We should have
Tim
discussed it
Krenz?
before. Tim Krenz, acting chair. I've been speaking in favor of the amendment because being involved in a national campaign last year, there was a rush of all the presidential candidates, and it was a huge mess all over the country trying to seat people here or there. It was ploy. It was display. It was gamesmanship. So I want to speak in favor of this because we've had enough of Wisconsin interference in Wisconsin in our doings from the outside. Period. We got to focus on Wisconsin and make Wisconsin a party and the priority, not filling seats for some other state or some other candidate at a national convention for any reason. Like Phil said, let's fill them. Let's do it ourselves and make this party grow and take care of our own Wisconsin, on Wisconsin.
Point of information, Michael Kennard.
Having never been to national, I just want to know, has Wisconsin ever had a problem filling our delegates with Wisconsin? We have. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on Phil's amendment? No, we're discussing striking from unless to Wisconsin. That's the amendment that's before us right now.
I trust the people that gather at this convention each year and each other year when we're selecting delegates. I trust this body of people that's here more than I trust imaginary boundaries. I trust the people across.
Can you state your name and your board again?
Sure. Tyler Danke, hailing from Wyowega, the CD8. To be clear, when I walk away from my chair, I'm not the parliamentarian serving as that. This is me as a delegate, separate. This is me sitting on the floor of the convention. So I trust LPWI. Oh, so I am opposed to Phil Anderson's motion to remove the ability to seat delegates from the other side of an imaginary line. I trust our members more than I trust lines on a map, more than I trust where they're registered to, and I also trust our organization more than I do our government. Thank you.
All right.
So I actually want to echo what he said. Like, this organization gets to pick who those delegates are. These people in this room. So again, we trust that. I'm gonna I'm gonna channel my inner Robert Burke of don't tell me what to do, right? Like, we have this opportunity to fill our ranks, and who cares where they are, we get to decide who that is as a group.
Chris Nass, District 2, I live outside of Oregon, Wisconsin, and I am voting in favor of Phil's amendment here. I think keep it simple is one of the things we heard earlier, and so this is simply saying that you have to be a member of our organization to vote, to represent the membership. That's what it's saying. It's got nothing about boundaries. It means you have to be a member to represent our membership.
Resident.
No, when you, yes.
It's about residency. You can be a non-resident member of the party.
still have to be a member.
This is saying you have to be a resident member of the party.
You have to be a voting member.
No.
It's the same thing by definition. Okay, Chris, are you finished? Thank you. Anyone else discussion on this? Approach the mic.
Jordan Hansen, District 6. I'm speaking in favor of the amendment to the amendment. The last 5 years of libertarian politics has been marred by people coming from out of state into other states, making changes, hostile takeovers of conventions, sending their delegates to national, and causing a whole bunch of problems. Whether you agree with the direction that the party went in the last 5 years or not, shouldn't be relevant. The point is, people are coming in from out of state into other state conventions, and it caused a huge problem. Whether you like the direction or not, membership in the national party tanked by almost half because of this kind of activity. This is Wisconsin saying, no more of that. If you're a resident of Wisconsin and you're a voting member in Wisconsin of the LPWI, only you can represent the LPWI at national. For the amendment to the amendments.
Any other discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
I'm gonna go first because Tyler's not tanking. You were in favor of this last night,
Tyler?
So much for caucuses. So much for caucuses, Tyler. Let's just boil it down to the simplest thing. If you're eligible to vote here, at this convention, which elects the delegates, right? Which is the voice, the voting body of this organization that you're sitting at the most powerful, the encapsulation of the whole premise of a party is when they meet in convention and decide things all together. If you're eligible to vote here by our current bylaws, then you're eligible to vote on behalf of this organization at the convention. That's all the amendment does. It doesn't direct, I understand about boundaries, I understand that objection, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about representing this group. If we had a different bylaw in terms of membership, and you could be a voting member while being not a resident of Wisconsin, then that would make sense. The objection would make sense. But it does not make sense to refer to boundaries when this organization, the whole point of going to convention is to represent this organization, the voting membership of this group. So why would somebody who's not eligible to vote here be a delegate there? It's incoherent. It's not good for us, but it's also incoherent in terms of bylaws and representing us.
If you'd like to talk about, so I'm Tyler Diskey, opposed to the motion. Talk about incoherent. The maker of this motion attended our convention, chaired our convention, chose not to be elected a delegate, went to a different state, got elected a delegate at the other convention, not because we didn't have a spot for him, but because he was never nominated. He didn't want a seat at the delegate. Did not want to be seated as a delegate. This motion was made by a gentleman who was seated as a delegate at our national convention as a delegate from Minnesota. So, Stephen Ecker. So this would get rid of us allowing someone like Stephen Ecker a chance to vote. Now just thinking of the incoherence, there's some cognitive dissonance there. Just
point of order.
Yes, point of order.
This should be about the amendment, not who made it. This should not be personalized.
Thank you, well taken. Continue, Tyler.
Sure, so, the point of allowing delegates from outside the state, I stand with, Stephen Nass was chosen as a delegate of LPWI while he somewhat lived here in Wisconsin, somewhat lived in New Hampshire. Last year we had Jim Fulner, has been a member of LPWI for several years, for many years, and was chosen as a delegate to National Convention. There are, because of those challenging politics we've had nationally and across the country, there have been, there were many people who were significantly affected by the bad policies made in other states. And we as this group of people have the ability to make a difference and to make good choices that when other people are not able to make those good choices. So that's, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other, you calling the question?
Call the question.
All right. Is there any objection to calling the question? Any objection to going to a vote on the amendment to the amendment? Okay, again, the vote that's on the floor before us is to strike the words, unless the entire number of delegates allotted cannot be filled by members who are residents of the state of Wisconsin. A yes vote means that you want to strike that language. A no vote means you want to keep it in there. I'm going to go to a rising vote unless there's an objection to that. Okay.
Wow.
This requires, like, this again requires only 50% majority. So all in favor to striking that language, please rise. Okay, be seated. All opposed? Abstain? The yeas have it, so that language is stricken.
2344.
Okay, so now the main amendment currently reads, no member of the LPWI who is not a resident of the state of Wisconsin shall be a delegate. That is the amendment on the floor as amended twice. Is there any more discussion on that? Robert Burke.
So most people don't know this today. I wore my time and space shirt because sometimes I slip dimensions and I end up at a Republican convention. And I know that I'm at a Republican convention because there are people who want to pass regulations. It is the damnedest thing I've ever seen. You know what a regulation is, Jim? It's the thing that says, I'm going to tell you how you have to behave. Does that sound like a world set free in our lifetime?
I rise to a point of order.
Point of order, Michael Kennard.
That this is not germane to the amendment we are being asked to
Well
vote.
taken.
It is.
Okay, tied and bound, thank you. Well taken.
Well, I'm sorry, what?
Just tie it together.
I will, okay? We continue to write regulation after regulation. We continue to try and tell people in the future how they have to behave. And what we need to understand about the proposal here is whether or not this gives me more freedom of choice or less freedom of choice. And we're going to ask that very specific question in just a moment, Chris. The question of whether or not I get more choice out of this vote or I get less choice out of this vote. And I know we're going to make the right call here. I know we're going to vote this amendment down because it gives us less choice. People don't get to make my choices. Do they?
Thank you, Bob. Go ahead, Chris.
What do you really think? So Chris Nass, and I say we call the question on this one. I'm in favor of it. Doesn't change your choice. Same choice, whether you vote yes or no. Same choices.
Question has been called. Is there any objection to going to a vote on this? Okay, this is a bylaws amendment, so it does only require 50%. And just to clarify, currently reads, no member of the LPWI who is not a resident of the state of Wisconsin shall be a delegate, period. A yes vote means that you want that language inserted into our bylaws. A no vote means that you do not want that language inserted into our bylaws.
Resolution 2.
And we're going to use Resolution 2 ballot. Yes, thank you.
Is the text up there?
Not the updated text, but
Resolution.
Amanda.
Roll that quickly.
Beautiful.
Alright, sounds good. Do you want to get a spiel? No? Do you want to at all? Or just not right now? Okay. Bryce, you can jump on the mic when you're done. Okay. Talk about the Mises Caucus.
Were we supposed to keep the cards that?
Here. Go ahead right now.
Okay, Jordan Hansen has an important announcement for us here.
All right. For those of you who have met or haven't met Jo Jorgensen, our former presidential candidate, Fox Valley Libertarians are going to be bringing her to Oshkosh again on August 14th. It'll be a dinner at Beckett's, I believe. I don't have the time exactly, but if you want details, come see me. You have a chance to have dinner with her. She'll give a speech and a meet and greet, and then we're going to go to a Waterfest concert. I don't remember who's playing, but your ticket would include that VIP ticket to Waterfest with Jo Jorgensen. So you would go have a dinner with Jo Jorgensen and then go to a concert with her. I believe tickets start. Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Oh. I believe tickets start at $100, but as we sell more tickets, the price is going to go up because then we got to buy more of the actual concert tickets, which also go up with time. So if you're interested in that, let me know, and I'll get you in touch with David Grover on that. All right. So opportunity to have dinner with Jo Jorgensen, go to a concert with Jo Jorgensen in Oshkosh on August 14th. That's a Thursday.
Thank you, Jordan. And it's Loverboy, by the way, the band, or Waterfest.
I'll make an announcement while they're still counting.
Okay, yep, go ahead, Michael Kennard.
Raffle stuff. Everybody got 3 free raffle tickets. We are selling more down there for the bucket raffle. It's a bucket ticket or a wingspan for $20. I could use a volunteer or two. We'd like to do a 50-50 raffle sometime this morning and one more this afternoon, but I just physically can't do it myself. So a couple volunteers to do 50-50 raffle this morning yet, and one this afternoon. I appreciate it. I'm over by the door for now. Oh yeah, there's a little help on this too. If you're buying tickets, I've been keeping track down at the credentialing table, but if you buy any tickets for either the 50-50 or the bucket raffle, we have to have your name and how much you paid for those tickets. It's part of our required reporting for campaign finance reasons. So if don't be offended when we ask for your name and put down how much you bought, because we need that for Brian to be able to file our state campaign. Oh, pardon me, whoever the next treasurer is, to file that report. Thank you.
Authoritarian structure.
Let's say again over.
And the sign, we're going to be auctioning off the sign.
Oh, yeah, we've got a sign,
And the Fed?
And the Fed, yeah.
that we're gonna auction off. That's gonna go as an auction item tonight. Everything else down there is, on bucket raffles. I'd like to thank everybody who helped contribute to that. Phil, a whole bunch you have contributed to that, Nate and whatnot, so, and Brian Voss, so thanks for helping us out. We don't have a formal fundraising committee. It kinda got dumped on me when Mr. Eckert vacated the office, so we're doing what we can.
All right, thank you. And we have some results now. Okay, looks like the bylaws passes.
Any of these CD reps don't look right.
26 to 7 to 1. So the words, no member of the LPWI who is not a resident of the state of Wisconsin shall be a delegate. That is now part of our bylaws. Okay, we're going to go on to the next one. This is the last one. This one is that Article 5, Section 2 of the current Constitution be amended by addition as follows. And the text is, again, on the back side of the sheet that I handed out on the tables and is also up here on the PowerPoint. Would a member of the committee or the author like to speak in favor?
Michael Conard, 7 for the committee. I will defer to the author of this amendment.
Right here. So, I wrote this because, first of all, CD reps, we do have a little bit of turnover, so when they're out for 3 times, they can be out. This kind of gives a little leeway if there is an excused absence, if you will. Granted, it should be pretty instantaneous. The 3rd time their name is called, we can start the process to remove them, which is just a vote. We also allow, under the same circumstances, the executives, any chair, any position has the same threshold of 3 absences, but there's a 2/3 majority to kick them out. So again, we didn't have any way to kick out at-larges unless we wanted to do a whole big thing. We had a problem with, what was that guy's name?
Don't personalize.
Yeah, don't personalize it. That we couldn't kick him out, but he just disappeared. He was an at-large. And again, we had an issue with the treasurer several years back that just didn't ever come. He did reports and it was great and no one really cared, but it was very difficult to replace him. So that kind of fixes that.
All right, any other discussion?
Sorry. Did this get seconded?
It's brought by the committee.
I just have a question, actually. We currently have a resolution in place that makes attendance like the same for representative and alternate. That's like one attendance call, right? District so-and-so, if there's at least one there, then that would satisfy. Does this change that?
This is per person. At least that was my intent.
So this would overturn the, in place, right, the Chris Nass rule, sorry to personalize it, but that's what we call it. Whereas, if the primary shows up, the alternate doesn't have to. That's kind of where we're at right now.
I thought it was if you were gone for 3 times.
That's not the current,
That's not the
current. We passed a resolution about 14 months ago.
So the current bylaws state, if a congressional district member and or alternate fails to attend 3 consecutive executive meetings, that position shall be declared vacant.
Right, and at the resolution that we passed January, February last year, we clarified that by qualifying what the and/or meant, because that was misleading as to whether they both had to be there. And there was the point that carried that resolution was that if your primary is gonna be there, the alternate doesn't have to be, because there's only one vote between the 2 of them anyway.
Okay.
So how does this affect that, is my question. So I guess I'm rising opposed until I get a clarification.
So it would go against that. Because that's his resolution, this would be in our bylaws.
Okay, then that all being said, I'm opposed.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion?
Tim Krenz, acting chair, speaking in favor. Am I allowed to speak in favor?
Yeah.
All right. It's individual accountability. We're individuals, we're libertarians. You can't show up to the meeting properly when you're elected and a trusted servant of this party. It shouldn't be, it's not a pull thing. You show up and do the work, or you don't. And that's why I want to speak in favor of this, because this gives accountability and holds responsibility for everybody to be present, like school, right? They take attendance at university too, because it's important to be there, to know what's going on, and to fulfill your obligation. Might sound a little authoritarian, but if we got bylaws, let's use them for good.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this motion?
He's making a motion.
Robert Burke, Hudson, Wisconsin. Hey, I'm looking for the Libertarian Party convention. Has anybody seen this thing? I'm pretty sure it's another regulation. I'm pretty sure, once again, we're reducing people's choices. Did I find the Libertarian convention? I'm still finding a bunch of people who want to regulate things. We call those Republicans, Democrats.
Right.
It's not libertarianism.
His amendment
Some people can't make it.
to strike this.
If they don't want to be there, don't hold it against them. Find someone else. I got a better idea. Try being effective enough with a plan that gets them there. Maybe they're not the problem. Maybe it's the approach we're taking. But you know what authority does? It's the really fun part. You know what authority does? It makes it your fault.
Go ahead and purchase that.
Reese Wood, CD1, and I'm going to speak in favor of this because if you've ever shown up for a committee, if you've shown up for anything, in any capacity, and the person next to you is supposed to do some work as well, if they're vacant and they have a position that you're reliant on, who's going to step in and do that job? It kind of pauses the work that everyone shows up for, which obviously it's hard. I said this yesterday, it's hard to get anyone to work in any capacity ever. So we want to be as lenient as we can and forgiving. Hey, if you can show up every 3 meetings, great. But if we rely on you to do work, if you've made a commitment at some point, you've said you're going to do something, and then you don't show up, that puts the work on somebody else who also cannot complete that work. So there has to be a redundancy, in my opinion.
So this is a little awkward, I gotta amend this. Our current bylaws say, if congressional district members and or alternate fail to attend 3 consecutive executive meetings, that position shall be declared vacant. That should actually be stricken out and then replaced with this. That was my intent.
So you're moving to amend?
Moving to amend, yeah.
Okay, so we're moving to amend the main motion. Hold on, just let me clarify the motion and see if we can get a second, and then I'll field your question, okay? The motion is to strike Article 5, Section 2, part of Section 2.3, the last sentence that says, if a congressional district member and or alternate fails to attend 3 consecutive executive meetings, that position shall be declared vacant.
This should replace that. That was.
This would be a replacing that language instead of being in addition to it. Is there a second to that amendment to the main motion?
Yes.
My question.
Hold on a second, Kevin. Phil Anderson seconds the amendment to the main motion. Kevin, you have a question?
If the original author of the amendment voluntarily changes it, do we need to vote on it?
Yes.
We do.
Yeah, because committee was.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Once it's brought to the floor, it belongs to this body, no longer belongs to the author. Okay, so now we're going to discussion on the amendment to the motion, which again is to strike the words, if a congressional district member and or alternate fails to attend 3 consecutive executive meetings, that position shall be declared vacant. Article 5, Section 2.3. Point of information.
Yep, I would just be striking out the last sentence.
Just striking the last sentence of Article 5, Section 2.3. And now we're going to discussion on that amendment to the main motion.
It's pretty complicated. Phil Anderson, Congressional District 2. Let's be clear about a couple of things. Number one, there's only one vote between
the delegate, or excuse me, the representative and the alternate. And as Kevin pointed out, and other people agree, the CD reps don't have any specific work to do, and certainly the alternates don't either. So it's not a situation where if somebody isn't there, if the rep is there and the alternate isn't, or if the alt is there and the rep isn't, that any less work is getting done, any less votes are being cast. That's not what this is about. It's all, and it may, in fact, and I agree with Reese's assessment that we want them to be working, but this isn't what's affecting that. And we do have people that occasionally, maybe should be replaced after they've been missing for a while, but it shouldn't.
Point of order, are you talking about the amendment to the amendment, or are you talking about?
We're on the main, didn't we already pass the amendment?
This is the amendment to the main motion.
All right, yeah, I'm out of order.
Sorry, I was confused.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on Michael Chinise's amendment to the main motion, which is to strike the last sentence of Article 5, Section 2.3? Is there any other discussion on that? All right. We're striking the words, the last sentence, if a congressional district member and/or alternate fails to attend 3 consecutive executive meetings, that position shall be declared vacant. That's going to be as part of the main motion. So instead of an addition, it'll be replacing that language. Go ahead, Scott.
One question for a point of clarification, what is the purpose of an alternate then? Because usually an alternate is one that takes the place of somebody who would be gone like 3 weeks or 3 times. Is that, I mean, does this nullify there's some alternates or?
No, it just is that position is, if they're absent, if the main person is absent, then that's vacant with a vote, and then someone else can fill in.
I mean, I just kind of, I guess
It's the
that's
language.
That's technically what the alternate's supposed to do. If we have a good pair of people from every district, you wouldn't have this problem at all.
Any other discussion on the motion to the main amendment? Okay, this requires 50% to pass. And I'm going to do a rising vote unless there's an objection. Okay, a yes vote, just to clarify, a yes vote on this amendment to the main motion is to strike the words, if a congressional district member and or alternate fails to attend 3 consecutive executive meetings, that position shall be declared vacant. A yes vote means that you want that language stricken. A no vote means that you want it to stay. All in favor of striking that language, please rise. Are you two?
I'm more
Okay, be seated. All opposed?
Yeah, then we have conflicting bylaws if we pass those.
Abstain? The motion to amend fails. Now we're back on the main motion. Yes.
I'm not going to repeat what I said before, but I'll add, number one, that the current acting chair spoke against this, in favor of this, and it was his practice to not even let the alternates speak except for a brief period of time in the middle of the meeting. So they weren't even really part of the meeting, part of the discussion. And lastly, because the previous amendment was just defeated, voting yes on this would make our bylaws in conflict. So you really should vote no, because it's the reason that amendment was proposed is to fix something that if they were passed would be in conflict. So if this gets passed, there's a conflict in our bylaws, and it would just be a mess. Why not just fix it next year or 2 years from now, whatever.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the main motion? Chris?
So, I guess, As Bill's point, I'm Chris Nass with District 2, and I am an alternate at District 2 who did not show up for a couple meetings, and so this is the Chris Nass rule. So that's what I've been told, so vote no, please. Thank you.
I will try to be brief. The motion as it stands is not just applying to CD reps, this is applying to officers. The treasurer is one of the most thankless jobs in our party. We have in our past, I served as the secretary and the vice chair to a treasurer that was not present for meetings, but he deposited every dollar, recorded every dollar, reported every dollar on time, regularly, with excellent, and for those of you who might know, it was at a marker in, so what I'm saying to you is this does put allowance for removing a chair, a vice chair, a secretary, a treasurer, and at large, removing them from the board because they missed, was it 3 or 4 meetings? And I'm speaking opposed to this bylaws amendment.
Okay, any other discussion on the main motion? Tim Kranz.
Still speaking in favor of this motion for the support, and to just clarify about the rules I enforced in the meeting. There were 3 separate times, everybody got to chime in. The one thing, I asked every district member and alternate member, what was the one thing you did in the last month to help the Libertarian Party directly? A lot of silence there. You're gonna show up at the meeting, show up to work, be prepared, be brief. You may have an assignment, but you're not there. We don't need deadweight workers. And that's the reason why I limited the debate was no one was doing anything, and those who were the doers were the ones that were talking when, if we were lucky. So that was the reason for it. And that's why I endorse this, is if people don't show up, they're missing out. They're missing their work. They're not helping. And it would be best to have people there from anywhere doing the work, but we have CD reps and stuff. And that's what our goal should be. Do more work if you have a position of responsibility that you accept in the party, and it's accountability. Thank you.
All right, reading the room a little bit. So one of the intents of this was to have a way to kick an officer in at large if they're not showing up. So I'm going to make another amendment that would focus on officers and at larges and have that subject to a vote, and it would be really easy. So instead of members, it's not up there. So strike out members, and any officer or at large of the executive committee failing to register present in 3 consecutive roll calls, blah, 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 it's up there. And they also cross off the sentence, part of the sentence, congressional district members and alternates require a simple majority of those in attendance while. So it would remove the districts, it would just apply this to officers, needs a 2/3 vote, officers and at-larges, and it would need a 2/3 vote of people at the XCOM. That way we have a method to kick people out that aren't showing up and not doing their stuff and not reporting at all, like we did before.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, can you clarify exactly the language that you're gonna strike?
Copy and paste, is that possible?
Okay, we're gonna get it on the screen for you guys here.
Copy that.
Is there any discussion on the amendment that was? He got a second, yeah, he got 2 seconds. Discussion on Michael Chinise's amendment to the main motion.
Brian Bell, District 2. If I'm understanding our current bylaws correct, we already have language that officers can be removed by the 4/5 vote of the bylaws committee and a 2/3 vote by convention. If we're removing officers elected at these conventions, I think that intent was that it would come back to this body to have a say on that. So if any officer is missing 3 consecutive meetings, is not doing their work, that should motivate people to take that vote and organize to respond that way.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment to the main motion? We're still working on getting the language up here so that it's clear.
Reese Wood, CD1. So, moments ago I said, hey, people don't show up and do the work, we should do something about it. Plenty of good arguments have been made since I was up here. And I get it, the Robert Burke in my head is always screaming, and this is all some kind of authoritarian approach to say we're gonna remove people who don't show up. And Tyler made a good convincing case, you know, if we do have examples both ways. People who have not shown up, and there is detriment to that when it happens. But obviously, I've said this a couple times, anyone who shows up and works in any capacity, that's always what we're looking for. Anything you can commit, that's really what we need. And if you don't show up to a meeting, but by chance you're doing all your work, I'm not gonna be one to complain.
Okay, go ahead.
And just to confirm, this doesn't automatically kick you out. Like, if you're doing the work, again, our treasurer was putting in their treasury report, and people are like, should we kick them out or not? This would at least give the XCOM the ability to. It doesn't, and it's a kind of a high threshold, but it doesn't kick them out automatically. If you're doing the work and you just can't make it on a Sunday, I mean, that is definitely something that we can take into consideration, but we can do it as a group, right, as the XCOM. And we can make, you know, it's not an automatic thing if you don't show up like it is on the CD reps. Like, I hated that. So that's why I wrote it that way, but now we're just talking about at-larges and officers.
Are we still talking about the amendment to the amendment?
This is his amendment to the main motion that we're discussing right now, yes. Is there any other discussion on the amendment to the main motion? A yes vote on this means that you'd like to adopt it as it's written on the screen here. A no vote means we will revert back to what's printed on the sheet.
Just so I can, because I say members at large, can I just have members at large? I don't think that really affects much, but, so any officers at the very beginning, I said or at large, because I was writing really fast. But if
So
you-
are at-large
just
not officers? Point of order?
They are not officers.
Chair, vice.
Yeah, members at large, just so we have.
Just type the word members.
Members, at dash.
So the other point of order again, so at-large, so the representatives that are district, how are they?
They're not affected by this.
They're not affected by this?
This is, this amendment, as it's written, is directed at the 4 officers and the 2 at-large members.
We have nothing for them.
Does that answer your question?
So, yeah, so it still doesn't address the alternate district rep.
Not talking about that anymore, that's off the table.
This amendment is specifically targeted at the 4 officers and the 2 at-large members.
It's no longer the Chris Nass amendment.
Yeah.
Okay, is there any other discussion on this amendment as it's written? The amendment to the main motion. This is not the main motion. Okay.
I'll be very
Okay, go ahead.
Very quick. We should once again continue to reject these things, and in particular on this one because, you know, look, it's hard enough to get people to meetings, and sometimes Sunday nights just don't work. And hey, Miles, if the next 6 weeks is inconvenient, you're gonna love this. We're gonna be compelled to actually vote you out.
Michael Kennard did.
I love you, but it says we have to.
It doesn't. It doesn't. That is not what that says. Subject
We'll
to.
be subject to a vote.
Yeah. We cannot call the vote.
Oh, no.
No.
Meetings will be subject to a vote to declare. I don't say anything that says optionally.
It says subject to.
That means optional.
Optional.
It does not say shall.
Yeah, thank you, Jason.
All right.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment to the main motion? Tyler Denke.
I just want to clarify that this is, the language to suspend an officer that we've used recently is still in place. This is not striking or removing that process. The 4/5 ability of the bylaws committee to suspend an officer is, to temporarily suspend an officer is still in place, even with this amendment. So just to clarify.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment to the main motion?
Just point of information, Tyler.
Point of information.
You're saying it takes a 4/5 vote of bylaws and a 2/3 of this convention just to temporarily suspend an officer, but a 2/3 vote of the XCOM itself could completely remove the officer.
If they don't show up.
If this passes.
Correct. Yes. They would have to meet the attendance Yeah, vacancies first,
This
yep.
would never be used. for
Okay,
political
we're gonna go to a vote, we're gonna go to a vote on the amendment to the main motion, unless there's any other discussion.
Yeah.
You wanna discuss the amendment to the main motion?
Jordan Hanson, District 6. To help clarify, so there's a procedure already where the bylaws committee can be referred to remove somebody. That is like a disciplinary action. Somebody does something they shouldn't do, they broke our laws, we decide we need to remove them. This is, you didn't show up anymore, you're not showing up, what are you gonna do? We need to have somebody in this position. So this is a very different procedural operation. So it's not about some sort of disciplinary action. You
Don't
have
have
that
the law
function,
for that.
but this is for replacing somebody who's no longer showing up.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Jordan. All right, we're gonna go to a vote on this. I'm gonna go to a rising vote. Again, a yes vote is to adopt it as it's written on the screen. A no vote is that you wanna go back to just how it's originally written, the main motion. All in favor of adopting the amendment to the main motion, please rise.
Still isn't the answer.
Are you voting?
All opposed? Abstain? All right, the motion passes.
27-14.
Okay, so now the main motion reads exactly as it's written on the screen, as amended. Is there any discussion on the main motion? Any further discussion on the main motion as amended? No? Okay, we're gonna go to ballot resolution 3. This one is a constitution amendment, so it does require 2/3 to pass. Resolution ballot 3 is the one you're gonna wanna fill out. And while we're filling out these ballots, I'm gonna call up Corey. Do you wanna come up and speak a bit about your organization and what you do?
So you asked me, do you want me to change?
Yes, a yes vote is to adopt the language that you see on the screen here. Correct.
There's a final bylaw.
Also, they promised they will never use it for.
You can use that mic or this mic, it's up to you.
It will never be about what you say.
Yes, I'm
Just know that. You will never use it to censor anyone.
Hello, Wisconsin Libertarians. Thank you all so much for having me. My name is Corey. I represent a movement or an organization, an awareness campaign called the Party. Although it does sound like a political endeavor, I very much support the libertarian principles that y'all are currently participating in. God bless you for showing up. God bless you for voting.
Thank you for showing up.
God bless you for caring about our democracy. I come to speak about a potential threat to our democracy. How many of y'all are familiar with artificial intelligence? Hard not to be these days, I would say. It is a growing trend and a growing concern for all Americans, for all humans, I would argue. And I think it does threaten some of the principles that y'all espouse most directly, the idea of doing no harm. How many of you are currently aware that in Ukraine there are autonomous and semi-autonomous drones that are taking human lives? That is not a threat that will stay away from our shores for much longer. I would say that we would see those kind of autonomous killing machines in America within the next 2 to 5 years before the next election. Do not steal, I think, is another one of your primary principles. How many of you are aware that the major technology companies are currently siphoning off as much data from you as they can, using that to train these programs that they're then planning on replacing human labor with? Are any of you familiar with people who have lost their jobs due to AI downsizing? People who have been replaced by artificial intelligence in their workforces? That is a trend that is going to continue.
These companies have stolen our data to replace us at our jobs and eventually threaten our very lives. As dark as that potential future is, I am actually an optimist. I think that artificial intelligence can unlock capabilities and quality of life improvements unlike any technology before. Every day I hear a story of someone who has been able to solve a major health crisis that they have experienced for sometimes years with the help of AI-assisted tools. What I am here to propose, to beg, to talk with y'all about is how we can democratically take control of these tools, utilize these tools for our benefit and for the benefit of democracy, instead of what some would say is the increasing threat of an autocracy, of having one person at control of an incredibly powerful system and disenfranchising the rest of our political power. I appreciate you all so much. I will be in the back to discuss some tangible steps that I'm taking. In 2026, I think there is the potential to run a governor for the state of Wisconsin with AI assistance. Someone who is able to tap into political and public sentiment and rely on the expertise of a system that by then will be smarter than any human. I'm also looking at cleanup initiatives in Milwaukee. How can we use artificial intelligence to provide low-cost labor to clean our streets, provide other necessary services that were previously cost prohibitive? We'd love to talk with you all about that. But thank you so much for having me, and again, all the best with your political process here. Thank you. We are still waiting on some tallies to come in. Bryce, do you want to stand up and give a word?
Yeah, why not? Alright, everyone, I'm Bryce Town. I'm representing the Libertarian Party Mises Caucus over on the back right facing this way. What we're primarily noted for, obviously, is Project Decentralized Revolution, things like coalition building, running local candidates. Participating in conventions is a very crucial part, affiliate building. Defend the guard, and yeah, we're doing a lot of great work and hope to continue to push that moving forward.
Thanks, Bryce. Okay, we do have the totals from the last amendment, and it did pass. 22 to 7 to 6. All right. Before we go on, I also want to take time to recognize Dan. He's the guy in the back with the red hat who's doing our live stream tonight. And he did a lot of work preparing for this. Yeah, show him your love and appreciation for sure. What do you mean? Okay, we're gonna pull those results up again just so you guys can verify that. Yep. And while we're doing that, Brian Voss is going to give one more tag to the raffles that we got going on.
Oh, one more?
Where's
this mic?
Oh, now I get it.
We got a few members.
Michael said somebody needed to be removed. Good.
All right, so I'm going to talk over you. So we are selling tickets for the bucket raffle. There are a lot of amazing curated baskets of amazing goods out there. Tickets are $1 a piece or $20 for your wingspan and length. Come see me. Also, we are looking for a volunteer to help with the 50-50 raffle. If anyone could be easily coerced into assisting with that, I would greatly appreciate it. Please come to talk to me or Michael Connard. I'm wearing too many hats already.
Thank you, Brian Voss. Yes, round of applause for him. Okay, we are making good timing. We still have about an hour until lunch. But I would entertain a motion to recess briefly. 10 minutes. Seconded by Ryan Defferding. Is there any objection? Okay. 11:05. We'll see you then.
The gift shop is open upstairs.
The gift shop is open. Go say hi. Check out the cool stuff. They have these Treehaven water bottles on clearance. Right upstairs. Yep.
Right upstairs.
Turn that mic on, please. favor. Noon, yep. Okay, we're gonna reconvene. If you can find your seats and please be quiet so that we can start the meeting again. Oh yeah. I need a little. Nice. I don't want to ruin their bed. Do it right on the line. Okay, Tyler is going to explain to us these resolution sheets before we go forward.
So guys, right now we're doing officer elections, but after that there will be resolutions from the floor. These sheets can be handy. If you do want to email a resolution to secretary@lpwi.org, Mr. Tom Trust will get it. If you are more of an analog guy, not everything is AI. There are resolution forms here. They have a copy so it's a quadruplicate form. There's a copy that goes to the secretary, a copy that goes to the presiding officer, the parliamentarian, and the maker. So feel free to use them from the table in the corner to pass any resolutions that we want to make from the floor.
Thank you, Tyler. And now we're going to go on to agenda item number 7, elections. First election is for chair of the party, and I will open the floor for nominations to chair.
I was just gonna nominate, I'm not, if you wanna give a speech or something. Alright, I nominate Reese Wood.
Second.
Nominations don't require a second.
But I like your enthusiasm.
I nominate Bryce Stone.
I second that.
All right. Any other nominations for chair of the LPWI?
I nominate none of the above.
None of the above. Got it.
So to be clear, none of the above is a candidate?
None of the above is always on the ballot as a candidate.
But now he's a candidate.
Now he's a candidate.
Let me see what happened in BC would notice. Do we get to speak in favor or against?
The people who nominated them will have an opportunity to speak on their behalf. And the candidates themselves will have an opportunity to field some questions.
Mr. Chinese, may I speak?
If the,
Yeah, go ahead.
Do we need to close?
hold on a second, yeah, we're not there yet. And the vote for electing the chair is 2/3, with all other positions being a simple majority.
What, point of information, Noda is position,
Noda is,
Noda's always on the ballot.
so that counts against 2/3.
Noda is a candidate.
Yeah, yeah, of course, yeah, it's 2/3 of votes cast, correct, Tyler? Yeah, so regardless of whether they're cast for Noda or the other candidates, they'll still count. All right, is there any other nominations for chair of the LPWI?
Move to close nomination.
Motion to close nominations, second?
Second.
All right, nominations are closed. So we'll go to, first the nominators. You guys speak on behalf of the candidate that you nominated, and then we'll give the nominees a chance.
I'll speak in
Yeah,
place
I'll
of.
cede my time to.
Okay, Michael Chinese is giving his time to Kevin. Go ahead, Kevin. 2 minutes.
Speaking in favor of Reese here, Mr. Wood, I'd like to say 3 things. He has formed an affiliate, he is active in the affiliate, that's a big thing for me. I mostly know him because he has been on the Constitution and Bylaws Committee, he has helped with that. But I know him mostly because he's been helping the Communications Committee with the various projects we've been trying to do, notably the newsletter, some of the event planning, some of our stuff planning, like our cards you saw out there in the lobby. So he is active, he's putting in his time, he's doing the work. I think that says a lot, and he's not just a single issue or a single thing, he's working with the affiliate and with 2 very vital committees. So I'd like you all to support Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Kevin. Robert Holzberger. Would you like to speak on behalf of the candidate you nominated? Does anybody else want to speak on behalf of Bryce? Okay, so then we're gonna go to the candidates themselves.
Well, wait, I'm
and-
sorry, I missed that question. What was the question? Oh, I'd like to speak on behalf of Noda.
Oh, of course. Yeah, sorry, Robert.
I'm pulling up the timer.
Oh, I'm gonna be brief once
You
again.
got 2 minutes.
Robert Burke, Hudson, Wisconsin. One of the things that we're gonna have to come to terms with is how do you hold a meeting if someone can't hold the power over whether or not someone else is in that meeting, right? And so it's a way of looking at our current system, which is an authoritarian system, where people have greater authority because we put a title in front of them. But, you know, what we often do is we misrepresent what we really desire out of that moment. Nick Sarwark is a phenomenal man when it comes to holding a meeting. The man's libertarian breed has a lot to be considered. If we want him to hold a meeting, and we want effective meetings, he's a great person to have in those positions. But individual support of how we progress is how you grow organically a group of people. NODA means that I don't need somebody in an authoritarian structure. I need somebody who runs a meeting and somebody's got an idea how to move this forward. And that's a different type of role because it says that we're taking people who are idea people and not somebody who just wants to run a meeting.
Okay, thank you. Now we are going to hear from the candidates themselves. Yes.
Can I speak for Bryce?
Yeah, he has 2 minutes. Yeah, Robert can give his time to you. Yep.
I'll give it to him. I would like to point out I'm not a robot.
You have declared it, so there it is.
Yeah, you got 2 minutes.
Cool. I'm Brian Voss, not district, speaking on behalf of Bryce Ton. Bryce and I have certainly had our procedural and political differences in the past, but he really impressed me with a lot of the answers he gave during the debate last night. A lot of well thought out plan on how to take this party forward. And in personal conversations he and I have had in the last few weeks, we've really gotten, I feel like we're on a different level in understanding on how much we both care about the future of this party and the direction that it's going and involving the people that need to be involved. You really impressed me, man. I firmly believe that you have the best interests of this state party at heart, and I wish you best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, now we're going to move to the candidates themselves in the order that they were nominated. They'll get 2 minutes and then 5 minutes to field questions.
All right, just last night I didn't give everyone a full introduction where I started. So back in 2012, I was doing door hangers for Gary Johnson. That was my introduction, besides where I'm home, 2008. But I became a candidate in 2018, got out there knocking doors nonstop, doing events, doing forums, even a radio debate. So I know what it's like to be a candidate. Again, in 2020, I ran and met some challenges, so I know what it's like to be a candidate and meet those challenges. On top of that, I've been a podcaster. I did community radio. In doing that, I've spoke with representatives throughout our state, so I have experience speaking one-on-one with actual representatives, including ones that I don't favor, specifically Ron Johnson. Sorry. But, so I got lots of experience when I was on board at Janesville Community Radio. I served, like I said yesterday, as underwriter, doing sales, trying to get sponsors for the station. Was successful with that. Also served as secretary, so I know what it means to take notes, the meeting minutes, and have the agenda ready. And I also have served as chair of an organization, so I know all the challenges that come with it. And like I also said, I was ready to be a candidate. I want to be a candidate again. I think the party needs a governor candidate especially, and not only state assembly and everything down ballot, but I was really motivated to be a governor candidate, and because of the conflict with my job, this is the very next thing that I'm committed to, so. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you, Reese. And then you get 5 minutes if anyone wants to ask Reese a question directly. Any questions for Reese? I know we got a lot of this out of the way last night. That's why we're only giving 5 minutes to this today for those that weren't able to make it last night, or if you have a lingering question from our debate last night, now would be the time to ask Reese.
What offices did you run for?
I ran for state assembly twice.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, not CD district, state assembly district 45 and 47.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I wasn't able to attend last night. I want to be able to cast an intelligent vote or not cast a vote at all. Would it be possible to just bullet point, recap some of your platform, both candidates, please?
Absolutely. So one of my main missions is to increase communication. We've had chairs in the past that have also been candidates, and that some of their focus goes, obviously, to being a candidate. And I think that's reduced our ability to do all the communication things that need to be done. That's communicating with the CD reps, with the executive committee members on a more regular basis, including affiliates, showing up at affiliate meetings. I also wanted to do quarterly town halls. I think it's a good idea to, whether we can do them on social media or at least amongst members, something where it's free range, everybody gets a certain amount of time to say their piece about any topic they would like. But in general, communication, that's, my platform is to increase communication across the board every way I can.
Go ahead, yeah.
I'd like to ask a question as guest. My name's Kathy Leonard, and this will go to both of you, because you answered the same yesterday. Both of you indicated that you'd rather have 10 solid libertarians to back you, as opposed to 100 that potentially could vote for you. And being a person that isn't libertarian, but I would potentially vote for a libertarian, why would you want to not have 100 as opposed to 10, and also out of those 100 people that would vote for you, you more than likely would pick up 10 solid libertarians out of the 100. So I was wondering what you're both thinking on that.
Definitely. Last night I answered my favorite response, and the way I think of everything is it depends. And in that situation, if we have 10 great libertarians that want to show up and vote, I'll scale it back. This is, they call it the party of principle. So if we got 100 people who are not really principled, but we're expeditiously getting their votes, and it's all great in the moment, that doesn't always pan out in the long run. And so it matters, are we trying to win a short run, or are we trying to make a long-lasting impact? I think everyone here wants to see a long-lasting impact. Obviously, we all want short-term goals to be met too. We want to win elections right away, but not at the cost of, being just vague on topics, trying to find gray areas to appeal to people that may not be really libertarian, might be more conservative, or might be more liberal.
How about independent? You're independent for a reason. You can appreciate libertarianism.
Absolutely, the independents are who I love talking to. That's when I ran in 2018, my big issue was the non-voters, people who don't vote, or independents who, we know how many people don't show up, and every election is almost proportionate to the people that show up. So you're absolutely right, independents, we gotta find a way to pitch them, but we definitely can't pitch to them like, hey, you guys, we're not really against tariffs. If you're kind of for tariffs, our candidate's okay. I'm not that kind of libertarian.
Missing the vote, that's all.
I hear you, I do.
But it gets you in, it gets you elected, then you prove yourself even more to other folks.
We've seen that play out. We actually had, I would say, Justin Amash as an example. And, yeah, he got in there, and I'm sure he made a lot of personal progress, but where he stands right now is uneven ground. He's got a lot of hard choices to make moving forward.
Okay, we got one more question from Tyler, thank you.
If the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin endorses a candidate for governor, secretary of state, attorney general, if we endorse the candidate, will you as the chair endorse and unequivocally without hesitation endorse that candidate, without barring a motion to censure from a convention?
20 seconds.
You're talking about the people that were elected at the same time that I'm being elected, so.
The governor and will.
But if I am to disagree with the executive committee members who are already in favor of this candidate,
Yes.
that'd be a highly unlikely scenario, but like I have said, it does depend sometimes. I might raise questions at the very least.
Time. All right, Bryce, you're up. You got 2 minutes, and then you'll get 5 minutes to field questions.
Alright, so a lot of this is gonna kind of be rehashed from last night. I've been involved in this party for 3.5 years. In that time, I've ran for state assembly, I've been involved in the XCOM, I've been involved in constitution and bylaws. One of the biggest passions of mine, as far as this party goes, is making it a force to be reckoned with for the duopoly. In order to do that, I believe unequivocally we need to adopt Project Decentralized Revolution as a state strategy for conducting party business and running for office. Additionally, as I had brought up last night, and Mr. Voss touched on privately after the debate, I think affiliates are very crucial in making that happen. In my time within this party, I've seen affiliates unfortunately decline. I am gonna stand on principle with that, regardless of the results, and reform the Chippewa Valley affiliate. And I will work very, very closely with any and all affiliate chairs within this party to help make their, get their message out there. Additionally, I think we need, it's very crucial, to start coalition building with the liberty-minded organizations here in Wisconsin. Whether that be tabling events with them, going to college campuses with them and attracting attention that way. If we don't, and if we just continue.
Okay. You can finish your sentence.
If we don't take these steps, I feel like we're just gonna be spinning tires in mud, and that's not conducive to a functional party. Thank you.
How you do that?
This guy.
Five minutes question.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Do you wanna?
I got a first question, so that was okay.
So communication is a really important aspect of this party, our lives, basically. And as chair, you're gonna be a very big representative with every eye on you about your communication to the outside world. Do you think your communication has been a good representative of all of us?
I'm sure that this is in reference to some situations that happened last year. Look, yeah, I'm sure there's some people in here that disagree with me on what occurred last year. I attempted to keep that in-house, unfortunately I didn't feel like I was making any ground. I'm very passionate about processes being handled correctly, yeah, I would say, moving forward, I think I can be a very good, even great messenger for this party.
Up until about a year ago, when we started having disagreements about things, I was very supportive of you. I offered to help you run for office, et cetera, et cetera. After the removal of Stephen Eckert and all the fallout from that, there were some accusations made, and I'm not up here to defend myself in particular, but understand what my question is gonna be, is that you on social media accused some part of this executive committee of being a goon squad, referring to me as their dear leader. Justin referred to me as the godfather of this organization, implying that there was some undue influence being exercised somehow. I don't really care what you think about me in the context of all of this, but what I'm asking you is, when you were making those accusations, various social media, Twitter and Facebook, who are the members of this executive committee that you're referring to as being under my influence, and people that I sent against you as a goon squad, that are influenced that way? Who are the people that we're talking about? And obviously, I would think you had names in mind, so I prefer that you name names.
You want me to name names? Okay. I'm obviously, yeah, I do believe you had, some individuals that you had significant influence over. I believe our current, one of our current at-large representatives, Michael Cheese, was one of those individuals. I would argue, doesn't appear to be here today, Tristan Walker is also one of those individuals. Jeff Korsch, I believe you two are very close together. It'd be hard to argue that you have zero influence over him. And I think you know, I know he wasn't on the XCOM, but I would argue that my chair opponent is one of those individuals.
Do you have any evidence of any of that? Other than us agreeing on votes?
Physical hard evidence, no, because I wasn't really hanging out with, obviously most of you live nowhere near me, so.
All right, any other questions for Bryce?
I got another question. So you repeatedly blamed the XCOM for not sending out a petition. And you actually said you would happily send it out. You blamed everyone other than yourself for sending it out. Now, I have document of Bryce saying this, and I have what he actually did. In the minutes.
Is there a question here?
Yeah, oh, that would be yeah. So, you said, the interpretation of the special convention requires a petition and cannot be done by the XCOM. You believe that the member needs to initiate the petition, believes the petition has to be circulated, disagrees that it is inherently triggered, and says the special convention and the XCOM can only call other conventions, and disagrees with Michael Kennard. But that's not what you said. So did you want to apologize to the people for saying that we stopped that petition when it was you? That you wanted to do it. It wasn't the XCOM that decided, hey, we're not going to send it out. You advocated us not sending it out. Oh, you can use that one. All right.
So.
Motion to extend the time by 2 minutes.
Second.
Motion granted. 2 minutes.
Yes, at the time, you're right, Michael. I did, due to some very shoddy language, argue that the XCOM shouldn't trigger the convention. After I carefully considered it later on, I disagree with my own position at the time. I also volunteered on several occasions to sign any and all necessary documents to get access to the information I needed to cycle a petition. For one reason or another, that didn't happen. When it came time to seek the Wisconsin Ethics Commission data, which would have been the only other way, to do that. I fell in financial hardship and damn near ended up homeless. I was not going to be able to spend party resort, or my own money for something that I could have gotten help from the executive committee to do.
So this shows that it was actually $0. And I wanna say I also donated to your, what is it, GoFundMe account?
I don't like this kind of exchange unless you reckon, Bryce still has the floor.
That's fair, the time's over.
I mean, if I can respond to that.
Yes, please.
Yes, you sent me $50, and as I just stated, I was on the brink of being homeless. I wasn't going to be able to put that towards party activities.
You bought a necklace though?
That was like a month later.
3 days later.
Please,
Sharon?
yes,
Why wasn't this part of the debate last night?
I didn't have this information.
This is some kind of, talk about a goon squad, we're doing it right now.
Agreed.
Let's get rid of it.
Let's, is it 2 minutes? Bryce, anything else you gotta say?
I got nothing else to say. I think
Closing
it's
statements
pretty
are
obvious what's
finished.
going on here.
All right, we're gonna do the vote. I have.
Whoa, whoa,
Whoa,
whoa.
whoa. Do we still do, all right.
I at least have questions, if there are any questions for
Point
you.
of information, we're still on candidates speaking and taking questions, we haven't had open discussion yet.
Oh, okay, well,
That's Bob's right.
I'm back on the podium, so I'm chairing, go ahead, Bob. Wait,
No, but
Tyler, what do we do? You have a question?
No, I nominated Noda. I'd like to speak on behalf of Noda. If there's any
2
questions for Noda,
Yes,
I'll be brief once again.
let's do it. You got, how much?
Yeah.
2 minutes.
You know, once again, folks, what we're dealing with here is we're arguing about people and putting them in structures of authority that we're supposed to trust. And I will tell you, after decades with the party, well, a decade anyway, that, you know, from time to time, we find things out, things happen, chairs change. And, you know, instead of saying that we believe this person is the best of us, once again, we should just choose someone to run our meetings. Tyler, you know what holacracy is, don't you? Can we use that? That doesn't have any, like, chair notations. Somebody's not, like, super in charge of everybody and, you know, right?
There is a structured governance.
Okay, good, yeah, so it's mostly how you run meetings. It doesn't give anybody the authority to be over anybody. You know, then we can just say, okay, who's got a great idea on what to do next? And, when you vote no, though, what you're saying is, yeah, I'm done with chairs. I have, I've been there, I've seen so many chairs come and go.
Yes.
Some I've really liked, some I still really like, all of them I still really like. But you know, we've had the same ongoing problem, which is that we don't understand the structure of leadership necessary, and you're not gonna get that with a chair, not for a libertarian. No,
You got a question?
Listen, Bob, anybody got questions for Bob?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, all right.
No, we don't.
Okay, do we have a motion to discuss? Don't need a motion?
Move to go to the vote.
Move to go to the vote?
Second objections.
Second, wait.
I object.
Third objections.
We haven't even had open discussion, floor discussion yet.
What's our process, Tyler?
It's been moved and seconded.
Would
There's an objection, so it goes to a vote.
Those,
you like to suspend the rules
Right.
to allow for a?
We object to the motion.
would anybody like to suspend the rules to allow for discussion?
No.
Excuse me, it's been moved and seconded that we go
It's
to
been moved, seconded, and
elections.
rejected,
Let's
so
Oh,
the
vote on
objection
alright.
is next, isn't it?
We have to
on that.
vote on calling the question.
Calling the question and vote on chair, simple 50%? Plus one?
So wait a minute,
Questions,
there should be
discussion.
there should be discussion on this.
No, that's what you're doing, Phil. You objected to the motion, which means that we're voting on the objection. We have to have 50, is it 50 or 2/3?
Two-thirds
the
to
objection?
close. So,
Is there no discussion on closing?
Yeah.
Point of order, is there?
Chris, use the microphone.
Moving right along.
All right. We're gonna get this right. We have a motion to move to the vote. We have a second to go to vote. We have an objection to move. So we have to vote on whether to uphold the objection.
We're waiting to find out if there's discussion allowed regarding closing.
Yes.
So we do a vote.
And we got the bylaws, Andy? Tom?
It's not in there. Tyler's working on property.
Does not allow debate.
Does not allow debate for the objection.
This would be to call the question, does not allow debate.
Call the question, does not allow debate.
So we're moving to,
How many, what do we need to close debate and move the vote, to
so
vote?
2/3 or no objections.
Anybody object to voting? Yes.
Point of order, where were we at on the agenda that we're jumping from one spot to another? I'm not sure.
We're not, we're trying to sort this out. So, we have, all those in favor, we did 2/3 vote to close discussion and vote.
Close discussion on what? What are we closing the discussion on? That's my point.
The
Point
chair,
order.
the discussion on the chair election, sorry, thank you. We do, simple standing vote, think? All right, all those in favor of closing debate and moving on to the election for chair, please stand. Can you count? Michael?
What? No, I don't want to count one.
I don't know either. I'm abstaining.
22.
Sit down, please. All those opposed to closing the discussion, please. Michael?
10.
22-10.
Oh, 11, sorry.
11. 22-11. Sit down. Anybody abstaining? One abstaining here. Motion passes. Tom?
Yeah.
Motion passes, we close debate, we will proceed to the vote. The same before.
Please put it in order. Put Reesewood, Price, Noda. Helps me when I put it in the.
So, put it in order. Reesewood at the top?
At least for the tallies, that's all I need.
Oh, the
For the tallies.
Not for, okay.
Can you put them up there, please?
Yes, sir. Well, it's up there. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Hold on.
No, it's just up there.
Well, I'm, I think it's up for spelling wrong.
Yeah, no, I still know that.
That was already
And Noda. Michael. Noda.
It's up there.
Is it where?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, it's already on the ballot.
Yeah, it's already on the ballot.
Oh,
You're
okay.
good.
Duh. I'm high, people, leave me alone.
We can tell.
Only 5 milligrams.
Can you hold on to these things and get them up there?
You'll be the only one who'll make do that.
Thank you. Yeah. Brenda's good to see you.
Hey, where's the rest of the? Hey, what's his name? Yeah, because we don't have all the. Oh, okay. All right. Seemed like it. What district are you in?
Oh, 2. Is it on?
Oh, yeah, it's on there, man. Okay.
All right, next up on the green list.
I need the ones that aren't crossed out.
Phil, would you like to talk about disruptive corruption while we're counting votes?
Oh, sure.
Sponsor presentation by Phil Anderson. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. The question came up after this last election, like, what would disruptive corruption be used for moving forward? As a campaign slogan, as a new party, obviously not that. And what I decided to do, with the help of some very close associates, who were very definitely under my control, just season, right? We decided to form a political action committee. Now, you might not be aware of what kind of PACs there are, or basically, well, there's at least 3 kinds, but the main ones are a super PAC, which is allowed to raise a limited amount of money and spend it as long as they're not coordinating their candidates' campaigns. A connected PAC, which a candidate has adjacent to their campaign or a party or a labor union. Those are really common. And there's also a non-connected PAC, which is what we're forming, which allows for spending on candidates up to certain limits determined by state law and also by federal law should we become involved out of state. And also allows for coordination with campaigns. So the goal of disruptive corruption, which is not fully formed yet, I have an attorney friend of mine working on it to do it the correct way, and because there's not an impending election cycle, we're making sure we do it right and not rush it out the door. Will be a
a political action committee that does raise money, that seeks donations, sells merch, has events to raise money, and then supports candidates who are libertarians, or at least libertarian adjacent, who are for disrupting corruption, for smaller, cleaner government, and supporting them in the ways that we already know how. Despite the fact that I haven't had electoral success, at least as defined by winning, and we have very few libertarians win elections in Wisconsin, we do know how to get on the ballot, we do know how to organize, we do know how to set up a website. And this particular slogan, Disrupt the Corruption, has resonated quite a bit with people in Wisconsin. So that's the plan. I'll keep you all informed about that. I'll be fully formed in probably 3 weeks to 4 weeks in terms of being legal and reporting to the FEC, the IRS, and state ethics commission. If there's questions or an interest, contact me.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, thank you. How close are we? Another sponsor speak?
Yeah, give me nope, we were good.
We're good? All right.
So, people are bringing in the tallies. Make sure I have it correct. Reese Woods first, Bryce Thon is second.
What is abstain? Not abstain, no to.
Hold on.
What?
District 4.
Yeah, there was a 4.
Yeah, you guys wrote it down, but I don't have it.
It was just one person, if that helps.
Is that too many voters?
What do we got? We got 36
What is too many?
registered voters.
Oh,
How many credentials voters?
We need Brian.
41 voters.
Name it. We need Brian.
He's right here.
Oh,
Sorry.
Brian.
How many voters?
How many voters do we
We
have?
currently have 36 credentialed voters.
So we got 5 extra votes?
Stand by. Let's. All right.
So the,
Sorry. Let me.
We want to get this right. Thank you.
Districts, go back to the districts and have them confirm.
Confirm your votes, districts, and your numbers present.
All fits on there if you.
CD8 only has 3 of us, so we
yeah.
put in an 8.
It looks like an 8.
There you go.
So he said it looked like an 8, so, sorry about that. Why didn't you catch that?
Yeah, no kidding.
Now we're good.
That's your
Now we're 36. Now we're checking. Keep going. We're
Okay.
good. Can we chain abstain and nota, please?
69.4%. Judges, you certify. 2/3 vote has been achieved, correct?
Yes.
Are we sure? All votes?
Yep, we're good.
Congratulations, Reese. I'm gonna have you come up here in just a second. I want to say one thing from my position as chair. Everything that happened last year, in the last 2 years, national and statewide, that book is closed. We start new, we start fresh, and I want to say I'll say one last thing before I hand it back over to Nate for the remainder of the election. We gotta leave your friends, no matter what, because that's the only way this organization will work. You may not have to like everybody, but you maintain the friendships that you got. That's the only thing that matters in life. It's not worth losing friendships over. I'm sorry, it just isn't. We want to succeed. Let's do it right, and let's be libertarians. Thank you.
I just want to briefly echo Tim's sentiment. We got an awesome crew here, and like Jen was saying last night, the enemy's out there. So we have 10 minutes until lunch. Should we just? Do you want to say? Would you like to say a few words, Reese? That sounds appropriate.
All right, ready.
Okay.
All right, so thanks everybody for your support. Everything Tim said, everything Nate said, absolute truth. I think me and Bryce even, we're gonna work together, no matter what. Bryce ain't leaving the party, and, so, you guys saw it last night if you were here. We didn't, knock each other out, and I have no plans to go down that road. We need to work on a future where we are all working together.
Is this from you?
I said this a lot last night, but individuals are what this party's about, and Bryce, even though you're part of the caucus, I still see you as an individual. Whatever Mike passed around, I can tell you I didn't even look at it. I've seen some of these things in the past, but I'm not gonna measure you just on that. I know people do things sometimes for a moment, whatever. People are people. It takes all kinds of people in this world. I say this all the time, it takes all kinds. And that's why I see in this room, all different kinds of people. I don't know if, I mean, I'm sure there's one thing we all agree on, I don't know what, but.
Government sucks.
There you go.
It's
Thank you. Thank you.
It's supposed to be freedom, by the way.
Robert, I'm gonna consult you a little bit sometime, but.
Not too often, I hope.
That'll get you down the rabbit hole.
One thing I wanna say is, everybody in this room, reach out to me if you don't have my email, if you don't have my phone number and you want it, come see me. I'm an easy guy to get a hold of. I do work for the state, so I'm usually on the clock until about 4:30. I'm trying to breathe through those hours, just trying to make it. I don't plan to work for the state forever, guys. Trying to make the difference that I think a lot of us as libertarians do. I show up and make sure that work is done correctly, effectively. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do as chair, so. Thanks again, everybody.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Seconded, is there, recess for lunch.
We're done.
Seconded, any objection to recess for lunch? Okay, just some housekeeping stuff, lunch is upstairs where we've had all our meals, but it's not for another 10 minutes, so give them a few minutes to get everything ready. And then we'll be back in this room at 1 o'clock for Jenn Gray's presentation. 1 o'clock back here. All right, we're on a recess.
Yes, we are here. Welcome to the LPWI Convention 2023. As always, it's a good time to be a libertarian. Well, let's talk about some stuff that I think we all agree on, right? Or, well, that might be an overstatement. But one thing I think we all agree on is government sucks. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. Libertarians getting more play, let's be honest. In this country, the further it goes, libertarians got a good, strong foothold in Wisconsin, and you guys have a great LPWI. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. And as time goes on, it's only going to become more evident. But at the end of the day, the foundation of liberty is property rights. As we see these guys continue to overreach, that's going to continue to play into our hands. We just have to play our cards right. So shout out to you guys for staying active, staying organized. I know some people may not like the idea of being involved in the party or being involved in the political process. But as we saw from people like Ron Paul, if you do it right, you can change people's hearts and minds. You can inspire people to get involved, to become passionate, to become principled, and to be better. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. Libertarians getting more play, let's be honest. In this country, the further it goes, libertarians got a good, strong foothold in Wisconsin. You guys have a great LPWI. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. And as time goes on, it's only going to become more evident. But at the end of the day, the foundation of liberty is property rights. As we see these guys continue to overreach, that's going to continue to play into our hands. We just have to play our cards right, I think. So shout out to you guys for staying active, staying organized. I know some people may not like the idea of being involved in the party or being involved in the political process. But as we saw from people like Ron Paul, if you do it right, you can change people's hearts and minds. You can inspire people to get involved, to become passionate, to become principled, and to be better. To be better. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. One thing we all agree on is government sucks. But it's one thing we all agree on. too busy pointing out our differences. While taxation is theft and war is bad, it's our responsibility. But we'll find any reason to say we won't go. Now here's a little something that you should know. The sun's a star, not that far, pointing out our differences. Taxation is theft, war is bad, it's our responsibility. But we'll find any reason to say we won't go. Now here's a little something that you should know. But as an adult, I'm starting to get it. You live your whole life thinking you'll regret it if you don't stay true to what you thought at 15. I wish I could go back and tell them it isn't all that it seems. It's not as clear cut, but the shit that was still is. But that shit ain't what it was so different. Just look at the world, it's changed so much. But it didn't change, we just grew up. The sun's a star, not that far, pointing out our differences. Taxation is theft, war is bad, it's our responsibility. But we'll find any reason to say we won't go. Now here's a little something that you. Sun's a star, not that far, pointing out our differences. Taxation is theft, war is bad, it's our responsibility. But we'll find any reason to say we won't go. Now here's a little something that you should know. The sun's a star, not that far, pointing out our differences. Taxation is theft, war is bad, it's our responsibility. But we'll find any reason to say we won't go. Now here's a little something that you should know. Yeah, what if I told you I used to believe it, that they want us divided so we can't see it? That's the secret, it's how they defeat us. But as an adult, it's so much deeper. We're good at identifying problems, it's just so we don't gotta get involved, because what do we know? As if we're all supposed to just have the answers. It takes more than one person to start the transfer. The sun's a star, not that far, pointing out our differences. Taxation is theft, war is bad, it's our responsibility. But we'll find any reason to say we won't go. Now here's a little something that you should know. The sun's a star. I need a different
Alright, everybody. Hello. Alright, we will go in later to finish our business, but we have a couple presentations. And to introduce our special speaker, special guest will be Brian Voss.
So I am simultaneously not sober enough and not drunk enough to elaborate on this too much.
That's the spirit.
Disappointing. I'm working on it.
Is the beer pulled out?
We're working on it. Someone else could do it. But I am, I don't, words cannot express how proud I am to have our next speaker here. She is without a doubt the most productive and results-driven libertarian I have ever met in my entire life, and also the best boss I have ever had. Like by...
Hey, cut the guy some slack. You worked hard on this convention.
Listen, Jenn Gray, everybody.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you all for having me. It's really an honor to be here. Like Brian mentioned, I'm results driven. I want to win. I like numbers. And winning can look in a lot of different ways. So we're going to talk about that today. I think you guys are pretty clear on why you're doing what you're doing. And now I work with businesses and help them go from why to how. So I'm excited to have that conversation with the LP. I've got a handful of slides here, so if you see me just randomly waving around a pink sticky note, that's me gesturing wildly at Brian and expecting him to know what I want, just like old times. So, on that note. So, in today's workshop, we're going to reconnect with the why a little bit, look at some perspective around some of the impact that you're having. We're going to talk about how to stay motivated before you see results, because I know that that is something that drains our energy, right? When we're putting in a ton of effort and we're not seeing the progress that we want, we start to lose interest and enthusiasm. So I'm hoping to reignite some of that with you today. And then last but not least, we're going to talk about how to leverage your influence personally for impact so that you can have more people in this room every single time. I know I mentioned a little bit this morning about some of my background. Just to give you some context, I have worked on libertarian campaigns at every level, and I don't think you're a real libertarian until someone has made a meme of you. So there's me as Wonder Woman in the middle. And my big vision with the Libertarian Party was that I wanted to launch this podcast to improve libertarian communication and strategy. That was how I found Brian, because I knew I was not going to be able to do that by myself. That particular podcast started a lot of really interesting conversations about finding gateway issues to agree on, which is something else that we're going to talk about today. So I would love to know, why are you here? A lot of you guys drove like 3 hours to get here. Anybody want to tell me? Why are you here? Why are you here, Bob?
Because I believe in a world set free in our lifetime.
Woo! Yeah!
What else? Somebody else has to have a reason. Paul?
Yep. I came because I wasn't sure I was a capital libertarian anymore.
Just had to make sure you were a real libertarian?
Well, that you guys were real libertarians.
That we're real libertarians. Cool.
This is pretty crap, but looking how bad nationally is, I was wondering, are you continuing on with the party? Is it worth giving my time and energy to?
Thank you for raising that tough question. Raise your hand if you think it's still worth giving your time and energy to. Awesome.
But we had doubts. We all had doubts.
Sure. I get that.
So I reached a point in my life where I have a child who's older and more independent, and I had more time. And I wanted to have more say in the shape of the Wisconsin Libertarian Party. That's why I'm here.
Awesome. How about when you first joined the party? Why did you first join the party? I'm assuming not all of us were pure libertarians from the very, very start.
Like Phil Anderson, the U.S. Senate.
That was a long time ago.
I found my way to the LP with Gary Johnson. I was a Ron Paul person in 2012 and just felt like the Republican Party wasn't quite right for me. And then when Gary Johnson came around, I was like, now we're talking. that guy's for me. And I never went back.
Did you ever see the movie America for Freedom and Fascism? Or, yeah, I think it's Freedom and Fascism.
I did not.
Oh, okay, well, that was a movie that started a lot of people in with libertarianism. It was, I think the introduction was kind of like, oh, this guy Ron Paul and this idea of creating money out of thin air, and then you started digging more and you found, oh, okay, there's a party I can be a part of that believes in this. So I don't know, it was a movie that, it was actually shown at the local library in a town in Wisconsin.
Cool. Raise your hand if you found your way to the LP through a specific person. You could point to a specific person and be like, that guy. One person who influenced you that way.
Well, I mean, for me it was Scott Walker, so, I mean, I don't know if I could really point to the
Former
right,
Republican
the right way.
That's okay. I'll take it.
He's so repulsive.
Yeah, he's so repulsive that I went to the Libertarian Party.
By accident, I picked up a magazine called Reason, and it hooked me.
I love Reason. I was a digital marketing strategist for Reason magazine.
Really?
Okay, yeah.
Did you know Virginia Pascal?
I know the name, but did not know her personally. So, all of that said, we all have these exciting reasons that we're here, why we care about this. And sometimes it gets a little demoralizing when we're not seeing the results that we want. And I wanted to thank Brian for bringing this to my attention, because I said, you know, what are some of the ways that you feel like you're making a difference now? And he talked about beating the spread. I heard this come up in the chair debate last night also, that impacting the outcome of an election, actually, I would argue, makes you the most impactful party. And so, mathematically, demonstrate this point, beating the spread right there, libertarians could have cost one or the other the election. And I would love to know if there are any other things like that you can think of where you've made a significant impact you're proud of without winning an election.
I worked with Jacob Vandenbus in 2022 for Congress, and we got over 32,000 votes in the district. I thought we did pretty well. I was proud of that.
That's fantastic. Congratulations.
If you bring up an issue and make the other parties address it, that they're willing to both ignore because they failed forever, and suddenly they have to respond to it.
Absolutely. That's an important point too. Bob, do you have one?
I regularly encourage people not to vote.
Why did I not see that?
What else?
They're that easily swayed, they don't deserve to have a vote.
I ran for assembly one time, and I beat the spread, and they were not happy about that.
I bet they weren't. Good for you. Congratulations. Bill?
I'd argue that you beat the spread after the election. It's more important during the time where the election is going on, and they think you're going to beat the spread. The governor's race in 2018 was my example. I was threatened by both parties because the election was so close. Ended up not beating the spread anyway, but they were both so scared of it. People that I know were calling me all kinds of names from both sides of the so-called aisle. But they were aware of that, right, in a way they weren't before.
Instilling fear in the two-party system. I love that. What else?
I'll put a little bit of a different spin on there. I've been encouraging people to run for local office. I've been involved with the party since like '92. I ran for alderman 3 times, got elected the 3rd time, and then 1 time to school board. So people can get elected, or even if you don't get elected, like I'm on the planning commission now, so you can actually make a difference just by being appointed, even if you're not elected.
Yes. Like I mentioned this morning, having been involved in campaigns at every level of government, there is a role for all of them, and the local ones, those are the ones that you're most likely to win. What else?
Yeah, so a lot of people here know my story, and I've told this before at previous conventions, so I apologize if you heard the story before. But I was on the county board for 3 terms for Winnebago County, and the probably one of my biggest accomplishments was that I was the sheriff's department was looking into expanding the county jail, and that was going to be a very expensive affair. we're looking at least $20 to $30 million. And once you build the jail, then they're going to find ways to put people in it. And we had to look into passing a $40,000 feasibility study of whether we're going to be building a new jail or not, or expanding the jail. Of course, if we pass it, then it's going to happen. We know it's going to happen. After some questions, we later found out that the consulting firm that was going to be doing this feasibility study was also in the bidding pool to expand the jail for construction. And that feasibility study was defeated, and the margin was one single vote.
Whoa.
So that's it validated why I ran for office, because just imagine if you did not have a libertarian there, and that could have forever changed the path of Winnebago County. We would have had a much bigger jail. We would have had more a sheriff that would look for people to put inside the jail, and so then we started to look at diversion programs and ways that we could keep people out of the jail. And that will forever be a story that I'll be telling everyone who comes into this convention, is that this is the impact that you could be as a libertarian running for local office.
Thank you so much for telling me about all of those stories. You have one more?
I have one more that you guys should all hear, because I was an alderman, I was appointed an alderman in Verona, and after I got out of there, I was still living in the community, and all the people in town wanted to get one of them water parks like they just got in Sun Prairie and Mount Horeb, where the zero entry chlorinated pool and all that, and Verona didn't have one. But we had a rock quarry already that had lifeguards on it. And we had an indoor pool at the high school that we were already paying for, but we didn't have one of those water parks. So the leaders of the community hired an engineer to do a study. They got all the leaders, the high school football team, coach, all those, the real estate people, all behind it. We're gonna put this in right behind City Hall. One person stepped up and said no. You know who that one person was? Me. Committee of one. Formed a committee of one, said no, started writing letters to the editor, recruited other people. People started sending me money. We beat them 2-1. Whoa. There is no water pool like that in Verona today, because we stood up. But someone has to stand up.
I couldn't agree more. And all of you have demonstrated way better than I could without the knowledge of what's going on in the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin specifically, how much of an impact one person and even a small group of people can make. Speaking of margins, here's a bigger one to consider, pointing to the fact that what you offer matters. This is from some Gallup research where they asked people, they started polling people, and I pulled out the data from every 10 years. So they said, do you think that A, Republicans and Democrats do an adequate job representing the American people, and therefore two parties is cool? Or B, do you think that Republican Democrats do such a poor job that a third party is needed? In 2003, the vast majority said, it's fine, two parties is good, we're good with that. And the minority said that a third party would be needed. You can see at this point that that has completely flipped. So there has never been a better time for what you are offering. There is a demand for it. People want a third party if we can represent ourselves in a professional, impactful, results-driven way. So, what are the challenges we could face with that? The number one challenge I faced as a volunteer, and even as a paid staff member, consultant, etc., was activist fatigue. You can only expect the same people to do so much for free. So, how do we stay motivated before we see the results that we want?
There it is. I'm at the Libertarian.
Second that motion.
So if we're going to talk about staying motivated before we see the results that we want, what are the results that you want? Here are my guesses. Money, affiliates, volunteers, voters. Anything else?
A world set free in our lifetime.
How about something we can count? Yes?
Free people.
What is your definition of, at what point is somebody free? That you can look at someone and be like, she's free, he's not free, free.
No, we just stop pointing guns at people to fix things.
Okay. Anything else we'd add to this list?
Members.
Members. Okay, cool. Awesome. So this is something that I work with. I'm a business consultant now. For context, I'm a fractional integrator, which is a fancy way to say I'm a CEO sidekick, inspired largely by a reverse dynamic of my working relationship with Brian. I'm also a certified process triage facilitator. So this is some of the work that I do with my clients and looking at, okay, what do you want? You want certain fruits, or like you want more money, you want more programs, etc. In the Libertarian Party's case, if we want more revenue, more affiliates, more volunteers, more votes, cool, I'm into that. What are some of the sprouts that suggest that those fruits are on the way? So for example, earned visibility. When I say earned visibility, I'm talking about visibility on somebody else's platform, in a newspaper, on TV, on the radio, in a podcast, like a platform that you don't own. Somebody else said, hey, you come on here and talk to my audience. Email subscribers might be indicators that these things are coming. Event attendees. Strategic partnership meetings, maybe where you're meeting with an ally, with Vets for Peace, or Normal, or something like that. Cool. What are the seeds that you can plant? You can't necessarily directly control these things, right? Like you can't just subscribe, I mean, you could, but you can't just subscribe somebody to your email list. You can't force somebody to come to an event. So over here, you have your seeds planted. These are the things that you can control. What are the actions you can take that make those sprouts more likely? What are the seeds we can plant that we can measure? We can say, we've taken this action this number of times, and it's generated these results, the sprouts, which eventually result in the fruits harvested. So in a business context, that might look like direct outreach to prospective clients, client research, things like that then result in proposals, that then result in contracts. So in the Libertarian Party's case, I'm guessing that this might look like outreach to new strategic partners, outreach to people in the media, outreach to members. I love that Reese brought that up yesterday, saying like, I want to talk to every single member. Awesome. Perfect. Going to other people's events or hosting events, right? Just showing up and being there, having a presence. Or hosting visibility. These are things you're doing on your platform. Things that your press releases that you're publishing. If you have your own outlets, podcast, etc., that would count as seeds planted. Tell me what I'm missing here. What are some more seeds that we could plant, actions that you have control over, that you can count? Bill?
Candidates for office.
Yes, candidates for office, that's something you can control. That is a seed planted, for sure. Anything else?
I think one of the best seeds you could plant is just having a smart, concise platform that appeals to people, that appeals to like-minded people.
Okay, so how about, with that idea, a concise little blurb on, I know on your website you probably have your platform listed. How about something really tight, like a tight little blurb, like a series of that people can click on, where it's just like the absolute most basic, here's what we think about this issue, here, read more of the platform.
We're working on it.
Just as an example, right? That's something you can control. You can be like, we've published 10 of these little blurbs that we use in other outreach as well to like-minded allies, etc. And before we go any further, before we talk about fundraising, there's something that was brought to my attention last night, which is that for fundraising purposes, as a former fundraiser, money responds to a reason. If we had a major donor in this room, and we had the conversation we had last night of like, hey, like, what do you need money for? And we all went, I don't know, just give us some. How likely are they going to be to write that check? Not. So, I thought I would give an example, and I wanted to thank Paul and Scott for helping me come up with this idea last night, which is ballot access. So, can we pull this up just a little bit? Maybe a little more. A little more. It's okay. Just keep going. Okay, now for context, I made a really interesting career transition during COVID. I was a VP of sales for a cannabis trade show until COVID hit, and then the trade show industry disappeared overnight. And then my daughter's school was like, "Do you have a pulse? Have you not killed anyone recently? Well, then please come be a teacher." So, you heard from Libertarian Jenn, you've heard from Business Jenn, and now you're going to hear from Teacher Jenn. How many signatures do you need for ballot access purposes?
2,000 for statewide races.
2,000.
Plus 1,000, so really 3.
Yep. So we're going to make an assumption that a third of those signatures are going to get thrown out. So really, you need 3,000. And if you pay a signature gatherer to gather those signatures, how much does that cost?
$3 cheap is like a small price.
3 to 5.
Yeah.
3,000 signatures at $3. Who are my math geniuses?
$9,000.
$9,000.
So double that for a governor and a lieutenant governor.
No, that's
For ballot access, you only need one, right? One statewide candidate to get 1%. And we're assuming that if we get one of these people on, we can get them across the 1% finish line. That's just an assumption that we're making for the purpose of this exercise. Okay, so that's $9,000 that you need to maintain ballot access in this state. You've got 45 people in this room. $200. Now, if you feel so inclined, you could go to lpwi.org/donate right now.
Or just get 100 signatures.
Or you could get 50 signatures. Either way, the point is that money responds to a reason. And $9,000 in the grand scheme of things, that's nothing. For a party of this size, you can come up with $9,000. Whether it's with the people that you have in this room now, or the people who are part of your membership that you're going to be reaching out to, that's a really compelling ask. And it demonstrates that point that an individual can make a difference. Hey, for ballot access, we need $9,000 to make sure that we can have paid signature gatherers for at least one race. Can you help us with at least $100? That's an example. And I'm sure that you can probably think of more things that you need that cost money. And I would encourage you to do so that when people come to you and say, hey, what do you need money for? You have an answer. When I was running Larry Sharp's campaign, I said, hey, you know what I think would be really great? Would be if we could get Nick Vieser out here to make some fantastic videos for you. We could use it for this, this, and this. Here's the result I'm expecting from that. I got a quote for those videos, $10,000. Called a major donor, and I said, hey, I have a really cool opportunity to put one of our best candidates in front of the media with some of these great videos. It would cost $10,000. Can you help us with that? Yep. We had a good reason, so we got the money. If you have a good reason, and you can demonstrate, hey, here's what I need, here's what I think the result is going to be, people want to help. They want to invest in things where they can see a result. I lost my sticky. Okay. All right, we can put the math lesson over. We can put that back down. already talked about this a little bit, but for the seeds planted purposes, what I would encourage is to actually count these numbers. Maybe these aren't the metrics that you want to use. I would highly encourage you to keep at least outreach, like reaching out to a new person. That is something that you can count. This can be as simple as a Google sheet that's shared among whatever committee members are doing it. Just like, hey, I reached out to 3 people today, add 3. And over time, it'll help you see a trajectory of, hey, for every 10 outreaches we do, we're getting some earned visibility. That's worthwhile. Hey, for every X number of events that we go to, we're getting 10 new email subscribers. And as you start to see some of those metrics that you can control morphing into results that you want that are outside your control, that's how we can stay motivated before we're seeing the results that we want. So what does that look like on an outreach standpoint? And I would say that it's different for everybody. It's looking at your circle of influence. So I'd invite each of you to think about, what are the 3 most important people groups within your existing network? For me, it's probably school parents, colleagues and collaborators in my office, and neighbors. But you guys might have some different ones. What clubs are you in? What communities are you a part of? I know a lot of people in this room like to smoke weed. That's cool. Talk to your weed smoking friends. I'm serious.
These are my weed smoking friends.
Make some more.
I have no friends because I smoke weed.
Bring them next time. What else? Vets for Peace, maybe?
Church.
Motorcycle riders? Church? What else?
Gun ranges.
Gun ranges, cool, what else?
Farmers.
Farmers, awesome, what else? Gym members, awesome.
I believe they call all of these single issue groups.
Which is a great place to start. It is a seed. Yes, thank you. So something else that I thought I would bring up is that in some ways we want to think bigger, right? What could we do with a big sum of money? And in some ways, it might help us stay motivated to think a little smaller. I want to credit Brian Bell with this one. When we had our initial planning call, I said, world set free in our lifetime would be great. Neighborhood set free in my lifetime, I'll take it. That counts too, right? It's good. It's not like all of a sudden the whole universe is like, we're free now. It's going to happen in a ripple effect. So where are those small wins? And on that end, who you reach matters. And we talked about earlier how the fact that one person had likely inspired you to become a part of the party. So who could you be that person for? Who's one person that you think should be in this room next year?
My neighbors. I've already corrupted them.
Nice. Anybody else? Particular person come to mind?
My business partner, who is already a libertarian-leaning Republican.
Business owners are a great audience for this because nobody deals with more red tape bullshit than a small business owner, which I can say because I am one. And one of the most interesting conversations I've had about libertarian ideas is with people in my office who are like, hey, so like, it seems like you don't pay a whole lot in taxes. Can you tell me how you set that business up? Yeah, I had to jump through a bunch of hoops to do that. That was a big pain in the ass. Government should be smaller, right? It should be easier to keep more. You think we should be able to keep more of our money without having to do all this? They think so. I do too. So yes, these are single issue groups. And one of the most impactful strategies I've found, whether it's in a business setting or in a libertarian setting, is finding a gateway issue to agree on. And I can't remember who, it was. Somebody gave me that, was it, Brian, did you give me this one too? On the who?
Yeah, kind of my.
Somebody gave me this idea in the call, asking a simple yes or no question that you know the answer will be yes to. This is a sales strategy. You want to get people to say yes, an obvious yes. So if you're talking about an issue that they care about, you know that they don't like paying taxes. Do you think you pay too much? Yes. Cool. The door is open. So for those single issue potentials, what are your number one issues?
What they do with the money. I mean, how they fish it away, basically.
Government waste?
Yes.
Do you think the government wastes money?
What?
But that's not, but you see my point. Right? Like there's an easy yes/no question we can ask here around that issue. Give me another issue.
Does due process matter?
Does an average non-libertarian know what that means?
That's a problem.
They
I think everybody right now is starting to figure it out.
Do you think too many people are in jail? Do you think we incarcerate people for unnecessary reasons?
Yeah.
Okay, now let's have a conversation about due process. You see where I'm going with this?
Start with the yes question.
What else?
You mentioned motorcycle riders before, so Wisconsin, it's been a huge thing to fight a helmet law for freedom to wear, not wear a helmet.
Do you think you should have to wear a helmet to ride a motorcycle? Oh wait, no. Do you think you should get to choose?
Forced to.
Do you think you should get to choose whether to wear a helmet? That's something you can ask your motorcycle rider friends. They'll say yes. What else?
Do you know better than any school administrator what your kids need?
Mm-hmm. Do you think you should be able to choose what school your kids go to? Do you think you should be able to homeschool?
You think you should be able to dictate what my kids taught in school?
That's a no.
What?
Does anybody want to question the entire institution, for God's sake? Does anybody pledge to a flag? It's a cult.
It's a start small, Rob. We all agree with you.
Ripple effect, ripple effect.
Okay, how about this? Now, I used to always tell when I was a teacher at the school, they would say the Pledge of Allegiance, and I always told the kids, I was like, you don't have to say it. I said, I'm not going to, and you don't have to. If you want to, you can. You don't have to. But that can be a conversation starter. Do you think, for a parent, do you think your kids should have to say the Pledge of Allegiance?
Right after the school prayer.
Can I ask a more salient question?
Right? Do you think your kids should have the freedom to decline saying the Pledge of Allegiance?
Do you think the parents should be told what they're doing with the pledge? That's what we gotta do. We have to teach people what it is to be institutionally conditioned. You're being conditioned to obey a flag, which is a status of authority. We have to get the parents to understand that you're sending your kids in there, and the reason so many people got the freaking jab is because they were sure that they were told that people in power were right.
Don't even get me started on the education system. It is a hot mess.
So for the pledge, you can get a no for that, or the opposite answer you want. Should they be able to decline that? No. We are America. We have to enforce patriotism, and I mean you're gonna get that answer from. I could probably.
Yes, you will. You will get that answer. And is that person a great candidate for the Libertarian Party?
No.
And you just found that out really fast.
Yeah, you don't want to necessarily always get to the final yes. You just want to know whether it's.
You just want to know.
It's called go for the no.
Yeah.
Here's the problem with those. Here's the problem with those people. Those people want to be recruited. Then they want you. They want to engage with you more on that. And it's like, at that point, it's like, I already know you're a moron. Just please leave me alone.
So at that point, you have one of two options. Ask a different question. Maybe they're an authoritarian on just that one thing. Ask a different question and see, or move on. If you're tabling at an event, there's 1,000 people in that space, and somebody's like, yeah, absolutely, we should shoot kids that don't say Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, cool, next. Okay, that was a dramatic over-exaggeration.
No,
it's not.
I had success with this one. Should you be able to live your life as you choose as long as you're not hurting anyone else?
Yeah. You think you should be able to do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting anybody else? You think you should be able to keep more of what you earn?
It's vague enough so they can put whatever
decide my kid's education, not pay as many taxes, don't send my
Oh,
kids to
yeah,
work.
we
All
should
those things
live
fall
in
under-
vagary.
Yeah, exactly, because they'll say yes.
We start with vagary and then we focus in on letting them do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Funnel.
Funnel.
We'll funnel them right to Bob.
We used to do a shock value 30 years ago. Why do you let strangers teach your children? It was a perfectly free question, and it got a lot of people thinking. What about, do we do deadpan questions, or we, do we should plan ahead of time as a standard script, or do we wing it? What's your suggestion?
I think this is a fantastic question. Just in case anybody didn't hear it in the back, Tim said, should we be asking deadpan questions or should we be asking these kind of shock value questions? And I would say yes to both. Depends what your goal is. So if the goal is to open the conversation and identify, is this person even remotely interested in what we believe in, a yes-no question is a pretty good barometer of where the direction that conversation is going to take. Then you can ask shock value questions. Maybe the shock value questions are on something that you hand out, right? So maybe you don't necessarily lead with that. Maybe you're tabling an event and then you have something with a hook. You have a handout on different issues, and it has a big hook at the top with a shock value question. And somebody's answered your yes, no in a way that makes you think, hey, I think they might like what we have to offer. You'd be like, hey, do you want to hear more about that? Here's our position on it.
I'm
What's
confused.
an idea?
I'm supposed to lead with 9/11 now?
Aliens, Bob.
Lead, that's the follow-up.
Paul?
I've had good luck with my really liberal friends about asking them what they think of the police. And they'll almost always say, well, people who want to be police they shouldn't be allowed to be police because they're control freaks and they're bullies and stuff like that. And then I go, so they're the only ones that should have guns? It doesn't, I'm an asshole and they walk away, but it makes them think for like 5 seconds.
It's like nobody's read the Milgram experiment stuff.
But I mean, that, you can do that kind of stuff. You try to use some logic on them. But it's hard.
And the point here is that you don't have to give them the whole platform at once. Right? We're just trying to open the door. We're just trying to start a conversation. We're just trying to figure out, is this person even remotely interested in what we have to offer? The Libertarian Party is not for everyone, and that's okay. But I think it's for way more people than we have now. And to that end, I know that the Libertarian Party loves quality over quantity. I'm for that, to an extent. I was not libertarian enough. I was basically lambasted for taking my gubernatorial candidate to a Red for Ed rally to talk about his plan to raise teacher pay. Obviously, I am a communist. My point is that there are going to be, if we want the Libertarian Party to grow, we are going to need to pull people from other sources. Republicans, Democrats, or Independents. There's something else right now. That's okay. They have to get here somehow. And they might not agree with us on every single issue. I would consider it an 80-20. Right? If somebody's with me 80% of the time, they're with me 100% of the time. If they don't agree with me on one issue, but they want to vote Libertarian on every single thing, who cares? And I think the tendency can be to look for the flaws in people and to say, well, she took that candidate down to that rally that was a bunch of Democrats, so she's obviously a Democrat spy. And quite frankly, after that campaign ended, I was like, I'm never touching another one. I took so much crap for the way that I did that campaign of trying to reach new audiences. I took him to the marijuana trade shows and took him to all sorts of different issue-specific things, and people were like, well, the people out there aren't libertarians. I know. That's the point. And so all being activists here and recognizing that there have been maybe some contentious things that are in the rearview mirror, I would encourage you in looking forward to see that if you look for the good in people, you'll find it. Maybe there's somebody in this room who drives you bonkers. Don't say it.
He just stepped.
Just think, but don't say it, but just think it. Someone in this room who drives you bonkers, one thing they've done that you can be like, I respect that. Doesn't mean that that person has to be your best friend. It just means that we're all on the same team. So on these gateway issues to agree on, where are your allies? For your number one issues, physically, literally, where are they? What events are they going to? Think tanks have great audiences for this type of thing. Depending on the think tank. Some are a little more Ready McRed than others. But they do often host issue-specific things. I would take podcasts as an example. What podcasts are they listening to? But before we go, like, for the issue that you care about most, physically, where are those people hanging out?
I ride a lot of Ubers, and I find that you have a lot of libertarian members of the gig economy who don't even know it. So I would honestly say like Ubers in the gig economy, generally speaking.
I am so glad you brought that up, because some of the most interesting libertarian conversations I've ever had, I was driving Uber during my divorce in 2016, Gary Johnson timeline, and I put some Gary Johnson stuff in the back of the car. And people would be like, what is that? I had a captive audience. If they asked, I kept talking.
So I've had conversations with a whole bunch of my friends and basically convinced them they're libertarian. After talking to them, like, you believe this, you believe that, you're a libertarian, you know that? Well, I might be, but it's the nation's too divided, my vote's too important, I can't waste my vote, and I'm sure there's no easy answer around that, but I get that from everybody that I've ever convinced they're a libertarian. They've got to stick with the party they lean towards because that vote is so critical.
It's a common objection.
It's a common fear.
You can also, I mean, as an example, you could point to the beating the spread issue. Like some might argue that yours is the vote that counts the most, that impacts the election the most. Not everybody's going to want to hear that. That's okay. Where else? Physically, where are they?
VFWs.
DFWs, yeah. VFWs.
Dallas Fort Worth.
They are at the airport.
I checked in for my flight right before this started. I was thinking DFW, sorry. Where else?
College campuses.
College campuses. I found a great one somewhere in that general vicinity.
Our affiliate does, we have like a homesteading club, and we do canning workshops and garden stuff. And we've attracted a lot of people, and we've been able to really get through to a lot of people. So it's been really interesting. We don't have any actual real official members from that, but we have a lot of people that are around us that always pitch in and help and that share the same ideals. So, yeah, it's been working out really nicely.
Fantastic. Dispensaries, gun shops, county fairs, gun shows,
Music festivals.
Music festivals. Now we're talking. I hope somebody's writing this down. You guys are coming up with a lot of good ideas.
I have a whole plot.
Now you got a list of places you can go. Imagine if each person in this room went to one of those places and started one new conversation. That's just one. And all of those people exchange their time and money for value, not virtue. They're not going to donate because you're right. They're not going to volunteer because you're right. What's in it for them? So the intersection of value, whether we're talking about a business or a political proposition, the intersection of what you guys want, these are the fruits harvested, money, votes, affiliates, and the intersection of what they want, that's where you can add value. And you might have to think a little creatively, a little outside the box. Because some of you have probably been in the party so long that you kind of forgot what you really valued. That's okay. The conversation has shifted politically too. These are interesting conversations you can have with the people that now you're going to be reaching out to, because these are metrics that matter, and we're going to start counting the outreach that we're doing and having conversations like this. And so some of the questions you can ask, get curious, but what matters to these people at different stages of their libertarian journey? What somebody cares about the first time they hear about the Libertarian Party is going to be different than what they care about maybe after they voted Libertarian for the first time, which is going to be different than what they care about after they've been in this room for the first time. And that's okay. So what matters to an LP curious voter, right? Somebody who is just like, come on with the two-party system, but the Libertarian Party is not on their radar, at least not as a viable option at all right now. What do they care about? And I'm not expecting you to know, but you can go find out. Based on conversations, it sounds like some of you, many of you, have made a point to be reaching out to new folks. What's something that's come up to an LP curious person? What's something that they brought up to you that they care about?
Well, it's not necessarily issue specific, but a place to voice their concerns about the two-party system where people at least agree on dissenting from that. A safe, safe space to do that.
Yeah, a safe space to dissent.
Because they can't, maybe they can't at home or at work or with their kids or whatever.
That is a great point. I grew up in a very Republican household. Both of my parents worked for the National Security Agency for 30 years. Dissent not welcome. I cannot have political conversations at home. How about to a new member of the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin? Before they've ever come in this room, but they've signed up for a membership. They've been like, all right, cool, I'm into it. Don't hurt people, don't take their stuff, I'm down with that. Here's my $60 to be an annual member. What do they care about?
Weed.
That counts.
They probably care about being employed in some kind of meaningful work or outreach. They show up and pay, they probably want to do something, and if there isn't any structure putting people into some kind of productive work, they might not.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because I reworked my entire presentation this afternoon to talk about that. And I also had the audacity to ask Brian for some feedback on what it was like to work with me and why he wanted to work with me in the first place. One of the reasons that came up was that I was paying him.
The economy.
But the other thing that came up was he was like, I felt like I had to learn a lot of new things and I had a lot of autonomy over that project. That is an opportunity that you can offer people when you are bootstrapping. And if you have new people who are excited, who want to contribute in a meaningful way, cool. You can use those people. How about to a future party leader? What do they care about? What else?
I hope a future set of free.
What do they care about for the purpose of the party?
Productive.
What would they like to see change in the party?
Your time being productive.
Growth. Yeah, membership growth.
Tell me more about that. What would be an indicator to you that your time is productive?
You're able to pursue the changes you want to see and able to get done the work instead of it being voted down.
That's a really great point. And one of the analogies that I like to use with my business clients is of a sailboat. Right? We tend to think that we want more wind in the sail, more money, more sales. But we also have an anchor that's been dropped. And maybe some rocks under the water that we can't see and we can't necessarily control. if you are pulling an anchor behind you, it does not matter how much wind is in that sail. Like, if something is slowing you down, you need to leave that behind so that the wind can actually push you forward. Right? And so this afternoon, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna look for pain in your actual process and where we can eliminate that pain. So I would love for each of you to take a second, even if you can only think of one person who meets any of those criteria: a libertarian curious person, a new LPWI member, or a prospective LPWI leader. What are they afraid of?
Change.
The reason I ask is that psychologically speaking, people are more motivated to avoid what they don't want than to get what they do. Anybody have a specific person in mind? Somebody you think should be in this room? What are they afraid of?
Their wife.
Okay.
No, but
Tell me
seriously.
about that. I'm
not
serious.
like-
Tell me about
Not
that.
like a toxic relationship or anything, but like seriously, he just is in this democratic milieu. His wife is very liberal. He's not gonna ever go libertarian because that would just be anathema to, you know, his entire social circle.
So maybe he might not be the most vocal libertarian.
Not at home.
That's fair.
Being labeled, and being associated with some of the extreme viewpoints of certain parts of the libertarian movement.
A kook.
Yeah. Being thought of as too extreme, yeah.
Somebody I tried bringing was afraid that they wouldn't fit in with this group of people who they don't really know beyond me. But they're really afraid of like too many conspiracy theorists or kooks or whatever. Didn't want to be associated with that.
Robert.
You know, it's funny you say that, because when I was switching parties, one of the things I was concerned about was an economic collapse, and I'm like, where are the political people who have the same concern about the economy as I do, and the Federal Reserve? And I was like, oh, they're libertarians. That's one of the big reasons that drew me here, is that economically, you were at least pointing in the right direction. I later discovered money's not real, but that's a different matter.
Many of the people I've spoken to over the years that I've tried to convince are libertarians, even though they identify with one side of the aisle or the other, almost always circles back to one single issue of why they won't join the Libertarian Party, and that is because they are afraid that their vote won't matter. Their vote won't matter.
Wasted vote.
Yep.
That's what they're taught to think.
He's more afraid of more Democrats being elected than he would like to see Libertarians elected.
So he's afraid that those are votes that would otherwise potentially go to
Harm
Republicans.
him, as opposed to he's more inclined to keep the status quo.
Okay. Tim, what else?
I have a couple people that are afraid of the entire platform being implemented. They want parts, not the whole thing. Are they libertarians? I don't know. They're close enough on most things, but they just got a problem with the one issue or the one issue. Whatever the issue is, there's always the one issue that they're in denial about granting other people that they won't. That like whatever it is, whatever issue you want to talk about, there's one issue, and they pick and choose, and it keeps them from submitting.
Totally.
That's too bad.
It is.
For the people I'm really interested in are the ones who think their vote doesn't count. They're like, yep, totally agree with you about everything, but I'm afraid that my vote won't count. That's something that as a communications team that you can strategize around. Now that you've identified that pain point, what are some marketing experiments, some messaging experiments that we want to try? What can we have available as either responses that we can test saying, things that we could publish on our website, opinion pieces that we could share about why a libertarian vote counts? In the interest of time, I'm going to let you guys do that on your own, and/or I'm happy to discuss it with you afterward. But that's just a point to ponder around, you know, how can we position that this is a vote that actually counts more than others?
Jen, just to take up the point one more time, do we have enough
when we talk to someone, there's never enough time to they need a full course to understand why that concept is, if they're even interested. We need to figure out a way to condense it into bullet points, and that's one of the biggest problems we have.
We need an elevator pitch.
You know, what would be nice is if we had like one principle we follow.
Freedom.
Freedom.
We're getting to the elevator pitch, and I couldn't agree with you more. So, Gallup research-wise, we're going to take a break in a couple minutes. Gallup research-wise, here are the top things that people are concerned about right now. Inflation and cost of living, tariffs and foreign policy, and jobs and employment. So if you were going to pick three issues to start with that you want to have some bullet points on, these would be a great place to start. And you could, what my challenge to you would be, to come up with a single sentence that if that topic comes up, remember, you don't have to tell them the whole platform at once. Just a single sentence about that issue. Well, what's the libertarian position on that? Well, we just, and not in academic words, in conversational words. What's the libertarian position on inflation and cost of living? Well, we think you should be able to keep what you earn. What's the libertarian position on taxes? We think they're tariffs on consumers. What's the libertarian position on jobs and employment? That if it were easier to open a business, we'd have more jobs. You don't have to give them the whole platform all at once. So maybe for each plank, have a sentence. Everybody might explain it in different words, but even on your materials, less is more. People don't read. Which I can say that as a teacher. Even grown-ups. What we're going to do this afternoon, we're drawing pictures. So if people said, and here comes the elevator pitch, maybe it's not issue specific. They're like, so like libertarian, what is that? And something that Tim brought to my attention when we were planning this session, he said, we lose them in 5 seconds. And you're right. Even from a digital marketing standpoint, somebody watching a video, you lose them in 3 seconds. That's how long you have. So, how can we answer that in 5 seconds?
Libertarian stand for freedom and liberty.
Freedom and liberty, okay.
I like to tell people we believe in a more voluntary, consent-based world.
Cool.
Don't hurt people and don't take their stuff.
Yeah, I love that one.
Less government, lower tax. After your presentation, the Libertarian Party, not just Libertarian, Libertarian Party, a party for freedom.
Yeah, I like that. What was yours?
Less government and lower taxes.
Less government and lower taxes. I like that one.
I'd say like 20 years ago, if you say you're a libertarian, people would say, oh, you want drugs and prostitution. I think that some people still feel that. You know,
Which is true.
Which is true?
Yeah.
That's okay too.
Pro-choice everything.
Third largest political party.
Pro-choice and everything.
Pro-choice and, ooh, that's a great one. We're pro-choice on everything. That's a great one.
We're not. We said that earlier. We're not pro-choice anymore.
Better liberals than Democrats, better conservatives than Republicans.
Ooh, that's a really good one. Better liberals than Democrats, better conservatives than Republicans.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought I had mine, which is that we think you should be able to do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting anybody else. You can have whatever your sentence is, but my challenge would be set a timer and see if you can get it out of your mouth in 3 to 5 seconds. If you can't, it's too long.
People are super fatigued from the never-ending war, the one war that leads to the next, and that's, both parties are super guilty, both of the uniparty sides, of propagating that, right? There's been tons of wars under Republicans, Democrats. So I think that it was a great angle, because that resonates with a broad swath of people, certainly something libertarians, support, is to avoid these entanglements and these wars.
Yeah, I like to ask people if they're done killing people.
It's not my line, but
Hey, are you
the
done
line of,
killing people?
whoever you vote for, you get John McCain. I think it's pretty.
Ooh.
Whoever you vote for, you get John McCain.
That's a good one. All right. All of that said, I want to be respectful of your guys' time. I know everybody probably needs a little bio break at this point. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and I have a favor to ask before you go. If you have volunteer, so up next we're going to do an impromptu process triage. I was planning on talking about something else with you guys this afternoon, but after I witnessed some of what was going on, I was like, no.
We'll just have to bring you back next year.
Yeah.
No, we're doing process triage. It's going to be super fun. We're going to start with the game first. Drawing is going to be involved. Collaborating, teamwork, things that libertarians are really good at. It's gonna go to the dentist. It's gonna be really fun. I promise. I promise. So here's what I need from you, because you guys know the operations of this party better than anybody. So on your way out to go to the bathroom, etc., I've got some bubbles over here. In these bubbles are some core functions of the party. Candidates and campaigns, membership, platform, marketing and communications, coalition building, strategic planning, bylaws, and finance. I recognize there might be some other things that you guys are doing. For the purpose of today's exercise, let's stick with these. And you can repeat this process at any time. If you have volunteered for any of these functions, if you could do me a favor on your way out and list a process within that function, it'll help us do this process triage. So for example, candidates and campaigns, one of your processes might be signature gathering. Marketing and communications, one of your processes might be press releases. I want to know two things. One, what the processes are, and I've got a max of 6. So if you see that something you volunteered for is already filled in, and you have ideas for another one, cool. But just so it doesn't get visually overwhelming, a max of 6 processes per function, and if, and only if, you have volunteered on any of these functions, when you come back in, so on your way out, processes. On your way back in, I'm going to hand you a red marker, and you're going to put a dot next to the one that you think is the most painful. The thing that is getting on your nerves, causing you the most frustration. So for example, if you were like, man, gathering signatures, it's a huge issue. It's causing a ton of frustration. Boop, you're going to put a little red dot right there, and we're going to make a heat map to decide what we're going to talk about this afternoon.
Each person 1 dot.
If you have volunteered, then each person 1 dot. Any more questions? All right, let's take a 10-minute break.
2:15.
Stay on this one.
You go.
Can you meet at 2:15? How about that?
Yeah, 2:15 roughly.
each other. So excited to see each other, but it won't be long before we're fighting each other. Fighting each other. Fighting each other. Getting ready to go to the convention. Libertarians in Wisconsin, pay attention. Is this what you want? Is this what you want? Everybody's out here talking about secession. We all believe in freedom, but of course we have to mention, is this what you want? Is this what you want? And we're so excited to see each other, but it won't be long before we're fighting each other. So excited to see each other, but it won't be long before we're fighting each other.
most painful of what you're doing, now is the time,
Yeah, I think
because we're gonna do something super fun. We're gonna do some process triage. Give people a minute. All right, people, they're coming back, we'll give them a minute.
Don't forget, bucket raffle tickets and 50-50 raffle tickets are for sale. Bucket raffle tickets, you see me. 50-50 raffle tickets, you talk to Mike.
When does that end? The bucket can be pushed. Like 5 o'clock or something, or before dinner?
I don't know, I feel like we'll do it in the social period after dinner.
It's not hard, I just hate it. Until drawing, right?
Until we draw them.
Okay.
Come see me then.
Where's that? You guys on this.
Oh.
Hey,
You know what is not one of those painful things you
What'd you get? Well, I'm not even.
You know what, I'll give you a straight up answer.
Sounds like a party fun. So like,
You don't know it's
red
very
dot on the thing that
Oh, like
you
equal
find
proportion,
most
I feel.
painful.
Chairing,
You know what?
doesn't count.
No, that doesn't count.
Who put that
It's
there?
funny.
Phil,
Doesn't count.
if you had read the itinerary, you would see that 7 p.m. awards and auctions.
Are you here to bit this?
Perpetually. I am here to actually you.
But you're worth it.
All right, in the interest of time, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. If you have not dotted your pain yet, go ahead and do it, no problem. But I'm gonna take you guys through an exercise called process triage. And this is a proven methodology for making businesses more effective. And the premise of this methodology is that the people on the front line know better than anybody.
Oh, God, is that
And so often, what we tend to find in a business setting, for example, is that what executives think is the problem has no relation to the reality of what is actually the problem. So today, we're going to diagnose the problem, and we're going to go through a process to find some remedies. So first, we're going to do a fun, we're going to play a game to introduce you guys to systems thinking, because systems are almost always the problem. It's rarely a people problem. It's usually a system problem. We need infrastructure. Then, we're going to map your most painful process. Looking over here, we've got a heat map of things that you guys are doing. What do you notice? What hurts the most?
interacting with other
Fundraising.
people?
Interacting with people. You really did.
It's almost like we're neurodivergent.
All right, so I notice a lot of red dots in the, so first of all, as this board was getting filled out, I was very happy to see that processes were filling up first for candidates and campaigns, because obviously that is the most important thing that you guys do. So priority there is already in the right spot, and that's where we're feeling the most pain. We're feeling pain, we have a lot of pain around signature gathering, and we have a lot of pain around knocking doors. So we're gonna triage one of those things. We're gonna map the process, and then we're gonna look at some potential remedies. Okay, so first, we're gonna talk about token. Brian, can you play this one?
Maybe it's very
Some years ago,
Stick the microphone next to it.
Sure.
What about the volume on the computer? Yeah, on the computer and.
No, it's only playing through the computer, I
Yeah.
think.
Oh, plug the,
There you go. No, it's got HDMI.
No, there's a 3.5 millimeter jack that's coming out.
Okay, copy that.
Yeah.
This is gonna blow our eardrums out now.
I think that's what it's called.
No, I got nothing.
Big promise is.
No, okay.
Microphone
Hold the
time?
mic next to it?
Yeah, it's gonna suck.
I'm plugging 3.5.
Yeah, thank you. What's that?
Fast forward a little bit until he starts.
I stumbled across a simple design exercise
that helps people understand and solve complex problems. And like many of these design exercises, it kind of seems trivial at first, but under deep inspection, it turns out that it reveals unexpected truths about the way that we collaborate and make sense of things. The exercise has 3 parts, and it begins with something that we all know how to do, which is how to make toast. It begins with a clean sheet of paper, a felt marker, and without using any words, you begin to draw how to make toast. And most people draw something like this. They draw a loaf of bread, which is sliced, then put into a toaster. The toaster is then deposited for some time. It pops up, and then voila, after 2 minutes, toast and happiness. Now, over the years, I've collected many hundreds of drawings of these toasts, and some of them are very good because they really illustrate the toast making process quite clearly. And then there are some that are, well, not so good. They really suck, actually, because you don't know what they're trying to say. Under close inspection, some reveal some aspects of toast making while hiding others. So there's some that's all about the toast, right? There's all about the transformation of toast. And there's others that are all about the toaster, okay? And the engineers love to draw the mechanics of this. And then there are others that are about people. You know, it's about visualizing the experience that people have. And then there are others that are about the supply chain of making toast that goes all the way back to the store. It goes through the supply chain networks of teleportation, and all the way back to the field and wheat, and that one actually goes all the way back to the Big Bang. So it's crazy stuff. But I think it's obvious that even though these drawings are really wildly different, they share a common quality, and I'm wondering if you can see it. See it? What's common about these? So most drawings have nodes and links. So nodes represent the tangible objects like the toaster and people, and links represent the connections between the nodes. And it's the combination of links and nodes that produces a full systems model. It makes our private mental models visible about how we think something works. So that's the value of these things. And what's interesting about these systems models is how they reveal our various points of view. So for example, Americans make toast with a toaster. That seems obvious. Whereas many Europeans make toast with a frying pan, of course. And many students make toast with a fire. I don't really understand this. A lot of MBA students do this. So you can measure the complexity by counting the number of nodes, and the average illustration has between 4 and 8 nodes. Less than that, the drawing seems trivial, but it's quick to understand. And more than 13, the drawing produces a feeling of map shock. It's too complex. So the sweet spot is between 5 and 13. So if you want to communicate something visually, have between 5 and 13 nodes in your diagram. So though we may not be skilled at drawing, the point is that we intuitively know how to break down complex things into simple things and then bring them back together again.
Okay, so that said, I need 4 volunteers.
I'm already
Come on, you guys love volunteering.
I'm already standing, I'll do it.
All right.
Come on, you cowards.
So each volunteer, you're gonna draw making toast. You can do it at your seat. I'll call you up in a second if you need space to sit down and draw. And everybody else, so you're gonna draw the process of making toast.
Other people draw.
I'm stealing ideas. I want to see a big bang toast.
I want to see original work from everybody.
Okay, so if you did not get green stickies, I just don't have enough for everybody, I'm not trying to leave you out. If you want to go ahead and draw the process of making toast in your workbook, live your dreams. But for the volunteers, I'm looking for between a minimum of 5 and an absolute max of 13 stickies drawing the process of making toast. You can show arrows, but no words. Cool? Any questions?
Oh, no words?
No words.
1 sticky per node.
1 sticky per step in the process. When you're done, come on up.
No pressure, please. That room first, that is the chair. Sure, I'll tell you. share a lot. Okay. Remember that.
Throwing me off.
I'm looking for some great artwork.
Yeah, you're gonna get it.
You're not getting it.
I am not an artist either.
Some of us are. Sure, actually. Ask some credit.
But you didn't want to.
Yeah, why did we get the artists to do this?
Yeah, no kidding.
Do we have an artist? Who's the artist?
Right.
Ooh, I wish I'd known that.
The market will supply.
Next time.
Now he's gonna spend the rest
I
of
got
his
that.
convention drawing this his actual art.
That's a nice sourdough.
You said minimum of 5?
Brian, you should do some illustration.
Minimum of 5, max of 13.
Toast and
Okay, Alright, while our drawers are drawing, I'm gonna introduce you guys a little bit to what's happening here in terms of, what is this? This in the process triage method is what's called a systems of the systems diagnostic. And so what we do is we look at, okay, what are the core functions of the business or the party, as the case may be, and what are the core processes within each of those functions. So this is something you can repeat at any time, because even the best system is going to break. If you're using it correctly, it should break. So, for example, if you're planning a convention and all of a sudden you have way too many members and you have to get a different venue because you can't fit 500 people in this room, cool, that would be a great problem to have. So eventually, if you're running the system in the intended way and it's getting the result that you want, something else is there's gonna be a bottleneck somewhere else. So this is a process that is gonna get repeated. But as a starting point, you make a heat map of, like, for your frontline people, they dot where the pain is. Like, what is the thing that is most frustrating them or slowing them down the most? Because when we are in pain, physically or psychologically, it reduces our IQ by 10 to 40%. So being chronically pissed off is actually making us stupid.
It just explains so much.
So here's a business example for you. Where they put this out for the employees, just to see where they would dot the pain. And the executive was like, well, I know what it is. They just don't like that new CRM we got. They just need to deal with it. Once they went through this process mapping technique, what they actually in seeing, okay, clearly something is not right here. Clearly something here needs to be addressed. And mapping the most painful department/process, what they actually found out was that they had given the employees iPads where they were supposed to be documenting certain, finish this unit, but they had turned off the Wi-Fi in the factory so that the employees wouldn't be farting around listening to Spotify and scrolling on social media at work. So what they were doing was wandering around with the iPads, trying to get a signal so that they could log the completed units like they were supposed to be doing. And that was not on their radar, on the executive's radar, as an issue at all. How much was that slowing them down? A lot. So that's the purpose of what we're doing. How's that toast coming?
Oh, it's toasted.
Is your toast toasted?
Yep. Smelling good.
How's your toast?
It's about there.
Almost?
Gobbled.
You've already eaten it? Cool. How's your toast coming back there, Chris? Still working on it? Okay. If your toast is ready, come on up here, and I'll explain what to do next.
So like
Okay.
Brian Depperdine doesn't check.
Now for context, no, we'll do toast first. We'll do toast first. Okay, so here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna put your toast steps up in order. And then while you are doing that, you and Tyler are gonna collaborate a little bit to notice where, if some of his steps come before yours, or maybe they're kind of representing the same thing. Maybe one of you has a toaster and one has a toaster oven. So just put them in order. And if you see anything duplicitous, then you can agree to take it out. You can't take someone else's away unless they agree.
So I'll make it from scratch. Jenn, maybe let's explain it more time.
You stirred the bowl?
Yep, okay, so for those of you just now coming
I
up,
have the required minimum number of stuff.
you're putting your toast diagram into a chronological systems map of the process of making toast.
Cohesively.
So you, cohesively,
Guys, cohesively.
Cohesively together.
yep, like mix them together.
Single thread.
Merge our
One group think
So
toast,
this is
making process.
this is the same, right?
That was the same.
Yep.
I have a little bit more.
Yeah, you have.
Put it on the fucking plate. And then put some butter on it.
Look at them working together.
Take it out.
Take a bit of
So this is, you've got on the plate and you've got the.
So while they're figuring that out,
You've got the burn.
here's where this comes from.
So this is kind of all the same, right?
Human communication, the earliest known form of human communication, is cave wall drawings,
Yeah, we kind of have.
dating back 75,000 years.
So this one is.
So when it was literally humans versus tiger, they went into the cave wall and they were like, hey man, like, this circle is you, this circle is tiger. I'm gonna like point an arrow at it so we don't get eaten next time, cool?
Alright.
And for half of that time, for half of those 75,000
Put it
years,
on a plate, then butter it, and then put it in your
sorry,
mouth.
we're trying not to interrupt their conversation too much.
This is part of that.
For half of those 75,000 years, that communication was almost entirely nonverbal. It was literally standing at a cave wall with pictures. Okay, so we're all in agreement of this process of making toast? Okay, tell me about the ones at the bottom. Are these?
So those are
these-
the ones that are extra, or they're just badly drawn.
These are rejected.
Yeah, rejects.
Okay.
Just redundant.
Okay, rejected or redundancies, where you guys, somebody saw the same thing and you said, all right, like, you know, that drawing represents it better?
Yes.
Cool. I noticed that we did that with no fighting whatsoever. Good job.
Leadership structure right now. Don't point that out, because I'll expect it all the time.
I notice over here that we've got a bowl. What is this?
You can actually understand what that is? The very
Is it a bowl? What is it?
Yeah, starting a bread.
Okay, so we're making the bread first. Okay, so we put the bowl in the oven?
No.
No, we're skipping some steps, I guess, yeah.
Oh, okay, so maybe when we come back and combine, we realize like, oh, yeah, that's cool that you took it all the way back to getting the bread in the oven, but me looking at that as the untrained volunteer, I thought I put the bowl in the oven.
Wow.
So then how did I get from the oven to this? Where did this come from? Now obviously this is an example. The point is that when you bring people into a system, you need the infrastructure to assume that they don't know how to do what you are asking them to do. So we want to have a process. I like that the final result here is the happy person eating the toast.
That's a frog.
A frog eating the toast, okay? That's cool. That's cool. And I noticed also that there were a lot of things that were contributed that they pretty quickly visually agreed that's not necessary. And that's what we can do with our internal systems also. Can we pull the back down? And the reason we did that exercise is one, because it's fun. Two, because it demonstrates that ultimately in any sort of business operation, the system is the problem. 85% of the reasons for failure are issues with the system.
I'm sorry. We're trying to apply that a little bit. Seriously.
Are issues with the system and the process rather than the employee, or in your case, with the volunteer. So the goal of management to change the process. Now, for context, Edwards Deming, he was, long story short, the genius behind the factory production in World War II that allowed the United States to win World War II. And his whole premise was, hey, the people who are on the front lines of the factory, if you like listen to them, they'll tell you what's not working, and then you can fix it and do things faster, and that's how we can make lots and lots of tanks with women who at this point had never seen a factory. And then after World War II, they were like, what is this guy, a communist? I'm serious. And so then Japan reached out to him and they were like, hey, so you know how you kicked our asses? Can you come over here and show us how you did that so that we can be an economic superpower too? And that's what ended up happening. So bottom line, earliest cave drawings, including if you watch like what little kids do in the sand, circles and lines. And they're connecting circles and lines. And in a systems diagram, that would be an action that leads to a result. Specifically, breaking it down a little more, we've got a trigger, which is the start of any process, an action, a non-milestone step in the process, and then a milestone that may or may not be the end. So far, so good? So for example, in the example of collecting signatures, the first step in the process might be picking up the forms. That's the first thing that has to happen. I recognize there are a lot of things that happen between here and here, and that's what we're going to get into mapping. But the end goal, the result, is that nomination papers are submitted so that that person can appear on the ballot. So far, so good? Everybody agree? Okay. So, for the sake of this example, it looks very close between signature gathering and knocking doors. Do we have a process, thumbs up or thumbs down, do you have a process for gathering signatures?
I do. Like individually?
Hopefully as an organization, but I'll take individually.
Individually, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a process for knocking doors?
Prefer bar hopping, but yeah.
Okay, because I'm seeing,
It does.
I noticed that a lot of people said that individually they had a process for gathering signatures, but that we may not have that organizationally. I think that might be,
Not accurate is
No?
what it is. The Candidates and Campaigns Committee always has that all laid out for any candidates who are interested in gathering signatures. It's just that a lot of people in this room have been the consumers of that and not the ones that have been the keepers of the plan.
okay, so maybe there's a disconnect between the consumers and the keepers?
Well, yeah, they get the process that's given to them and they participate in it, but they're not aware that the plan is there all the time.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay, so there's a disconnect in the system, that the process already exists. So let's look at this one. All right, before we start any process map, we want to go into it with a process capability goal in mind. In this case, we have a specific outcome that we can measure, 2,000 viable signatures. Yeah? Everybody agree? Okay. So, we want to map the process of getting from point A to point B. And here's how we're going to do it. We can even split off into teams if we want, since, because I suggest doing this with a max of 8 to 12 people at once, because otherwise it just gets to be a little bit too much. How many people do we have in this room? 40?
45 earlier.
45? Does anybody want to map a process other than gathering signatures?
What's your, what process do you want to do?
Pick one.
Knock doors?
How about this? Raise your hand if you want to map, we're going to do both, because we've got a lot of people. Raise your hand if you want to map gathering signatures. Raise your hand if you want to map knocking doors. Okay. So, we'll do gathering signatures. And we'll just do it as 2 teams. We'll do, since there's not that many people on this side of the room, we'll cut it, so from this line of so down the middle.
this is a team, and this is a team. Who has the best handwriting on your team?
I'll do knocking doors if a couple other people wanna join.
Okay.
You got a couple people back here.
Do it.
Brian, what's the form? Is it EL 168?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, while you're breaking into your teams, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna give you 3 things. One, you're gonna get a green sticker. This is your trigger. This is the beginning of the process. So for signature purposes, this is, we have obtained EL 168. We have the form. That's the beginning of the process. Okay. Whoever has the best handwriting over here, you're gonna write EL 168 obtained. That's your trigger.
What about for the door knocking guys?
Oh, door knocking guys. Team door knocking in the back, thank you. Okay, this is for, this was for your trigger. Whatever you decide, whatever you agree is the beginning of the process of knocking doors.
So we have to.
Okay. No, so just the trigger first.
Do we get more scratch paper or what?
I do not have more scratch paper for you. I have, we're getting to the notes. We're getting to the notes. Okay, the next thing I'm gonna give you is your red dot. Your red dot is the end point, where you're like, okay, signatures successfully collected. You can also, you can ask me for more of these if you decide that if you think there's another milestone in the process. So for example, with signatures, collecting 3,000, that's a milestone. Having 2,000 approved, that's another milestone. So if you need, so making that assumption, you need at least 2 of these milestones. If you need more, let me know, and I'll give you some more. So far, you guys have 2 things. You've got your green, which is your trigger, and you've got your red, which is a milestone. And again, you can have more than 1 milestone. Like the milestone is like, this whole thing cannot proceed until this happens. All right, then you've got the steps in between. These are your nodes. What you're gonna do with these is you're gonna take these up to the wall and physically map it out. So since some people have their own process, you might have different perspectives. So these are the non-milestone steps between green and red. And you're gonna format this. This is an important direction for your non-milestone things. We want this as clear and concise as possible. So here comes the English teacher version, which is your white node. For the sake of clarity, we're looking for noun, past tense verb. You can have an adjective in there if you need to. Right? 3,000 signatures collected. That's an example. If you need to add clarifying notes, do it below the circle. But just for absolute simplicity, noun, past tense verb is all that should go into the white nodes. When you're ready, find a spot on the wall. I'm looking around the room. We might need to get a little creative and combine with the plants here.
Or use the tables.
Lower.
Yeah, or below. When you're ready, go ahead and stand up with your team and map it out. And put the little stickies on the wall. And leave space between your stickies. In case you need to move them around.
Before we start selling it,
So I got these first 3. Did you say the process when I wasn't listening? You were talking about, okay, the trigger is EL 168 obtained. Okay, yeah.
Initially, we were talking about if there's some action before that, but really doing the assembly race, you can decide on your own, you can get 200 seconds.
Right.
Come up with a
Getting started. What's the next thing we need? I mean, that could come before. But that would be the next thing.
So I think we should list those.
To get to the next milestone. Start gathering volunteers and gathering.
First, you need to get to that header stuff, right?
Yeah, you gotta fill it out.
You gotta fill out the forms before you distribute them. Like, you gotta list all the candidate info. And then
So we should include that.
No, obtain is just to get the
just
form.
getting the
That's a
people
blank
in.
form. That's a blank form. That's a blank form. Filling it out is the first thing.
Yeah, and then however many copies you need, a little more.
Oh, putting it in a place where your volunteers can print it out themselves.
Filling out the candidate.
Before we put them on there,
What we did,
we list them and then
So if the trigger, the black form does nothing for you. No, getting it is.
You gotta fill it out. I think that this is designed to be brand new.
30 sheets.
Point out
you wanna be 5 to 3 points, you know.
Yeah,
This could be like a
13.
We have them party masks.
Sometimes, depending on the process,
Completed
if
and
we can
printed.
simplify it, great, but if there are actually 100 steps, there's no.
Is the last step collected or approved?
She's successfully elected.
Nomination papers submitted.
Yeah, turned in.
Okay.
So like that.
So I would consider.
That one's gonna be quiet,
The blank, okay, well, so then what
I mean, you could take it.
So maybe you want
I forget what
to
step
write
that takes.
maybe
I forget how that
candidate
proceeds.
info.
If you submit it and then those
So
signatures get.
they, whatever info the candidate has to put on it, that's on the list.
Which happens
So
sometimes.
your signature submitted.
I've never gotten to the point of submitting my signature, so I don't know exactly.
If they are not approved, then
So what's the?
it's
There's gotta be.
Thank you very much.
I overheard an interesting comment that might be beneficial to all of you, which is that, well, if depending on the outcome of that step, then that could take you back to a whole different step of the process.
Final step signatures.
That's part of it. That's part of it. So, when you put it up on the wall, account for that, and we will have arrows that point to like, if this does not work, or if this has that outcome, go back over here.
Okay, so I got another thing in the process. So once you assess volunteers, then that would be a decision point for if you're gonna pay people. Because what you ask people, like, how many do you get, how many do you commit to? 50, 100, whatever it is, and then you know where you stand, and if you have to go outside and pay.
So recruit volunteers and
then assess whether
decide whether to pay.
Yeah.
So collect.
Well, in 98, part of it was to make copies and send like 2 sheets of all 5 candidates to all the members of the Libertarian Party. Not everybody will return them, but a lot will. And then you got to schedule places where you want to pick them up. There's a lot of different things involved.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. As you start to map this out, and you're in agreement about the order, and you get some arrows, so you can do 1 of 2 things. If this is something that happens always, follow it. If it's conditional, if this happens, and you're just gonna mark your arrow like this, because there might be, if this happens, do this, if that happens, we do that.
Yeah, right, yeah, we have to. Because it's a volunteer. Requires signatures needed. We don't have to allocate capital to somebody to pay.
There's sufficient, yeah.
Not in every.
Personally motivate myself to go do it. I can open beer, I can go outside and be uncomfortable, and go talk to people and be uncomfortable. The beer is way easier. I can even like tell my name stuff.
I'm just effectively brainstorming for the different
So this would be, this one is, we need
well,
to
let's just see if we all agree to the
tally
steps.
like budget payment to pay circulators.
That one guy that I paid, he doesn't, well, this last time he's a bartender at a bar.
Okay.
They all know, he's not really libertarian, he gets but
It's some
previous
that
to
you can
that,
combine, right?
go down State Street or
When there's gonna be like monitoring, tracking.
He was paid, he'd do
Like how
some
many
for free.
Yeah, like create some kind of database or something.
He'd get like
Oh, really?
He's just got a good approach. He looks like a guy that moves forward. It's very, it's like walking on the tie.
Yeah.
Single.
A few times. I've never started out
So then-
at the beginning of the process.
Yeah, like
Put it around on the pages.
The harder part is like tracking the milestone, right? Like
tracking progress.
Like, for example, you can't particularly train on that.
Have volunteers.
It's easy to commit on.
Determine locations, signature gathering.
Determine location.
Yeah. It could be
where you source this from kind of depends on the grant, the magnitude of the amount. It's easy to do it better
Yeah. Contingently report results, right?
8 or 9 people that want to work.
I'm not gonna make you do that.
Prizes, I don't know.
So I said, we like to turn in. Let's,
Need some arrows.
Oh, yeah. You should have.
Oh, we weren't supposed to have too many.
Yes, sir. Here you go.
I think we're okay.
Oh, you got the arrow.
No, it was actually a primary, and I just barely lost the account. I got 20%. I was off by about 4 votes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Thank you guys. We've gone through the whole process.
I'm very progressive now. Successful, and I felt like it was a response. I had this work.
I'm like,
I
don't know if it was a hard thing. No one wanted Seems like every time. So
right.
That is a hard place to sell. Let alone I tried to flight up there one time. I did not get one. I'm sorry for all of them to know what secret, but I know that's not it. Light chains are that's it.
Like I said, that was 8 years of built up business.
This was, I see tried that.
First of all, the water was up to here. It's not like I was trying to get
every door.
And you get like those tons of people that were standing there getting free.
I mean, you can go away from it.
How about you? Like individual donations. I don't want to make it too systematic.
Alright, how we doing over here? I'm gonna pick on you guys just a little bit. So these are actions, these are results. So the circles, these are something where you could be like, check, that is complete. Now we can proceed to the next one. So for example, X number of volunteers recruited. Volunteer capacity assessed. What does that mean? What information do we need from the volunteers? Like, is it form? What does that mean? Location assigned. Check. So this is an action. We want to result in here. We can be like, all right, we've decided where they need to go. We've recruited this number. We've assigned them login to whatever software.
I can just make that pass. Determined and assigned locations. Are there any
Then we move forward. If it's not,
Okay, so we might need to assess, assess the budgetary need, and then hire. So like signature collector hire, and then that proceeds back to up here.
Yeah, right.
So, yep, so whatever the steps would be, if you had to hire signature collectors, so like, number of signature collectors determined. Signature collectors hired. Okay, point them back.
Passing ones that are not in the past tense.
Alright, we're gonna take a couple more minutes, maybe 5 more minutes. If you have questions, raise your hand and I'll come help you. Remember that your circles, we're looking for results. For a step in the process where you could be like, check, that is done. So noun, past tense, verb.
You're the chair.
We need one for,
For enough.
Yeah, so that would actually kind of really be that. So it's like,
Wouldn't you want to strictly
take a break, right?
Right.
Well, after doing that, I would do that. You know what I mean? So you gotta kind of like. Yeah. We should definitely. That's what I'm saying. Right before the paid volunteers, like hire. Paid No? I mean, how do we get in between? So like, we have it, fill out, like data, like, oh yeah, fill out header information, validate, validate. Yeah, that'd be good to have it on
Alright, T-minus 2 minutes. In T-minus 2 minutes, get as far as you can get with an arrow between every node.
What's kind of so then, hire, hire, paid, certain.
Alright, we need more of the white paper. We're still kind of debating because you're there when people tailgating stuff, but then the blues won't let you do that.
How are we doing? Communications, track contracts, but he got permission for. Oh, maybe that's the check-in. Yeah. Yeah, it's like some process. Well, there's actually another one again, there's another action here. We identify locations. Right, so like there's
That was a nice thing. You could take and, I mean, people would have stuff like that. A couple of us were like lookouts, and if we saw some, we let the people get in sick control of the community. And we had one guy that ran as a libertarian photographer, and he went there with the idea of getting arrested for the publicity, and finally they told him, if you leave down at the door, they stop, we're gonna arrest you. So it's better if they do that.
we need to have like somewhere like.
Mike and I go over there together, the farmer's market.
Alright, my libertarian friends, in the interest of time, now, in a business setting, we would take literally all day to do this. We don't have literally all day to do this. But I wanted to teach you guys the process so that you could use it for your own internal stuff. The next thing we're going to do is that we found the pain in the function, we diagnosed which process we wanted to work on, and then we started mapping it and putting these things together.
So there's really good software that does this too, with all the parallel paths and milestones.
Yep, you can do this on Miro, things like that. Our purpose today was to actually have a face-to-face conversation and be like, actually, hey, like kind of like we normally, I think this should go first, right? Like there's a value in standing next to somebody also, but yes, can you do this on a Miro board? Yes. The last step of what we're gonna do today is to diagnose the pain specifically in the process. So I'm gonna come around and I'm gonna give everybody a pink sticky, and you're gonna write on that sticky where the pain is. So you're gonna put the sticky where the pain is on which action. So the results, those are things that kind of have to happen for it to work. We're looking for painful actions. So the actions are the things that are being done between results. So on your sticky, you're gonna do a brief description of what the pain is, how often it occurs. It might be 100% of the time, but it's probably not. Because when we say, he always does this, he never does that. Now, to be clear, the pain is not a person, okay? The pain is not this guy always, no. The pain is the process. Cool? So, you're gonna write the number one thing that is a pain in the ass in this process, or where you're losing people or getting frustrated, and what that pain is, and what the result is. So 50% of the time, this happens. 30% of the time, this happens.
One sticker per group?
One sticker per person. We are heat mapping again. This is ranked choice voting for operational excellence.
Requiring people that say they'll knock on doors.
Well, I don't even know if we have the.
Or not say them, so.
Because what we're missing here is actual knocking on the door, the actual.
Well, that's what volunteers are doing. So, I mean, this is part of the issue with this, is there's no determination of whose perspective are we
Did you take kind of a top-down perspective on this one?
That's what I realized that we were doing at the start, but that's the only way we can map the process, right? Because otherwise you're just there standing getting signatures.
Sure, yeah.
We all think it's the same spot.
Probably will be,
Yeah.
but then we'll know.
We'll know for sure.
Well, that's,
It's not really a timely
but
process.
see, I think the thing with this is that you give the people who are gathering the signatures the liberty to figure out what's your method of gathering the signatures, where you're gonna go. That's contingent on the method, that's contingent on where you're doing canvassing or whatever. That's where their expertise comes in, and then checking in is how are you doing, how many signatures you've got. Because the only way to map this out is the process is to do it in an executive level.
Yeah, so what you might write on an example is volunteers don't show up.
So what's the
Yeah.
percent? What's your percent of the time?
Yeah, these two are kind of.
Last time,
Identified reach out, so this is kind of volunteers. This is like the end, so minute head on,
Just made that
past test to make it a
That's what she
result.
said.
Well, that would, so the information, I was recruited enough volunteers.
Yeah, so recruited volunteers, volunteer capacity is insufficient, so.
To gather the signatures.
Yeah, so you recruited some volunteers, but then if you, after you assess volunteers,
So we're looking for what the problem, make sure you include on your pink sticky what the problem is. So a percent is great, but make sure you include what the problem is. So for example, volunteers don't show up 50% of the time. Signature, prospective signer says no 80% of the time.
When you gotta start paying people running ads for people and hiring people to do it, most of them suck or they disappear. 90%.
Sounds like
Fairly
a
certain of that number. I was just talking to Lucas about it, right? We were just discussing that.
You've seen it once or twice.
None of us here, he's talking about the other people.
Yeah, the general public, yeah, if they're volunteers and you're compensating them, that's a different thing.
Get a phone book and.
Yeah, if you run ads, they still.
No, I'm talking about a few years ago that something came up where people got hired, they going through, just taking names out of forged signatures.
That wasn't one of us, though.
No.
That's why they stopped selling phone books.
Yeah, you were
Stopped giving
saying,
them out. but you can look up people online.
That was a good.
And I do that as part of my work, but I have to find out who owns this piece of land. Okay, so you gotta go to the address, find out who lives there, and then you have like their most recently reported address, or phone number, maybe an email address, then you go contact them, and if they are the owners, now you found them.
Yeah.
It's all available. And that's free, what I'm talking about. Phone book, US phone book is the website, you can find out, because the data, because the cell phone companies and all the email, whatever, yeah, they're shit, these are leaks that they sell it. And once it gets sold, it's out there.
I've never used it on my phone book.
There's a couple of US phone books out there. If we could, like if we had somebody here, or somebody that wasn't here, we didn't know where they lived, you could pretty reliably
If you can make your best guess at quantifying an issue, which is not always going to be possible. But so, for example, volunteers showing up, something I'm seeing a lot as I'm circulating the room, volunteers showing up. Give me an approximate number. Volunteers don't show up 50% of the time? 90% of the time? But like, I don't know what the number is. It'll help us decide how painful it is.
They show up.
And that's a totally different.
Well,
volunteers don't know what they're doing.
Depends on the time of year.
They show up all the time. The hard part is to get them to say yes.
June 5th.
Once they say yes, they show up.
Signatures are in, that's like,
Depends on whether food's.
All right, thumbs up if you got your paint on the wall. Cool. So, glancing around here, I noticed that a lot of the paint, at least in these two, is concentrated in a specific area. That looks like something you might want to work on. I don't even know what it is. Over here, heat map. The paint is concentrated in whatever is getting, there's an important milestone over there, and there is some step in that process where it's breaking down. So, last but not least, and I know we're kind of rushing through this process, but it's so you can use it on your own later. The next thing we're going to do is you're going to take a quick look at each of your pain points. And you're going to ask yourself a couple things, flowchart wise. So one, does it inhibit the process capability goal of, for example, does this keep us from getting 2,000 signatures? If the answer is yes, proceed. If the answer is no, it's just annoying, that's fine, but it doesn't inhibit the process capability goal, so we're just going to set it aside for now. The next question you're going to ask yourself is, do we know the most likely cause? So for example, one of the things I noticed walking around the room was volunteers not showing up. Do we know the most likely cause?
Yes.
People suck.
Irresponsible.
People suck.
Time is money.
Social
Okay,
activity, this is.
I'm going to challenge your thinking on this a little bit. Is it because people suck, or is it because we aren't paying?
They're intimidated by it.
Both.
I mean, it's
Time is money.
Well, that's the word volunteer, right?
intimidating.
If they have to go alone, they don't like it, but if
Yeah.
they're gonna be part of a group, they're more likely to go and do
I
it.
like that.
Ooh,
having fun.
that's an interesting point.
Hard to
Let's
do alone.
volunteer
So-
before our stay and then go to the bar.
On this volunteer question, for example, do we know the most likely cause? Okay, we know that they're not getting paid, we know that time is money, etc. We know that if they don't have somebody they're paired with, they're not likely to show up. Okay, if we don't know, it sounds like are we in agreement that we know why volunteers aren't showing up? Okay,
Yeah.
so proceed to the next question. Do we have an existing best practice to get volunteers to show up?
Well, yeah, but we don't know.
You have to pair them.
Oh,
We just
So,
did, pair people up.
Create a
Or-
group, make
or
a
have
group.
them-
Pair 'em
put
up,
them in
make it
groups and
fun.
show up at one
Go out for
place
drinks
and-
after.
if you don't have a best practice, which based on the level of dissent I'm noticing, which is fine, that's what this process is for. Do we have an existing best practice? It sounds like we have a practice, but maybe it is not a best practice. Then we want to design and implement a best practice around that. And this might be experimental, right? Like, what are some experiments we can try to get volunteers to show up? Or, Do we want to pay people to gather signatures? That would also count as implementing a best practice. Because it's solving the issue of volunteers not showing up. So, on your particular pain point that you put on, you're just going to notice, do you know the most likely cause? Did anybody have something that you added that you think, I actually don't know why that's happening? No? Okay. So the next thing you're going to ask yourself is, do we have a best practice for that? If not, then we want to design and implement one. If you say, yeah, actually we do have a best practice, but people aren't using it, okay, do we need to train people on that? Do we need to tell people that this resource exists? Do we need to say, hey, like, thanks so much for offering to volunteer to knock doors. We wanted to make sure that you actually had this document on how to do it, that you probably already created, that they just don't know exists. So then with your group, so you can take your stickies back off, and you're going to write the remedy on the back. So the remedy might be design and implement a volunteer training manual, analyze why people who aren't getting paid don't like to do things.
Who had 50%?
I think like
33%. 50%. All right, 50%. That's not
That's might be part of the issue.
I don't know. That's me. Properly employ farms.
I thought CD openly emperor
Forms.
CD openly emperor forms.
Emperor forms.
Improperly completed forms. There we go. I grade two.
It's like Wheel of Fortune or something. I'd like to solve.
That'd actually be a great game.
Alright, that line.
Yeah, we put it back on.
Tim just had a really good point. Before you take your stickies off the wall, have somebody take a picture of your heat map. Sorry, if you've already taken it off, don't worry. If you've already taken it off, don't worry. Unless you want to.
We put them back on and then take a heat map?
If you want to, yeah. If you want to, you just stick them back on.
Get out of the way.
If you need to take multiple pictures to show your process, take multiple pictures.
Process is falling apart. Here.
Sometimes I see people even taking a video walking the wall. If, say, for example, your handwriting is hard to read.
I'm not getting that fancy.
Are all of these back up?
Properly completed forms. This is.
No, if you make it fun, someone said it's not fun, but if you, once you get together.
How many tickets do you
pair
have to
off and you guys go that.
How many what?
How many tickets do you have to get?
Except for the marijuana stuff.
Fair enough. We got free access to it. Take a photo.
Are they back up?
Yeah, this will go.
Alright, thumbs up if your team has pictures of your map.
Okay.
You guys have pictures? Okay.
Alright, back up there.
Oh, we're kind of all over.
You can even get closer, so if you want to go back and see like the specific handwriting.
Panorama.
But so it's kind of like.
Alright, team door knocking. You guys have pictures? You guys got pictures?
Okay.
Alright, thumbs up if you also have remedies. You have a remedy on the back of your pain point. That starts with the words analyze, design, or train.
Oh, yes, yes, that's right.
All right, T-minus 60 seconds. If you don't already have a remedy on the back of your pink sticky, make sure you do, and then you can pull them off. And then we're gonna do one more step with your team, so that you can leave here with a prioritized action plan today.
The pink stickies come off?
Yeah, if you've taken a picture, your pink stickers can come off. Okay. Here's what's gonna happen. This is our last step today. Thumbs up when you're ready. When you've got your pink sticky is in your hand, and you're back with your team.
You got it, right?
Back with my team. Can we put our thumbs up on this thing?
No such thing as a free lunch, and there's definitely no such thing as free beer.
We're not thumbs up on this side yet.
There is such a thing as free weed.
Okay, here's what you're gonna do. Once you're back with your team, if you have duplicitous concerns, so we've documented on the heat map that it's an issue, but if you have a duplicitous concern, right, if 3 people wrote volunteers not showing up, then set aside the extras, right? So now we want to narrow it down to problems, to unique problems. And then you're going to compare what's left with each other. Is this more important than this? Is volunteers not showing up more important than forms not being filled out correctly? For example? Cool? Okay. So that's the first step. And then, so you're gonna have a sorted pile of stickies. And so you get to a top 3, that's close enough. Anything below 3, like, I just want you to leave with 3 things that you're like, all right, this is something that we can do something about. So you're gonna sort them together. Is this more important than that? And then you're going to determine if it's a quick win or a heavy lift. The remedy on the back. Is it a quick win or a heavy lift?
Hiring signature managers, because they don't.
Okay, so, yeah, I think.
90% of the time, the revenue is more money, so you pay them.
Okay,
So I know this was one. Do we have any ones that we're duplicating?
So I had the signature gatherers drop off.
You know, the biggest problem I've ever seen when it comes to volunteers.
Whoever gets the most signatures, their whole beers on the
Anything I can gather for you, anything I can see.
These like just like unused pads and
I got it.
What other ones?
it looks like you were.
I mean,
What other ones?
I think we have publishers.
mine was, wrangling and tracking people down is tough, which kind of fits in with trying to get them to do it.
Do we have any other ones? Are these the 3? Signature gatherers, drop off, can't follow through. Hiring, they don't show up or they don't do it, and making corrections, and now I gotta fill out the forms and get the signature correct.
That's how they do it.
Anyone disagree?
No, it's okay, I'm like, what am I doing here?
What's that?
Quick win or a heavy lift?
Yeah, which one's the
Is this a quick win or a heavy lift?
Bullet number 2. Yeah, figure out which ones are easiest to change. That's a heavy lift.
It's a multiple step process, so I would say that's very That seems like the left.
Teach volunteers. It should be easier.
Yeah. Mine on the back, but they're canvassing, I think, half the data, but they flake out, they plan for new data during same session.
That sounds like an easy one too, if it gets done, right?
It gets done.
So is that more important? Back to the first bullet, which one is more important?
All
3 of them.
No, we have whatever comes first.
Probably signature
They make a motion, we accept reality.
Because
You don't have signatures, you can't validate them anyway.
and if you have enough people and you're following, and they're following, unless it's wrong earlier, probably signature gathering, signature gathering.
It's all about getting the man.
And then make what to do, make what to do.
Get the right manpower.
So what was the first one you missed?
No, I am not.
Which one is?
You're standing here. I'm just standing there reading the poet.
Or allocate resources toward.
Two of them are really just efforts.
Yeah.
Hiring longer run and harder.
All right, my friends, I've been given a hard stop of 3:30, so you're almost done with me.
Spend all that money? I don't think people are mad.
Thumbs up if your team has a top three. Top three things that you can do something about. And you've determined whether it's a quick win or a heavy lift.
We have two.
Cool. Do you have someone on your team who is responsible or is a part of a committee who can do something about those things?
All of us. All of us have been all.
Let me tell
Maybe not Lucas.
Yeah.
you don't even.
All right, let's bring it back real quick, 1 second. I want to hear the top three. So, team signature gathering over here, what were your top three?
We had just two.
Top two.
Step two, finding an effective and legal way to incentivize volunteers.
Okay, incentivizing volunteers, and what was your remedy?
Fun.
Fun.
Pizza parties.
Making it
So
fun.
you don't have to know the exact solution, right? So the remedy is just analyzing why they don't want to show up, designing and implementing so design and implement volunteer incentive program. Right, we don't need to solve the whole thing today, just so design and implement volunteer incentive program. There's your action item. How about over here, what were your top three?
Signature gatherers drop off and don't follow through. Hiring people is difficult and you can't find the funds, but did I represent that correctly? And then you have to make corrections to the signatures, because a lot of times they're inaccurate.
Okay, what did you decide was the number one?
I think it was signature gatherers drop off and don't follow through.
Okay, and what was your remedy?
Ask volunteers when they are canvassing and check in with them the day of. If they flake out, make a plan for a new day during the same check-in.
Okay,
Repeat.
so that's a super specific thing. There might be multiple solutions to that same issue of it being hard to, so like designing and implementing a plan around that could have multiple steps that we're not gonna get here today, but we're just saving that sticky as like, this is our action item, to design and implement a volunteer incentive program, right? Which is gonna take a later conversation. Does that make sense? All right, last but not least, team door knocking in the back. What was your number one?
So, I don't know which one is the number one. So the volunteers had more.
Yeah, I think volunteers and more.
So getting volunteers to show up kind of broadly, dealing with volunteers, and then our other one is social anxiety.
Cool. So remember, we don't have to get super granular today because there could be more than one solution, but what was your remedy? Is this an analyze issue? Is this a design and implement issue, or is this a train issue?
For the anxiety, I think it's training, because you can train people to handle questions. We can practice, and then we can also do, I called it a mentorship, where we could do a pair of people off with someone that's more experienced that could.
Does that training exist?
Nope.
Project time!
Yep.
So that's the point of this exercise. Right, we're not gonna create that training today, we're not gonna create and launch the whole volunteer incentive program today, but now we know what we need to do. So you can leave here with a project with your team that you can implement in the next 90 days, and I want you to email me and tell me how it goes. Before we say goodbye today, does anybody have any questions for me? I know I've thrown a lot of information at you.
We'll have plenty of time later too.
I'll be around.
Just applause.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Jen. All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute break and we'll reconvene and finish our day before supper.
We have 10. 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Can we do 10?
Oh,
We're gonna be playing a video.
Oh, go. Be back in 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes.
yeah.
Nate. Yes.
flyer in front of you. It was from the alliance we have made with Alliance for fundraising opportunity for the Libertarian Party. It was vetted by Strategic Planning and ComCom. This video is 10 minutes long. Thank you for handing them out. And we will be, and then as soon as this is done, if you have questions, ask me at dinner or later tonight. I will be sticking around. It's a great potential for us. It's innovative, it's disruptive, and it's completely legal. And it could be a great benefit to the party if it is grasped and if it is done by the new ExCom. And I will, Tom, how do I hit play? Great.
Just at the bottom there. Yeah.
We have sound.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to present to you today at the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin Convention. While I couldn't be there in person, Tim Kranz asked me to produce this video. And if technology prevails over us, you won't be seeing the video, but since you're listening right now, you know that we managed to make it work. Let's talk about the success of the Libertarian Party in Wisconsin. It's important to me, it's important to you, it's important to all of us because the cause of liberty allows people to live productive, useful lives. It allows them to associate with the people that they want to do business with. It allows them to improve our world, and that's what Alliance is all about. Today I'm going to show you how Alliance can connect, share, and grow, how the Libertarian Party can connect, share, and grow. If I may, I'd like to ask you two questions. First, what if your organization could create a sustainable passive cash income using connections you already have? And secondly, what if you could connect with people in the community in new ways and develop positive relationships that produce ongoing upward trends for all of the metrics that are important to the Libertarian Party? Those are important questions because we in Wisconsin as Libertarians want to connect with others. We want to tell people about our ideas so that they understand the importance of our ideas and how we can create a better world, unencumbered by the system that prevails right now in our governments. Well, of course, where do people like to connect in Wisconsin? Like to connect at the bar. Where else are you going to find a chance to meet with your neighbors and your friends and sit down and chat about what's important? Such as where are we going fishing next weekend? Hopefully somewhere up north. Of course, there's bars all over Wisconsin, and bars are a source of community and a source of information. They are the heart of contributions and collaboration. It's how people get together to get stuff done in Wisconsin. It's a unique and beautiful part of our society. And we see the bar, interestingly enough, as a starting point for what the Libertarian Party can do, because it answers this question: how can we find and reach people to build support for our crucial ideas? You know where your friends hang out. And how can we partner with businesses to expand the reach of LPWI and its affiliates in Wisconsin at no cost? The answer goes far beyond that corner business that you like to frequent. The answer is there are thousands of businesses all over Wisconsin that can help us reach people with our ideas and build community around what we do as Libertarians. And that's where we are today with Alliance. We offer Marketplace, which helps LPWI supporters find businesses that support liberty. And Alliance itself supports liberty by providing merchant processing to businesses that want to see us take our profits, our Alliance profits, and send them on to the nonprofit organizations that matter to them. And we do that with merchant processing. And the cost of zero is not the processing itself, and we'll explain that in a second, but the cost of our contribution to LPWI is zero to the business and zero to its customers. It's a new way for businesses to connect with customers and give to organizations that matter to them out of fees that they already pay. We're not asking for more. We're taking what we can and give it away. So you have a choice. you can choose a regular, typical credit card processing company for your business, and they keep the profits, and they give your business what your business is owed from the transaction, which is usually about 97% of the transaction. Or you can work with Alliance, which of course gives you that same percentage back on your transaction, right? We keep about the same fees, but instead of keeping our profits, we send the profits to the nonprofit organization that the business has identified. And in this case, it would be the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin. So you don't have to walk into the bar and ask for a handout. You can walk into the bar and talk to your friends and say, hey, if you own a business, you can support the Libertarian Party by using Alliance credit card processing services. And there is no extra cost. We're not asking the customer to round up. We're not asking for a cut out of your profits. We're not asking you to increase your fees. We're just simply saying that we're willing to give away our profits, unlike every other credit card processing company out there. And we would like to know if you would like to use Alliance so that you can help LPWI. And every transaction helps LPWI. Take a cup of coffee, for example. The price on a cup of coffee continues to rise. It might still cost less than a dozen eggs. I don't really want the government to help me with that, but I do know something. I do know that for every cup of coffee that an Alliance merchant sells, it means a penny to the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin. And every business is going to be different. This equation doesn't hold true 100% of the time, but in the end, we have something to give back to LPWI on behalf of the business. And that's why every transaction matters. Of course, if you multiply that times millions and millions, now you're starting to talk about real money. And that's important because in the future, as we do more volume with Alliance, we can actually lower our fees, and we can still, interesting enough, give more to LPWI and do a better job for the merchants that are working with us. And it's thanks to our relationship with top-tier processors and our growing processing power. Now, these millions and millions of transactions are actually proof of concept for us, because we've been working with top-tier processors that have been able to drive down the cost, and they securely and reliably handle these huge processing volumes at a competitive rate. And that's our secret. We're not actually starting this business brand new from scratch. We're working with people that are already established who believe in the vision that we have, which is to give our profits away. We're not just supporting LPWI financially. We are helping LPWI connect people with businesses that support LPWI. That's what Marketplace does. It's a free tool that will be launched on the LPWI website within a couple of months as we get more and more businesses engaged. And it will allow someone to say, where are the businesses in my community that support libertarian ideals, and how can I support them with my business? It's simple, and there's zero cost to LPWI. The businesses, their customers, and LPWI and its affiliates benefit directly now. The very first month we cut a check, and every month thereafter, and in perpetuity. That's the beauty of Alliance, is that it's ongoing. As the business sells more, as the business handles more transactions, it means a little bit more for LPWI. But with enough businesses, LPWI can count on a steady monthly cash flow. And that steady monthly cash flow is transformative because it allows you to connect using Marketplace. It allows you to share using Alliance, and allows you to grow in a unique, no-cost partnership. Well, what does that look like? We are actually engaged with other organizations right now through relationship partnerships. LPWI is a relationship partnership that we have been able to develop over the course of the last few months and put some things in motion and make sure that everything is according to the rules. But we also have a very special relationship with other relationship partners, including Via Deus. What does Via Deus do? Well, Via Deus helps connect people, especially in large churches. So you may have someone that goes to one service on a weekend, and need something, they don't know who the businesses are in their congregation. The purpose of the church in most places isn't to advertise businesses, but using Marketplace, now people can find and connect with other people in their church that might be doing something that they'd like to do. And they know that their credit card transaction is going to support their church, their school, or their community organization. The Adeus is helping connect people for the future of faith communities by building these same passive revenue streams for churches all across the United States and pretty soon beyond. It's very exciting to see how this is happening and what it can do, how transformative it can be for nonprofits to have a steady cash flow. LPWI now is using Alliance to connect people for the future of liberty in our communities in Wisconsin. And liberty, of course, is very important to us because it allows us to act responsibly without being encumbered, so that we can do what's right for our family and what's right for our communities. You can help businesses support LPWI. You can introduce them to Alliance. LPWI.org/alliance_support. We have a web page that we've created for LPWI to use that helps people understand how they can use Alliance and their business's credit card processing to support the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin. And all you have to do is introduce 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 friends who own businesses to us. It's simple. They visit this link and they fill out a simple form. It goes directly to our office here in the United States. We reach out to the business, engage with them, and give them the tools to help them decide whether Alliance is right for them or not. And of course, as you know, we believe in the free market, and we believe in the freedom to choose who you associate with, so we don't put any high-pressure sales tactics into this. And I'm here as the Chief Relationship Officer with Alliance, and also working with the Adeus. We help them get their nonprofit off the ground. You can reach out to me at any time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have about how Alliance works, how Marketplace works, and how all of these things can help benefit LPWI as it seeks to grow its influence in Wisconsin. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you for listening. We are the first political organization in the country to be using this. You each have a sheet here. The site is live, the page is live on our site. It's just a matter of doing, and I highly recommend the next XCOM pursue this. Because like I said, it's the future, like you said, it's the future, future forward for a lot of things like us, and we need to take advantage of it. Okay, we are gonna gavel back from recess. We are now live and going to finish our business of the afternoon in 8 ball.
No.
Okay, we'll get right into it. We are on vice chair nominations. So we'll go ahead and open the floor for nominations for vice chair. Please approach the mic.
They might need to be turned on.
Gotcha. All right. Nope.
It takes a second.
Check, check. Nice. Reese Wood, CD1. I'd like to nominate Aaron Cameron.
Second.
Aaron Cameron, do you accept?
I accept.
Okay. We've got one nomination for Aaron Cameron.
Bryce Tone, CD3. I would like to nominate Scott Noble.
Second. Scott, do you accept? Okay, Aaron Cameron, Scott Noble. The floor is still open for nominations. Any other nominations for vice chair? Okay.
How do you spell Scott's last name?
Noble. All right, without objection, I'm going to close the floor for nominations to vice chair, and we can go into discussion for the candidates. the people who nominated them, you can go ahead and go first and speak on behalf of your candidate in the order they were nominated.
All right.
2 minutes.
Reese Wood, CD1 again. I'm nominating Aaron because, to me, he's one of the, I don't want to say a newer member, but kind of a newer member in my perspective, who's actually worked on a local affiliate and actually had some success. He mentioned it here today that they do canning workshops. I mean, that stuff's awesome. That's what we need in the party, stuff that's going to motivate people, whether they're directly a libertarian or not. That's that coalition building. So, and I feel like Aaron's, you know, an individual. He's here to serve the mission that is the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin specifically.
Thank you, Reese. Thank you, Reese. And Bryce, you can go ahead and speak on behalf of Scott Noble. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. Look, for everyone here who knows Scott knows that he is passionate about libertarianism. And even though, yes, I'm sure there are individuals here who he's gotten into some conflicts with, he has always meant well. He intends to advance the liberty movement forward, and that level of unbridled passion, I think, is desperately needed on the executive committee board. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. Aaron Cameron, you can come up and say a few words, and then we'll open up the floor for any questions for Aaron.
All right.
2 minutes.
Sorry, I preemptively apologize. I really suck at public speaking. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Aaron Kammer. I live in Montello, Wisconsin. For the better part of 32 years, I've worked in tool and die. Currently, I am finishing up a one-year electromechanical program at a local technical college. I've also dabbled in rental properties and farming, which I've downsized somewhat. I'm currently chair of the platform committee. Thanks to members of the platform committee who have done a fantastic job so far. I think we've made some great strides, and I'm confident that we'll have a nice package to present at the 26th convention. I'm also co-chair of the Central Badgerland affiliate. Our membership is small, but we've attracted several new people to get involved, since we've also evolved into homesteading, gardening, prepping club. We hold gatherings where we get together to can pickled vegetables, tomato sauce, soups, etc. We'll have like 3 to 4 pressure canners and 2 water bath canners going at the same time. This summer we're planning on having a soap making party. The date and time is going to be yet to be determined on that. We also have a few smaller gatherings when we cook brandy in my garage and the like. Sometimes we just have a grill out. Each one of these events attracts new people who we can infect with ideas of individual autonomy in the AP. Why am I libertarian? Big picture. I'm an advocate for personal liberty and strong opponent of authoritarian nationalism and government overreach. At the ground level, the government made me register my goats. I'd like to grow hemp, but in order to do so, I'll need to go get fingerprinted by the cops, have background check performed on me by the FBI, then I'll need to go submit those forms in a timely manner to the FDA, then and only then may I apply for permission from the Crown to grow a plant. Are you fucking kidding me? Don't get me started on the local ordinances. Not allowing people to have a pet chicken, or forcing people to rehome beloved family dog because the dog is a wrong breed. And really don't get me going on school referendums where they ask for tens of millions of dollars to build themselves a new 1,000-year masonry temple just to throw it away and build another one every 20 years. My property tax bill should come in the mail with a larger serving of Vaseline each time. As vice chair, I'll help keep the meetings running smooth and efficient as possible so the party remains active. One thing I've learned as chair of the platform committee is the importance and value of input from all the committee members.
Time.
Motion to extend.
I got one sentence.
Go ahead, finish it.
Anyway, my name is Aaron Cameron. I'm running for LPWI vice chair. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Aaron. And then does anyone have any questions for Aaron? Would you like to field some questions? You got 5 minutes to field questions if you'd like.
Hit me. Bob, you got anything?
We talked about the affiliate plans, which I think might be the whole party about what we talked about at your affiliate meeting about cooperative agreements and dealing with things in times of stress and currency and all. You got that from Tim?
Yeah. We had already been doing that already to a certain extent, not to the extent that Tim's doing, but yeah, we have a really nice network of folks that we can count on that will help each other out. It's really cool. We're building a really neat thing. We're still really informal. Our affiliate doesn't have we don't have bylaws. Yeah, we don't have bylaws or a bank account and that kind of stuff. But we have probably between a dozen and 20 people, or dozen to 20 people that come and go for different events, and it's working out pretty well. So, yeah.
Being new members this year.
Yes, that's right. We got Amanda, and we got John and Jen, my neighbors, down by the farm, and yeah, and several other people. So yeah. Anything else?
What do you think taxation is?
Should come with Vaseline. Yeah, it's theft. Yeah.
Scott, you have 2 minutes, and then 5 to field questions.
Hello there, I'm Scott Noble. As Bryce put it, I guess I look back at the time that I first realized I was a libertarian. I became very involved in trying to advance it in many different ways, and some worked and some didn't. So I think my experience at some of the things that have worked and some that haven't, I want to make sure this executive committee gets the things done that we need to get done. And like this last workshop showed, I mean, one of our big things is, I don't know why we really have to pay for signatures, but we do. And if we have to, we have to, get people on the ballot to maintain ballot access. These are things that have to happen, above all. If we lose ballot access, we're back to square one, literally. And when I see some of these good ideas, like we got money going through here and we're doing cash and credit and all that kind of stuff, I mean, it doesn't necessarily align with my end the Fed policy, but I see things in a more pragmatic manner, even though I am unbridledly, as he said, motivated to advance liberty. And so those are some things I want to see, just being on this new board, just to make sure that some of the things that we may or may not forget, I feel like I'll help bring up. So signature gathering, getting on the ballots, getting statewide candidate that makes sure that we get ballot access, maybe running somebody for governor. I heard that somebody may be running, so we've got that. So that's 3,000 right there. I guess I want to get us back to the bones. And that'll be, I'm going to go along with whatever the board says, and I'm always going to be collective in the sense that whatever they vote on, I'm going to back and I'm going to do it. But up until that point, I'm going to make sure that I feel like I get the bare bones out there, that we get done what we have to get done. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for Scott?
Brian.
First, my memory, I can't recall, but were you elected to XCOM before, previous time?
Yeah, this goes back, I think the last time we were here was 2017, and I'm trying to think which year. I was for 3. I was an alternate at one time, and I may have been a primary, but yeah, it was quite a few years ago.
Okay.
But yeah, I think we switched it, is maybe what happened. Maybe I was alternate, but that was one of my questions that you bring up. Good to know, because we have some things we're talking about, a certain amount of meetings and stuff like that. I think that's one thing too. We can make sure we have alternates, that are there to make sure that we always have coverage. I don't really see a reason why somebody would miss 3, if they have an alternate. But yeah, I was on the XCOM before.
All right. And what other offices did you run for previously?
Well, throughout I ran for alderman, city of Marshfield. That was the first one. And then after that, I ran for school board, school district of Marshfield. I ran for state senate and assembly.
Thanks.
So,
Let's talk
Kevin.
about you and the sheriff.
Oh, that's right, I ran for sheriff too. Sorry.
But that was for some other reason, right?
I ran for sheriff of Portage County.
Okay.
Yeah.
To get rid of the sheriff.
Yeah, he was a
You
very corrupt
succeeded.
individual, he still is. What he does is, when people go to jail, they get phone calls, and when they're on the phone, they tape the phone call, and then they share it with the attorney, the district attorney, the judge, and all that gets used against the individual. So they're illegally taping. They paid a $90,000 settlement to the insurance for Portage County to settle with this class action suit. But there are some individuals that are currently suing on their own. So there is that kind of corruption. You know, I know we're very concerned about social justice. Well, Portage County, we got the absolute worst. You know, we're not as good as, like, say, Winnebago County and things like that are like where Brian is. We're in the other side of the spectrum in Portage County. We're run by a bunch of corrupt individuals. Phil?
Do you still believe that in 2022 that Jake, when he was the chair, and Neil Harmon as the vice chair, were negotiating or accepted some money from Brian Weststraight, the treasurer of the state GOP, to keep Ruston Province off the ballot?
I believe that somehow we didn't really assist Ruston. I don't know what exactly happens, because Brian Weststraight is somebody I don't talk to. I don't know anything about him. I mean, I do know who he is.
I followed the social media that you were doing
Yeah.
with the Mises Caucus and trying to get support for them to come up and assist. The accusations you were making that in fact took place.
We put it this way. We do have the power to draw the attention of the two big box parties. You know, we control the election. I mean, we talk about covering the spread. Well, that's a big deal. So yeah, the Republicans are gonna come, the Democrats are gonna come, they're gonna be offering money, they're gonna wanna get certain people off. I'm not sure why we didn't run an Attorney General candidate. My understanding that Mr. Buffman was running. All of a sudden he's not. You're talking about Ruston Province. I don't know what happened, but he didn't get on the ballot. We didn't help him.
I'm just pointing out the accusations that you made
Okay.
at that time, and if you still believe those accusations, that Jake and Neil Harmon were working with or communicating with Brian Weststraight and negotiated some funds to travel from the state GOP to LPWI as an incentive to keep, or to not provide assistance for Ruston to be on the
We
ballot.
paid to have Neil, after Neil quit, after he quit collecting signatures and he quit running, we paid per signature to get him on the ballot.
I'm talking about Ruston Province, who didn't make the
You
ballot.
mentioned Neil Harmon, I'm just saying on that.
I'm not talking about that specific.
Okay, my understanding is what he said from talking to you, I think, that Rustin said, is that you guys said you didn't know him. That's all I know. I don't know, I don't really see the point in digging back, I don't know a whole lot about that.
I just want to know what you believe now in regards to the accusations that you made specifically against Jake and Neil Harmon about colluding with the state GOP to keep Ruston off the, those are your words and social media.
You're saying we didn't take any money from anybody?
I'm asking if you still believe that we did, or that they did.
No, I don't think they did.
Okay, thank you.
I do think that there have been offers of money from other big box parties to us. And
no doubt.
yeah, no doubt. So that's something we need to talk about.
Okay.
Time.
Okay, we're gonna go to a vote on this, right? No further discussion. So we have the candidates listed, the official ballot, vice chair election. Please list the candidates in the order they were nominated. So Aaron Kammer in the first line, Scott Noble on the second line, and then check the candidates that you would like to vote for.
Well, individual ballots, we don't need to list both candidates. Just the one we're voting.
That's fine.
I suppose, yeah. And while we do that, I'll have Kevin come up and talk about the organization that he is here representing.
That's right here in the other district.
At some point,
you or I need to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
My name is Kevin Litton. I have the table in the corner over there where I am representing the Classical Liberal Caucus. We are the caucus that believes in political philosophy that you should best protect individual liberty through limited government. That's pretty simple. That's the way it is. The government's primary role is the safeguarding of our natural rights, including life, liberty, and especially property, while allowing individuals the freedom to pursue their own happiness, which is pretty much libertarianism. This, in the old days, used to be known as the Whigs. It later on became different names, but it's always been with us. This is a classical liberal, which is what we are as libertarians. So this sort of returns to our roots. We're not into that radical stuff. I admire Tyler, but you know, he would end Social Security like that. I don't think that will get any votes. If we're going to do something, we should be pragmatic about it and do it incrementally in the way that causes the least amount of grief with other people. It should be politically palatable. We don't want to be stating crazy ideas. I know that there's a lot of people who say, you know, taxation is theft, which it is. We know that. But it takes a half hour to convince somebody that's for true. Meanwhile, you've missed the other 19 voters that just passed on by doing this crazy idea. Like I said, it's true, but it's a hard sell. We try and do things in an incremental way that convinces people that freedom is best for them. We believe in free trade, free movement. That doesn't mean there's no controls on it. What? There has to be controls on it. But we're just not going to let anybody in and that sort of thing. Pardon? Oh. We have way too many government rules. I think we'd all agree as libertarians that's true. We should start chipping away at them, not whack at them like a crazy person who's in office right now. Our foreign policy would not be to back away entirely. There are nations that want to do us harm. We should acknowledge that. We should keep our defense. We shouldn't be doing crazy things and spending trillions of dollars and thousands of lives pursuing our police actions and such like that. But there again, we shouldn't just get the hell out of town. We got to do this in a way that would be best for a stable America, a stable world. The best foreign policy is a sound domestic policy. So it starts here at home. We have to make sure that people are happy here at home. Let's see, anything else on here? We believe in tolerance, equal treatment, universal liberty. Yes, we all do. And we should all remember that. We're that group. So if you want a centrist, libertarian, pragmatic, not radical policy, think about supporting the classical liberals, Libertarian Caucus. Grab one of these. The bling over there, it's excess from conventions I've been going to. Going to a lot of conventions, it's got a lot of crap. Please take some of it home and grab one of these cards. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, while we wait for the results from that, I'm going to open up the floor for nominations for the treasurer.
Reese Wood, CD1. I'd like to nominate Tom Petrowski.
Tom Petrowski, do you accept?
I will accept.
He accepts. Any other nominations for treasurer? Treasurer of the LPWI, it's an important job.
You have to be the one that goes to jail when you mess up.
All right. No other nominations. You got the results?
Yep.
Okay, so then before we go to speeches, let's show us the results from the vice chair.
Drum roll, please. Verify your CD numbers are correct. I really am not trying to make it dramatic. This mouse sucks on this surface. So Aaron Kramer has 67.57.
All right. Congratulations, Aaron. Okay, Reese, would you like to come up and speak in favor of Mr. Petrowski?
I'll keep it short. Tom, in my historical perspective, another newer member who has been working really hard in the last term as secretary. As you guys can see, he's killing it. And he said he had some interest in doing the treasurer position, and I have full faith he can do that. Again, as an individual who has nothing but focus on the mission of the Libertarian Party.
Tom, would you like to speak?
Sure, I'll just go real brief. Just so you know what you're getting into, I have never been a treasurer before. Brian Bell has been a godsend to the LPWI when he became treasurer midterm this last time around, and I'm only accepting with the knowledge that I will be able to go to him with all questions, and he's done such a great job, I don't want to see that get dropped, so I'm happy to fulfill that role. Thank you.
Any questions for Tom? Anybody have some questions for Tom? Yeah, Brian Defferty, go ahead.
How do you spell your last name?
Yes. Pat, Row, Sky. The 3 words. Pat, Row, and Sky.
Thank you. R-O-E Row?
R-O-W.
I have a question. You just got done with one job. Are you crazy taking it?
That's what my wife said, yes.
Okay.
So.
So, Mr. Gall, do we have to do this by secret ballot?
Unless there's an objection, I'm happy to do a rising vote. Okay, no objection. All in favor of Mr. Petrowski, please rise.
If someone wants to do it, I'm all for it.
Okay, and all in favor of Noda, please rise. Okay, and abstentions? Okay, congratulations, Tom. The floor is now open for nominations for secretary.
I have a nomination to make. Nominate Amanda Griffiths, thank you. With her, yes.
Amanda, do you accept?
Yes, I
Thank you.
accept.
Okay. Any other nominations?
You gotta clip it, yeah.
Tyler, are you accepting nominations today?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Appreciate the office holds for business.
That's all I have.
Any other nominations for secretary? All right.
May I speak in favor?
Yes.
I heard a little bit about her since she's joined the party. Her pedigree is excellent. She's willing to do the work. And there are no other nominations, so please consider her. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda, would you like to speak?
Did I spell your name right?
ITHS.
Only the person who nominates you gets that privilege, unless he gives you part of his time.
All right, I'm a product of my generation, so I do have a phone. Hopefully I won't read from it. So I'm new to Wisconsin. I'm not new to the Libertarian Party, and I'm not new to the Liberty Movement. I've been involved in our movement for most of my adult life. When I was in college, a little bit too long ago, I was the secretary of a college political organization at the University of Southern California. I have worked in political PR in Washington, D.C. I've published in several outlets, including Reason and others. And I am a former writer and editorial director at the Cato Institute in Washington, D.C. Wonderful, wonderful people. And I am also one of the current members and organizers in LP Alliance, different from the alliance that you just heard from, which is an inter-caucus coalition mobilizing delegates across all 50 states. We are non-caucus, we are caucus neutral, and we're working to rebuild the Libertarian Party, kick factionalism to the curb. That's what we're all about. I have written most of our founding literature. I conduct meetings weekly. I take the minutes. I report on the minutes, try to make sure that people stay on task, although that's a joint effort. And this is essentially the role that I do in LP Alliance. I do a lot of our written content as well. And I look forward to bringing all of that to LP Wisconsin and helping us to make the Wisconsin Libertarian Party a stronger, more formidable state party and a model affiliate nationwide. So thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Do you want to stay up here and share some questions?
Sure.
It looks like Phil has a question. Go ahead.
Will you take our monthly executive committee meetings and make them into very clever, beautifully sung songs?
Sure I will, because I also have a parody album on the Russian Revolution. So yes, yes, we'll do that. Yeah.
There's got to be like an AI tool for that.
Yeah, but there's also one. Yes.
Does transparency, conflict of affiliation, any?
Yes, I am part of the Radical Caucus. I'm not, an executive member or anything like that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, without objection, then I'm gonna bring this one to a rising vote as well. Does anybody object to us doing a rising vote for the secretary voting? Okay, no objections. All in favor of Amanda for a secretary, please rise. All in favor of Noda, please rise. Any abstentions?
Inconsistent.
All right, congratulations, Amanda. As we go into we're still in the elections. Okay. As we go into the at-large elections, I want you guys to know we are going to resolutions from the floor after we appoint the one committee we have to do here. So if you do have a resolution that you plan to bring forward, if you could write it down and bring it up to our secretary so that we could have it typed out by the time you bring it up to the floor. It'll just streamline things a little bit. Okay.
So I'd like to throw out a quick motion here to change suspend the order of elections, to have the at-large after the district representatives. This way, if you do not get elected a district representative or an alternate district representative,
Okay, you made the motion, you can speak on behalf of it when it gets seconded.
Second.
Okay, now you can speak on behalf.
I was just explaining the motion.
I just want to do this properly.
Yep, so that's the motion, again, is to suspend at-large both positions till after the district ones. We've done this in the past, sometimes we do it, sometimes we don't. I think it's a better way to do it in that the at-large represents the whole state versus the district. There's only one true official in the district who actually has a voting position. The alternate is not a voting position, just to be clear, so.
Okay, so just to clarify, the motion before us is to move the at-large elections after the district rep elections, which is amending the agenda as set forth by the chair. This requires 2/3, and it is debatable, so anybody who wants to speak in favor or against, approach the microphone.
You have a question?
Approach the microphone, please.
I know we're close, but
Is there a time limit that we will be discussing the election of our district representatives, or will this go on all night?
What's your question?
How long are you gonna give us to elect our district reps?
It shouldn't take you longer than 5 or 10 minutes.
So you're proposing 10 minutes to get this done and then we move on?
Yeah, that's usually historically how long it takes us.
It's 12 now.
Okay, is there any other discussion or debate surrounding Chris's motion to amend the agenda so that we do the at-large elections after the district rep elections? No more discussion? Okay, this does require 2/3. I'll do a standing vote. If a vote in favor of this is to move the at-large elections after the district rep elections. A vote against this is saying, I want to do the at-large elections first and then the district rep elections. So all in favor of amending the agenda to have the at-large elections after the district rep elections, please rise. All in favor? All opposed?
Is this 2/3 of the people in the room?
Yes.
Okay, does not pass. 15-12-6. Okay, so we're gonna move forward then with, the floor is now open for nominations for the at-large one position. Michael Janisse.
Mike Janisse of CD5 nominates Michael fucking Shizzle.
Do you accept? Okay, he accepts.
I guess, are we doing?
No, I'm putting it on the ballot.
Nomination. Are we doing each position, each at large separately, or?
Yes.
Amanda Griffiths, CD2, I nominate Chris Nass.
I accept.
What information, are we electing them, the two reps separately? Or are we
Yes,
electing
there'll be
them
two
together?
elections, there'll be 2 rounds of elections for the 2 at-large positions.
Bryce Tone, CD3, I nominate Scott Noble.
Brett, Scott, do you accept?
Yes, I do.
Any other nominations for the at-large one position?
This is Scott, District 3, I nominate Bryce Ton.
Bryce, do you accept?
Yep.
Any other nominations for the at-large one position? Okay, floor is closed for nominations, and we'll go right down the order. Michael, do you want to speak in favor of Michael?
Someone needs to do a time because I'm not. I don't know if I'll do. Yeah, just go. Hey, you have to play.
Go.
Go. I think it's 2 minutes. I won't go 2 minutes, but Michael fucking Chisel is one of the most hardworking person in all of LPWI, maybe even all of the LP. He worked for Jacob Vandenpla's kicking ass there. He's been a CD rep forever. Let's give this man his dues.
Amanda.
In addition to being very courteous every time I have to get out and scooting in without complaining, Chris Nass has an amazing reputation and as well as just a long history of volunteer experience in the party. He's done a lot of great work and yeah, I support him.
Thank you. Bryce?
Yeah, I mean, this is just gonna be more or less a repeat of what I brought up when Scott was running for vice chair. He's very passionate about libertarianism, and I think he deserves a spot on the executive committee board.
Scott?
Yeah, I could say the same thing now as Scott from District 3 regarding Bryce. He's a hardworking individual, and we do need people that want to do some hard work and try to coalition build and all these things we've been talking about so far throughout the day. And last night, when we had a pretty good debate for the chair position, we talked about a lot of issues, and I think Bryce has taken heart to those, and maybe some of the things that maybe people had concerns about going in, he has taken heed to what people are saying and people are looking for, and I think he deserves a spot on the executive committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the candidates. Michael Shizzle.
Hi, Michael Shizzle. I appreciate the nomination. I guess I kind of got involved in the liberty movement in 2008. I went door to door for Ron Paul during the primaries. Kind of took a lull after that, but in 2020 started working for the Jorgensen-Cohen campaign, and then worked for Jacob Van Plas's campaign here, as well as Phil's, organizing parades, signature collecting, things like that. I was the chair and member of the then marketing committee. I've been served on the communications committee since then. I have been the alt rep to the XCOM for my district, and now I'm the primary rep. Just hope that demonstrates my dedication, and I want to keep going. I'm here for it.
Thank you. Chris Nance.
As I mentioned earlier, I was a alderman in Verona, which is one of the growing suburbs. I am now a leader in a church in Verona still. And I'm currently the president of the Lions Club in Oregon, Wisconsin. I'm soon going to drop down to be the vice president instead of the president, so I'll have more time to be the at-large because I am no longer the president of LP Dane. I have been leading the Great Midwest Marijuana Harvest Festival for the last 4 years. I have another person that's going to step forward to help do that in the coming year. I helped run the Energy Fair many times. I've been leading the Kickapoo River for many years now with my friend Nate. Other things that you may not know about me, I'm a semi-retired farmer. I'm currently a member of the American Livestock Breed Conservancy. I also work with a bioengineering company called eGenesis. We harvest cloned pigs' kidneys and put them in humans. Okay, that's what I do for fun. But you know what I really do for fun? I hang out at the Madison's Farmers Market, and I'm here today to tell you that if you elect me to be the at-large rep, I will formally announce that I am running for governor of the state of Wisconsin as a Libertarian Party candidate. And I'm hoping, and we've had this discussion internally, I'm hoping one of you run against me because I want to generate media that we are not a monolithic community here either in the Libertarian Party. And if we want to get media's attention, that's how we do it. We have open discussions, and so again, I'm hoping to run for, I have the time, I go to the other affiliate meetings, I drive to other communities, I've held this position in the past. Back in 2017 is the first time I was elected to this position. I'm asking to get back in it.
Scott Noble.
No question? No. So I guess, point of order, how come the other executives got questions, but the at-large do not?
It's just the procedure that was set in place.
Okay.
Would you like to make a motion to
No, I'm
remedy that?
just asking.
Okay.
Yeah, that actually, this is a very unique position. I mean, it's a statewide position, and I guess I concur with Mr. Nass on this idea. We have not had a primary, and if we did that, we would be an instant media storm. I mean, that's what we want. We want attention. We want to make people scared in the big boxes. I totally support what you're saying, and I would support somebody running against him just for the pure purposes of having a very widely covered primary. These are the kind of things that I have an open mind about. Like, I can talk to anybody in here about anything, you know? And there are sometimes, I swear, I've had an idea that somebody said, well, this is a terrible idea, and not to be a year or two later, all of a sudden they're doing it. You know, so, I mean, sometimes I feel like I'm a little ahead of the curve on some stuff, but I know I hear a good idea right there, and I so support that. You put me on the executive committee, and I'll make that a reality if I have to run myself.
Whoa.
Thank you, Scott. All right, Bryce, your turn.
Hold him to the fire.
Alright, so obviously, as was addressed earlier, my social media presence can be a little rough around the edges. There is absolutely zero denying that I care about putting this party in a positive direction, and I am willing, for the good of the party, to work with anybody who wants a transparent and productive organization that is going to be a force to be reckoned with. And I hope that at least one of these two at-large spots is going to be featuring me on it. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to go into the voting then. The official ballot, yes, Kevin?
I get 2 minutes to speak on NODA.
I suppose that's fair.
Is that all right with you?
No, you didn't nominate Noda.
I agree with Robert Burke.
He has no right to the microphone.
At Nationals, the person who nominated it has the only,
Nobody nominated Noda.
But it is on the list.
But nobody nominated it, and that doesn't.
I'm allowing it. You guys can move to overturn my decision if you like.
Here's the, is this on?
Yes, it is.
Here is the reason we should all vote for NODA on this. The at-large people are accountable to no one, and in the past, all they've done is cause problems. They have no responsibilities in the bylaws, no responsibilities in the policy and procedure manual. They're just there to cause trouble. We should vote NODA on the first, NODA on the second, throw it away for the convention, and just stick with the CDs who represent their group, okay?
Amen.
So let's can these offices, get rid of them, we can adjust the bylaws later, and that is why we should vote for NODA on both of these. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Burke?
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. Okay, at-large one election, go ahead and fill out your ballot. Michael Shizzle, Chris Nass, Scott Noble, Bryce Tone.
We have to list them all. You do not, only the card needs to list them all.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead and get those to your district tellers. Yes, question?
It says place a check in one box, but. I got them all clean.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
We're voting for one.
Correct, yep. And while we do that, I'm gonna have Brian Bell come up here. Oh, never mind, he's doing, is now a good time?
For which part? Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
No, he's gotta get the slides ready, so.
Okay, gotcha.
Let's circle back.
Then I'll go ahead and make an announcement on behalf of Tyler, and he can fill it in if you'd like. But there's a QR code in your book, I believe it's the last page, to join the party's Discord server. We are moving, or we are setting up a second, an alternative, if you will, to Slack, which deletes our stuff after 2 months. And if you'd like to join our party Discord server, kind of stay in the loop with what's going on behind the scenes and those kind of community communications, that kind of stuff. Joining our Discord server is the best way to do that. So scan that QR code and join the Inside Baseball.
Is it an alternative, or are we abandoning Slack?
That's up to the newly elected XCOM.
That's the hope.
That was not the resolution we passed, was that we would let the new XCOM decide what communications they want to do?
just gonna switch, and that was it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's the secretary?
Well, regardless.
What do the minutes say?
Here's the QR code to join. You should join. That's the point.
What do the minutes say?
Hey, you gonna vote?
You already did that.
Oh, hold on, I did it wrong though.
I needed to set it down, just.
We adopted.
We adopted it.
We adopted
Discord.
Okay. I think my point still stands. Join the Discord.
The point was join the Discord. I shouldn't have said anything about the Slack. Okay. While we're still counting these ballots for at-large 1, I'm going to open the floor for at-large 2, and then we'll go to you, Miles, at the next break. I'll put your name on here.
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
A point of information?
Yes.
We don't know who lost at-large 1.
Yeah, we can't do it.
Whether they can be nominated for
Fair.
at-large 2 yet.
Okay, fair. Then we'll go to, Tim, do you want us to talk about second club?
Real brief.
Okay.
I'm getting tired of talking all day. I know. Sympathy Club, there's cards, take a card, look at it. If you think it's interesting, explore, ask questions, that's what I'll say about it. But I am holding my, Phil, would you speak in testimony to this? I'm holding my 4th annual Campaign and Candidates Conference this summer, July 19th, Saturday in Dresser, Wisconsin. It's the fourth,
Want me to say something?
yeah, please.
It's the 4th annual one, and this year we are examining Clausewitz versus Gandhi as two political philosophers in history. But let's see, it's the prophet of war versus the paladin of peace. It's a pretty good workshop, I think, and it's the 4th annual one, so please try to make it to Dress, Wisconsin. There's no registration fee, it's a come as you pay, buy your own meal, and it's a pretty cool casual thing, and I hope Phil will say good things about it.
Yeah, I agree, and Bryce was at least one of them too, right? The Sepia Club things, the candidate trainings, and I thought, when I went into it, I wasn't skeptical, but we were talking Machiavelli was the one?
Machiavelli
The
is
last
real
one that I
last
was at, yeah. And it sounds a little esoteric or an academic maybe, but it was really, really excellent discussion with a number of people who aren't here today, who aren't official members of the LP.
A lot of us were.
Some, yeah, some, and some not. But very, very profitable for an understanding of how to deal with the public and frame libertarianism and believe in your candidacy or the party or whatever is really, I think, essential to address what we're doing from that perspective as well as the everyday grind of being a party member.
And it was fun.
It was a lot of fun.
Can I get District 2 up here, please?
There's a festival in the town that weekend too, so it's a good time. I just want to emphasize why we do this is related to why and how we can be better libertarians. Please show up. July 19th, be there, or be rectangular, as they say. So more information, check out the Civic Club website. Get a card for me, it's on the website. Follow there more, and there'll be suggested readings or movies to watch. You don't have to, it's not schoolwork, but it's fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And next up we have Amanda with the LP Alliance.
I just wanted to make you see it.
Sorry. So hello again. I am speaking now for LP Alliance, Libertarian Party Alliance. We are an inter-caucus coalition uniting across caucuses and with no caucuses. This is a group that's, again, working on taking factionalism out of the Libertarian Party, have a caucus affiliation, but we are against monocaucus rule. And so what we're working on is mobilizing delegates in all 50 states, especially when it comes to Grand Rapids, to make sure that we have a caucus neutral and or cross-caucus board, to make sure that we reform our bylaws to the extent they need to be reformed, and really have the party be an engine of success again. And this is LP Alliance. You can find us on the Twitter at LP_allies, and we also have a Discord as well that is linked there. So I invite you, some of you in this room are already part of LP Alliance, and I invite the rest of you to come check it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. I believe we have some results to share.
Yep. Just double checking the last two, but we are. Michael Sizzle gets 57.1%.
District 6 is missing a NOTA, just so you know.
Double check that. I mean, it doesn't change it, but.
Where's D6? Where's the D6 ballots?
Oh, you're right.
Thank you.
That's right.
Any other errors? Okay,
Go back.
yeah, go back to the,
Go back, please.
everything looks right? Congratulations, Michael Shizzle.
Michael,
All right, the floor is now open for nominations for the at-large 2 position.
Brian Bell, District 2, I'd like to nominate Austin Bond. He's done a phenomenal job and brought a ton of energy to LP Dane, and I think he'd make an excellent addition to our exec board.
Okay, thank you. Any other nominations for the at-large 2 position?
I know, it's just the code. Amanda Griffith, CD2, nominating Chris Nass.
Chris, do you accept?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Any other nominations for the at-large 2? Yes, Mr. Kennard.
I think everybody can hear me, right?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Good. I nominate Bryce Gahn.
Bryce, do you accept?
Yes.
Any other nominations?
I nominate Scott Noble.
Scott, do you accept?
Yes.
Scott accepts. Any other nominations for the at-large 2 position?
Brian Bell.
You're nominated, Scott.
Okay.
So
As I alluded to a little bit earlier, I think Austin's brought an incredible energy to LP Dane. He's really helped to coalesce us, bring us together as a group, and try to bring in new people, new fresh ideas, and seek out new ideas other than his own. So I think that openness and enthusiasm would be a perfect fit for this position.
Thank you. Amanda?
Spoken on Chris's behalf already. My remarks still stand, so.
Thank you. Michael Kennard.
I think that having opposing ideas and views is always a good idea in public discourse. And I think that this is an opportunity for Mr. Thon to be a voice, yet at the same time, be a reasoned voice in light of what he had said earlier and his contriteness about some of his online presence. And I think he deserves a chance to be on our board.
Thank you.
Scott Noble, as you have heard many times in the past, is extremely passionate, and I think this is a position that he would be very good at in giving us a view that is that of the businessman, which we don't have a lot in this group. We have some individuals that work for businesses, but we don't have any true business leaders that I think give that alternative position. So I think he's good for that one.
Question for Mr. Lance?
Thank you, Chris.
Are you urging people to vote for Scott Noble instead of yourself?
No. No, I'm not.
All right, Austin.
Yeah, that's a fair question.
Good question.
Who are you voting for, Chris?
I'm voting for myself. Just
For the first time in a couple of years.
My name's Austin Bond. Grew up in Madison, Wisconsin. I was introduced to libertarianism when I was a commissioned salesman down in Cobb County, Georgia in about 2014. My store tried to unionize, and we had to earn back our wage in order to get commission. If they had succeeded in unionizing, I would have been totally screwed. I was a very good performing salesperson, and that is the first time that I realized that this is not good for me, and that really deep down that I am a capitalist, I'm a free market person. I grew up in a primarily Democratic family. My mother was a Reagan Democrat. My dad sits a little bit to the left of that. So it's actually been kind of difficult, finally in 2024, saying, hey, I'm not voting for Harris, man. Not gonna do it. No way, can't do it. And I knew exactly where to look. It was the Libertarian Party. I volunteered for the Chase Oliver campaign as much as I could, working with Chris down on the square at the farmers market with our booth there, which we're going to continue doing this year. My big thing for LPWI is that we've heard about marijuana, we've heard Defend the Guard, we've heard about all of these policy initiatives. The big thing for me is kitchen table issues. And I want to seek a seat on the platform committee to focus on the strongest piece of our platform, which is basic economics. It's our ability to put more money in the taxpayers and in our citizens' wallets that is the most important. I mean, that is the issue. And if we can focus on and tailor individual affiliate platforms to their locations, because what's going to happen, what's going to make us win in Dane County, or at least make us competitive in Dane County, is not going to be what makes us competitive and makes us win elsewhere in the state. So that is going to be, if I'm elected as your at-large representative to the executive committee, that is going to be my primary goal, is to develop a platform that is digestible to the low information voter and puts more money back in their pockets. Thank you.
So again, if you elect me for this at-large position, I will be running for governor, and I expect to be primaried. And I'm going to put all my effort into it, and you guys know it. I'm here today, as I have always been, putting all my time and money into it. So I'm not asking you to split my time with other duties. Some of the individuals here are now the president of their local affiliate. I think they need to spend their time growing their affiliates. So that's why Scott and I are probably the best for these two positions, because we are not trying to grow affiliates. We're trying to grow the whole state party. And that's where I'm at. I'm no longer trying to grow the affiliate. I kept the affiliate going during the last few years during the pandemic. We have a strong showing here. So I think I've shown that leadership, and that's why you should elect me for the at-large position number 2.
Question, so if you are elected to this position and you do run for governor and you want somebody to primary you, do you have a plan to get us 5,000 signatures between the two of you or more?
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot of signatures. It's a lot of signatures to get one person on the ballot for governor. Getting 2 is gonna be ridiculous.
Yeah, but if it's Chris, I might even run.
So,
You're not selling this.
So, you know, I think you guys were here for this last session, right? You were here for that last session? I was in and out through that last session, but I know what the last session was all about. And I'm telling you right now that I will have the signatures. So either you were paying attention that Chris Nass says he's got the means, not just the desire, but the means to fulfill his commitment. When I say I'm doing it, I'm doing it.
Thank you, Chris. Bryce?
Can I just yield my 2 minutes?
Yeah, you can. You don't need to speak.
I'll yield it.
Okay, Scott?
I'll keep this brief. I like where this is going, and this is very exciting. So whatever it takes to do what we're talking about there is probably the biggest thing we've ever done. So, you know, if you want to see me on there to help it along, or see me not on there to help it along, either way, I'm going to see to it that it gets done. So if you want me to be a representative for the statewide, this is kind of what it's going to be about, getting signatures statewide. Two candidates, 6,000 plus, really, that's what you need. So it's tough job to do, but I'm gonna commit to that because I like the idea. I never dreamed that we were gonna do something so huge. Okay, thank you very much for your support. If you do, and if you don't, I'd say vote for him.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go to a vote then at the at-large 2 position. You have an official ballot that says at-large election 2. We got 4 candidates plus noted. Fill out your ballot, give it to your teller. And while we do that, we're gonna hear from Tyler about the LP Radical Caucus.
We just kicked him out though.
Were you going for sedition?
Vote first.
We did move it to the laundry room last night. The laundry room has a dream. Just move it to the laundry room. Talk to Brian Voss about it. Yeah, we wouldn't need to make an announcement.
I didn't feel like pounding my head on the table.
It's gonna be a tough one.
I think people upstairs would rather us like moving outside.
Tyler, tell us about the Radical Caucus.
Double check my math.
I'm gonna have to go through a lot of paperwork to you. Someone will.
So I'm up here to talk about the Radical Caucus. The LP Radical Caucus started in, I believe, philosophically out of the Portland massacre that took place in 2006, when the Libertarian Party had a strong, unapologetic platform that was, yes, long and wordy, but it expressed libertarian thought more clearly in a longer format. But so the Radical Caucus is for principled libertarianism, not milk toast. Not always coming. We as libertarians should not apologize for our libertarianism, and we should not be leading with the 75% to their win every time. We should be leading with radical libertarian ideas and radical libertarian candidates and campaigns. the Radical Caucus does maintain its own platform, which is kind of our crown jewel.
It's radical.
It is radical. It is, Kevin Litton loves a couple of the words in the platform. But we don't apologize for it, and we shouldn't as libertarians. The state party also does, I'm sorry, words. The Radical Caucus also does grading of candidates for endorsements, and also does financial gifts or donations to. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Tyler.
We got one more we're waiting on. I guess if, did you want to do your thing?
Brian, you speak right now?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Well, Aaron, our chair of the platform committee's coming up, and Michael, you will pull up this slide.
Yep.
deck?
Yep.
There you go. And then go next version. So platform committee, we've been meeting a few times. We kind of started off with the idea of looking at what got rejected last time and seeing if we could rewrite for brevity and shorten things up a little bit. And
No drama.
all right. And then we kind of came up with an idea to maybe take a little bit different approach. Rather than, I mean, our platform right now is pretty extensive and long, and I think somebody pointed out earlier the idea that, well, maybe people agree with us mostly, but they may have one particular thing that holds them up and holds them back a little bit. So we try to come up with something super short, and we kind of cheated on our homework a little bit, and we used some AI, and asked it to come up with a brief platform that was more of like an elevator pitch style. So what we're kind of looking for is some feedback, just a show of hands or, I don't know, moans and groans, whatever, just kind of feedback of, this would be something that's a little bit more 30,000 foot view, very, hopefully more like basic approachable approach to the platform. So it's hopefully stuff that we can get more consensus on. And if people want more detail and are ready for that information, that we can go to that point, but
Just so we know we're going in the right direction, everybody's gonna like it next year before we put a bunch of work into it.
So do we keep going this direction, or do we go back and refine the things that got rejected?
Forward, go for it. Always twirling toward freedom.
What
Simpson,
does
that was a
human
Simpsons
flourishing
reference.
mean?
What's that?
Human flourishing, what does that mean? So bottom line.
On the conclusion.
The conclusion one?
Human flourishing.
And human
Pursuit of happiness.
Pursuit of happiness,
Yeah.
success in life, what your
Can you
pursuits.
say that then?
Again, this is not necessarily the final wording.
This is
but
something,
just
that's
an
probably something the
example.
AI puked out.
Not looking to have a group editing session, but just, is this kind of brevity? If this was our platform, this could fit on a postcard. Would that be something more desirable, or do you want the
What would you like?
master's thesis?
Well, I think we need to explain our positions, and those words are vague.
They're-
Okay, so that's fine if you wanna have that card to hand out to people, but I think our platform needs to spell out what we really believe about education, about the environment, about gun rights, all these kind of things. I don't think that functions as a platform. I think that functions as a information.
That's exactly what they are. That's exactly what they are. You click on it and it goes whoop, then the big thing comes down.
We can
Then
put
you
them-
have your whole thing. If that little sentence there captures your attention, you click on it and then the whole description then comes
Well,
down.
then that's not the platform. That's the synopsis of the platform.
Yes.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, this will be up on a website, and you can click on each individual one of those, that takes you to the detailed portion.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, if that's the case, I would cut that down drastically even farther down.
That's a plan.
And then a lot of things can be explained in position papers, like what does this mean, click, there you go. It doesn't have to be seen on the postcard.
That's what we're looking for. Do you want just more high-level, concise points, or do you want a long list of issues?
Follow, Jacob?
Yeah, when it comes to like marketing, that's a lot, they're gonna lose attention by the time they get to the third bullet point.
Yeah.
Trim it down, when they click it, then you have the full detailed, everything that this fine gentleman is saying, but you would wanna trim that down drastically.
Yeah, 5 seconds to get their attention.
Yeah, I was gonna say, 5 seconds.
Can you click the next slide and click the link to the platform that's on the website?
I didn't know there's things I have to be doing up here.
You do it well.
Will it open?
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, there you go. So just for comparison, if you just scroll down, you can see the length of, the rough length of.
No, that actually doesn't look super long.
So if this is gonna be on the website itself, instead of having the previous postcard style thing, because again, we're not using that as a postcard, why not just simply have icons for each category, individual freedom, you know, freedom from taxation, whatever, have those individual items, so then when you click on it, it redirects you to the definition. It makes it even smaller yet.
Okay, that's plenty doable.
My point is just not to call that the platform.
Yeah, yeah. You
This
want,
is the platform. It
you
should
want
be
more
reworked.
substance.
It should be reworked and reworded, and that's what your committee does. The thing you're showing, I don't wanna call that, I guess I wanna be semantic about it, I don't wanna call that the platform.
Do we want to take a
This is
straw,
the platform.
do we want to take a straw poll? Give them some direction.
Sure.
All right, all those who want, what these guys have presented in the haiku form that they showed, please raise your hand.
Or shorter, something
Yeah.
similar.
Or shorter.
Yeah, we can trim that up.
Remember, 5 seconds.
Yeah, yeah.
And then,
Exactly.
if you want the longer thesis version, please raise your hand.
And one other option, how about both?
Or both. Who want, all right, let's see each other, we would like both.
I like to click on a little one to see more.
So,
Hey, Mr.
Yeah, so,
I think that we have to decide what the platform is what it is first, not just what's gonna be on the website. And I think traditionally, and what it should be, is if they should, like Paul said, they should be able to see what we stand behind on every imaginable issue that we can have. And then for the presentation, then you get the shorter synopsises and the more marketable pieces or whatever.
both being part of the
That's
same
both,
platform.
but the reason I brought it up is, what is the platform is part of the questions here. The platform isn't the summary or the shined up version. The platform is the long form.
We'll talk about that next
Almost by
week.
definition of what a platform is.
And we'll talk about that. Reed?
I think the one word Phil mentioned that you guys are working on is the marketing of the platform.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
We can have this website up and say, victimless crimes. Crimes without victims shouldn't be crimes. And then you can click on that, and then it's all
but
of this stuff.
My point is that the long version technically is the platform.
Yes.
currently, yes.
And technically, that's what it would be.
Okay, so, gotta go ahead, Brian.
You agree, Paul?
So I guess,
Thank you.
kind of the question we're thinking is, should the platform just be kind of more principled things or do you want the detailed issues? Or do you want, is it okay to keep that detailed issue on the website but separate, it's just not the succinct platform? Or do you want like an itemization of issues as the platform,
So,
if that makes sense?
what if we had a document that was our platform, and it is as, not necessarily brief, but it is the definition of what we want and what we believe in. But then on the website, what we have is the sort of short and expanded bullet points. That isn't necessarily word for word our platform, but our platform itself doesn't have to be user-friendly. What we display on there is what we want to be user-friendly. So you can click on, this is our official platform, and this is like a common language version of what we have in our platform.
Another thing you can do is you can do snippets and quotes of the platform for more information, visit here, if you're gonna do a marketing tool, so. And we have a year to figure this out?
Yeah, so just to verify, like, where I think I'm hearing is, we want detailed position description of the parties' detailed position descriptions as our platform, but we wanna be able to market that as more approachable elevator pitch stuff as well.
Yes, very good.
Good job, guys.
I would just like to make a quick comment. So, I spent a lot of time down at the farmer's market for the last, I looked it up, the last 9 years I've been down at the farmer's market. And I've been handing out the quarter sheets that were created by the National Party many years ago. And the quarter sheets, unfortunately, I did not bring any of them with me, and I'm actually out of the quarter sheet that I'm trying to talk about, which there was the front of the quarter sheet was just yellow with the torch. It said, what is a libertarian? That's all it says on the front. But it has 5 bullets on the back, simple 5 bullets that are on my 5 buttons. They don't go into detail about the platform or the policies because we can't agree on that. But if we could just agree on those 5 bullets again, let's not recreate the wheel every time.
We do
Why
have
are
to
we
move on.
creating the wheel?
We will have to move on. All right, we have the results for at-large 2.
So
We
please look at
created
your
the wheel
CD
over and
votes.
over again.
Please verify your CD votes.
It's Bond, Naz, Thon, and Noble. I think I said those names wrong, but you get the idea.
No one got 50%.
No, it's just a
Plurality?
plurality.
We're at a plurality?
Oh, we did not reach it.
No, we have
Plurality.
Bond has the most votes.
It's just a plurality, it's not a majority.
No.
So do we throw out the
Tyler?
bottom one and vote again?
No, plurality would imply that Austin Bond won.
Correct.
We agree, is that our rules?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations, Austin Bond. And that is it for the elections, except for city reps. All right, we're gonna do a quick 5-minute district caucus. Please pick a rep and an alternate within your district and hand them in. Michael Sheen, these, please, when you are ready.
Do you need these or do you need?
Just tell them. One.
Don't ask us the process, just figure it out. They'll have ballots and they can figure it out. What?
Miles.
You know, you guys have to do this in the facility, like, not to move it outside, and they'd be like, that would be best. Okay. So like, maybe I can bring that, ask that question.
I know, but my point is, you run a city as our, and we are again putting the public.
There was a letter. I nominate Mike Schnees. I accept. Anyone disagree? No? Alright, let's see you up.
I mean, I'm gonna be here, she's at Lewis.
Well, no, if I'm gonna miss the meeting, just so she knows. I'm party affiliation or state
My work schedule.
My party affiliation is clear.
And mine's super flexible on the first round, so.
We're gonna have to agree, Joseph.
Nobody else.
I can understand having your primary and gone across the state and everything, but I do understand your point, yes.
You're both your
I love you guys.
I hear you,
I hear you. And I don't have mine.
If we're gonna continue to fail.
Hey, how do you spell Robert's last name?
So I'm saying that I think, yes, I should be the city rep instead of you, but I'm a minority here because you guys have all chosen already to keep going through the same. Who ran for statewide office and then never showed up? Okay? Who ran for statewide office? His yard signs now the farmer's market so that they can show them to his okay, twice ran for statewide office. Didn't come down.
So you just read this off.
Okay.
I was about
He
to,
said, she said,
my job.
situation.
my job.
You can look on Facebook and see how many times I published media on Facebook.
Please get those votes in.
So the point is, no, I'm not obviously, because there's nobody nominated for me to be. I hear that you want to be, he wants to figure out. That's what I heard. I didn't hear anybody say they want Chris to be. That's what I heard.
Walter, what's the point?
So again, I think I'm not gonna vote for Phil. I'm against Phil. But nobody else has been on that. And I'm not gonna nominate myself.
That's not hardcore.
Want to go upstairs and ask if we can get 6 instead of 5 here?
I'm not. Are there any other nominations?
Does CD8 have an alternate?
Oh, I will.
Does CD8 have an alternate?
Yeah, no, we're gonna do an official.
That's my point is,
I'm
doing it.
There you go.
These
treasure pulled through yet
don't
again.
actually do it. And we just voted for them to not do it. So I don't get it. I don't get it. And the new guy is overcommitted. So I don't get it. So overcommitted. Overcommitted.
We elected alternate?
Okay.
Bernard?
A month ago, you said you were going to do Midwest Carolina.
Oh, yeah, he was 87.
Again, there's people who say they're going to do things.
I'm not in an organization.
Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yes,
When I say I'm going to do it,
in this district.
So now when I get
We have had that issue with a couple things to a very frustrating extent.
I've never run as a Republican. I'm taking money from the Republican Party.
We're going to be appointing bylaws committee too. I want you to come up with some nominees.
We're down the same path. We have made zero progress.
You could still run.
What do you mean? All the amendments passed. 100%. 3 out of 3.
We made zero changes. I mean, literally, we just talked about rewriting the platform. I've been talking about rewriting the platform for 7 years.
Hold on, I'll get it.
Why can't we just stay with the national platform and build on that if we don't like it?
Right. And the problem is that the national platform is
Now let's go. At least get the committee of
I don't know how many times I start branding. Do you understand what branding is? No, I didn't bring the art.
Okay, folks, we're running behind. We need to get order.
Your announcement here.
We can't delay dinner, so we have to eat dinner at 5:30, which means the longer we take, we will have to.
You guys, Chris, hey.
As you were! We'll have to come back after dinner to finish business, so we have a few things left to do. We can try to do it quick. We have to be at dinner at 5:30, they won't delay, the food's coming out, you want hot food, do it.
CD8, do you have an alternate?
No alternate CD8 is what I'm hearing. Okay, so do we have the elected reps?
Yep.
For display on the screen? Okay, congratulations, you guys. This is our new XCOM. Okay, we're going to move to agenda item number 8 for the committee appointments. The only committee that we need to appoint at this moment in time is the bylaws committee. And do we have a nomination from Kevin Litton?
It's too much.
You can do it.
Do it from the floor, just yell it out.
Yeah, what are you renominating?
You can't hear me, I need this mic. I would like to nominate the person who steered us through finally getting our bylaws and constitution together into one document after trying for 5 years. I'd like to nominate Mr. Kennard.
He accepts? And he accepts. Okay, any other nominations for the bylaws?
Just make it from the floor, please.
We need 5. Yeah, just yell them out.
Oh,
I'd like to nominate Tyler Dinky.
Tyler Danke, do you accept?
Yes.
All right.
Jason Jakewood.
I would like to nominate Justin Fisher.
Justin Fisher, do you accept?
Yes.
Okay.
Michael Genies? I accept.
I'd like to nominate Bryce.
Your name?
Bryce, do you accept?
Yes.
Kevin Litton?
I'll pass this time.
Oh.
Kevin declines.
I'd like to nominate Jordan.
Jordan Hansen, do you accept? Okay.
That's 6.
Any others?
Not add my name on there.
Okay.
Yeah, I missed who did a lot of nominations.
We got Michael Kennard, Tyler Danke, Justin Fisher, Michael Chinese, Bryce, and Jordan Hansen.
Congratulations.
Jordan Hansen.
Wasn't,
Hold on, we have 6 people.
We need a minimum of 5.
Yep.
A minimum of 5.
I think it is just 5.
Prove it.
Up to 5.
Yeah, up to 5.
Yeah, no more than 5.
Did we take it out last time?
Okay. So then what we'll do is we'll just have them vote for the top 5. Everyone votes for 5 people. Is what we'll do. So if you go into your ballot book, is it run off ballot 1?
You make it simple and say who you don't want.
Yeah, go to run off ballot 1.
Alright.
That would be the easier way, wouldn't it, Tyler?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm gonna have you do is on your runoff ballot 1, go ahead and write the one person on that list that you do not want on the committee, essentially, the one person you're voting against. And then the other 5 would be the ones you're casting a vote in favor of. Just to reiterate, we have 6 candidates for the bylaws committee, and there's only 5 slots on there. So you're gonna write the one name that you think should not be on the committee and submit that to your district teller. Make sense? Is there any questions about what's going on right now? Okay, run off ballot 1, go.
You want to notice the one that you don't want?
Which one is it? Resolution. This will be announced when we reconvene after dinner. Is that correct?
We still got 10 minutes. Yeah, we'll announce it now.
You can either vote no, which is automatic.
Tyler wants his ballot book.
And, Timmy, did I get your ballot?
You got it.
And you?
Okay, and with the dinner situation, we are having dinner in 10 minutes, and it's a hard stop. They can't delay the food for us. And we have a handful of resolutions that we still need to get to, so we are going to take another recess and come back after dinner to wrap up those resolutions. Is the plan.
Oh, I think we can just close it. Motion to close?
Hold on, it's out of order. We'll count your ballots.
Cool.
He said motion to close.
Now I just gotta figure out how exactly they want
I don't know why I'm having fun.
I don't know, where are you putting it? You're supposed to put all the names in.
At large one. Run out what?
Tyler, you migrated.
Are there any affiliates that wanna come up and update us what's going on in their neck of the woods while we're waiting?
Yeah, I do.
Just quick.
Real quick, Nathan is going to take you guys down to Kickapoo again this year.
Yes, Chris is.
When is that?
It's in the book. July something.
July 11th through 13th? The 11th through the 13th.
11th through the 13th. It's also Wilton Weenie Days, and if we can get enough people together in advance, we would like to join Wilton Weenie Days as a volleyball team in the tournament on Friday night, if I can get people to come. But again, camping, canoeing, kayaking,
The camping canoeing is kind of.
it's a lot of fun. So I highly recommend you come.
When's that, Chris?
July something.
And the camping and the kayaks and everything we provide at no cost to you. So if you can just show up with some food, you're good.
So how is all of the above?
Kickapoo River.
Weren't they supposed to dam that a few years ago?
That's not a
There is
valid
no dams on the Kickapoo River.
That was thrown away.
They were gonna do that a long time ago.
It's not a valid ballot.
All right, I have this, but it is 017. I don't have a ticket for it, so I don't know what CD rep is that for. So you can look at your ballot box or your ballot on the bottom left. There's a little number. It has my name on it, so
17?
yeah.
Yep.
That's you.
Yep.
Okay, what
6.
district?
6. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. LP Dane is at the Dane County's Farmers Market every Saturday morning when it is in season outside. You can join Chris Nass or myself. You can reach out to either one of us on Slack, Discord, or you can email us at info@lpdane.org. I am taking over the Great Midwest Marijuana Harvest Festival organization for Chris. We will have a permit this weekend. I'm leveraging my contacts in the music and entertainment industry in Madison as a former musician to try and get us some real good acts and draw a lot of attention to that. Any help with organizing or getting folks on board, that's musicians, anybody who wants to table, you can reach out to myself or at info@lpdane.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Reese.
One more real quick. Rock County, man, this thing's way too low. We do our meetings, we're trying to do them last Thursday of every month. I think May will be the 26th. We're at Rockstar Bar, if you guys are in Rock County, Janesville specifically. One of our local libertarians, Rick Last, he is a cook there, and he makes a mean Bloody Mary mix. He's a state champion, yes. So there's always something really good if you guys make it down there.
Thank you, Reese. Jason. Sorry, guys.
Hi, I'm Jason Jakewith with Wapaka County Libertarians, and I'm here to announce that we are going to be attending the Wapaka County Fair. So if anybody wants to sit in the booth with us, that is August 27th through the 31st. We're always looking for hands and seats to sit in the booth.
Got some mic up as usual.
Tim Kranz and the Grand Poobah of the Polk County affiliate. We also have a company and affiliate next door in Barron County. We're active, we each meet monthly. It's way far out, way far to the west. I doubt anybody's gonna make it up to join us, but if you do, come, have dinner, we talk, and we're chill. Our focus was deconstructed organization. It's a way to, you saw it in the newsletters, how we do things. It's effective, it's useful. We get government people to come to our dinners and just sit and chat. It's just a friendly way to make friends and build alliances. Thank you.
So can whoever did CD6 come back here? Just because.
CD6 teller to the front
CD6
table,
teller.
please. CD6 teller. Go ahead.
All right. I need 4 and 5.
Let's see.
So
See, I wanted
this
to
was a
talk
late
about
ad.
the Libertarian Party in southeast Wisconsin.
I didn't wanna-
We meet the third Saturday of each month at Castlewood Restaurant in Sturtevant at 12:30, and we're, for I don't know how many years now, we've been doing the Racine County Fair, which is the 23rd through the 27th. We're looking for volunteers. You could contact Jim Sewell there if you're interested in helping us out. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Anyone else?
Hey, can I speak from here?
Affiliate news?
Yeah, can I speak from here?
We prefer you come to the mic, just for the live stream folks too. Or, yeah, he'll bring you the mic. Look at that.
Live stream just like this.
This is Jordan Hansen.
I said it before, but Fox Valley Libertarians is bringing Joe Jorgensen to Oshkosh on August 14th, that's Thursday, for Waterfest. So you'll have dinner with Joe Jorgensen, followed by a Waterfest performance by Loverboy. Okay, the longer you wait, the more tickets will go up. So get your tickets sooner rather than later. Talk to me or email the chair at LPWI that's listed on your booklet if you want to go.
Tickets are expected to go live potentially on Monday through Eventbrite.
Okay. We do have an existing affiliate with only a couple members in it, the Central Wisconsin affiliate that's centered around Wausau, Stevens Point area. I think you saw Jim Moss, I don't know why he's not in here now, but an ancient looking man is basically doing that affiliate by himself right now, so contact him if you're in that area and want to be involved. We'd love to get that thing rolling again. But I don't know where he went.
Thank you. Miles, 30 seconds.
All right, so.
Microphone.
Really quick.
The kegs have been leaking water. Is anybody opposed to me taking the kegs directly outside the doors like we had a few years ago?
Take charge.
All right.
Make it so.
All right, cool.
Go. Yeah, why are you even here? Come on. Save it.
All right, we have the results for the Constitution and Bylaws Committee.
So again, please look at your CD reps. We're only human.
So the winner loses, right?
The winner loses.
Okay, so the committee will be composed of Tyler Danke, Justin Fisher, Jordan Hansen, Michael Chinese, and Michael Kennard. Congratulations. I'll now entertain a motion to recess for dinner. So moved, is there a second?
Second.
Is there any objection? Okay, we'll reconvene in 45 minutes.
Let's do it.
Okay.
I love you so much. I love you so much. You love me so much. You love me so much. I had a great time last night, drinking around the campfire. And the night before that, I had a great time. Now it's time to get down to business. It's time to get down to business. Time to get down to business. It's time to get down to business. We love each other so much. We love each other so much. I had a great time last night, drinking around the campfire. And the night before that, I had a great time. We love each other so much. We love each other so much. Now it's time to get down to business. 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 We love each other so much. We love each other so much. I had a great time last night, drinking around the campfire. And the night before that, I had a great time. We love each other so much. We love each other so much. Now it's time to get down to business. 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 The sun's a star, golden fall, too busy pointing at our
let's do I'll just share the Word doc, because that's.
Fraudulent. When you put your name on something, but you didn't really do it. Fraud.
Yeah, I think just hearing.
There's a lot of misrepresentation going on sometimes. What I'm pointing out. What's that?
Oh, yeah. I actually took a photo here like this.
No, you guys have made it very clear. You did not want me to run for governor. No, I offered you guys money, time, and you guys chose to not go that route. So
But I don't see why you can't still run for governor. I mean,
so the right thing to do would do for our leadership to make sure that there was leadership on our executive committee. But instead, we're giving new opportunities to new leadership. Because that's the way we've always done it.
Keep going.
So we're doing the way we've always done it.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna reconvene. I call this meeting back to order, guys. We are back in session, and we are moving on to resolutions from the floor. And before we do that, I believe Mr. Philanderson has a motion.
I was asked to move that, by nobody in particular, that we limit discussion on each resolution to 1 comment per person and 1 minute discussion. So 1 minute for each person on each resolution.
Second. Seconded by Robert Burke. Is there any discussion on the motion to establish the rule for resolutions from the floor? Just to reiterate, each person will get 1 opportunity to speak for 1 minute. No reapproaching the mic for an additional minute. You get 1 opportunity for 1 minute.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Any objection to calling the question? Okay, and is there any objection to the motion to establish the 1 minute rule? Okay, passes unanimously. We'll get right into it then. We do have a few resolutions that have already been submitted to the secretary. If you have one that you'd like to bring forward, please bring us the text, or use one of these carbon copy sheets.
Or email secretary.
Or email secretary at lpwi.org.
That's the best way.
And first up, we have Kevin Litton.
We have, per our bylaws, elected people who have no duties and no responsibilities. There's no teeth into this, but it suggests that part of what they may want to do while they are in office are these things below, which are recruiting candidates and keeping a handle on who is in your district, little things like that. Like I said, if you do it wrong, no one's gonna kick you out. But I did decide that they do have the authority to kick out their representative on their own because they elected them, but there is no procedure for that yet. It just acknowledges that the authority lies with the members in that congressional district. I would hope that our CD reps would hang on to their members, because when we switched over from Civi CRM to our new nation builder, we lost 14 people and we couldn't find them anywhere. We contacted the congressional reps, they had no clue who's in their district. And there's only like 20 members in each district. It's very easy to hang on to your local members. It would be great if they would assist in recruiting candidates, if they would have an activity so that the members in the district could meet each other, that sort of thing. I'm done. Thank you.
I'm going to call this resolution out of order.
Why?
Because it grants authority to a congressional district group to remove their representative, and that would effectively be a change to our bylaws.
No, it just says they do have the authority, but we don't know how to do it because it's not in our bylaws.
But they don't, they're elected.
Well, hold on, I'm ruling this out of order. If someone wants to overturn my decision, they can.
So
But I'm ruling this resolution out of order.
tossing the top line out or the bottom?
I'm ruling this resolution out of order.
the entire resolution.
Yes. Yes.
May you rot in hell forever.
Get hold of the bylaws.
Now it's getting spicy.
All right, Kevin.
So the princes of the party have no responsibilities and they can do whatever they want, and that's the way it is.
Do you want to resubmit your resolution so that it's not in violation of the bylaws? You're welcome to do so. Kevin, you have a second resolution that you submitted? Go ahead.
The second half then, it gives them just the things that we suggest they should do.
Are you amending your resolution?
May I amend my resolution?
Sure.
That this begins where there are no elected officials in the party without duties or responsibilities. Okay, and then down below, these are suggestions that they may want to consider doing while they're in office.
Okay, so Kevin Litton moves to adopt the highlighted text as an addition to our policy manual. Is that correct? Okay. That is in order.
Thank you.
I second that.
And Chris seconds it.
So
Any
is
discussion?
this a new resolution, or is this an amendment of a resolution?
It's a new resolution.
It's a new resolution,
Okay.
because his initial one was ruled out of order.
Which would be put into the policy and procedure manual.
Understood.
So we're just removing this part?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not touching your document.
Any discussion on this?
They're just suggestions?
Let's take it to a vote then. Hey.
Okay, let's vote. All in favor, rise.
Wait, all in favor of editing that?
No.
All in
This
favor?
is the resolution.
The resolution is everything that's not highlighted.
You're passing everything that's not highlighted, yeah.
Or set.
Okay, opposed? Abstain? Got you. Okay, it passes. 13 to 37. Okay, Kevin, your second resolution. Go ahead. Please approach the mic.
So why don't you just plant a seed real close to them?
Grab a chair.
I'm only going to propose the two, and then I will be done. This acknowledges that the delegates who are elected to represent us at the National Convention have the authority to do the things we've always assumed they can, which is to choose our regional representation, which got us into all that trouble with Stephen Eckert. Who the party officers are, which they vote on. And they get to vote on the other things like the candidates, the platforms, its bylaws, and whatever else they get to vote on at the party. So this essentially says that someone on the XCOM cannot command them to do whatever XCOM either votes on or they want them to do. They have the authority themselves to decide the things that are brought forward to them at national. We elected them to do that, let's let them do it, let's stay away from them and give them that authority. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you.
So is this, the delegates just vote on the rep, or is it the regional agreement?
It is both. It's our regional representation and the officers of that region. Okay, that's who shall represent us in that region. And then the party's candidates, like our president, its platform, bylaws, and committee members. So if...
When did we get a policy and procedure manual?
Right.
We've had one for a while.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, is there any other, hey, you guys, hey, stop the side chatter, you guys, order. If you'd like to say something on this, please approach the mic.
Push the microphone in. Come on. Did I?
No. I'm speaking in favor of this. The highest authority, sorry Bob, is the convention. The convention delegates responsibilities to the XCOM who carry on the work of the business from convention to convention. If the convention elects the delegates, then the XCOM shouldn't be directing the delegates, which is, I think, what this does, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I support it. It makes complete sense. Thank you.
I'm gonna cry now.
Hey, pretty back and forth, Kevin.
Is there any other discussion on this resolution? All right, I'm not seeing none.
Question?
Then, oh, we got a question?
No, call the question.
You're not seeing
Okay.
none.
There's no one else wanting to talk, so we'll just go right to a vote then. All in favor of this resolution, please rise.
One day you'll be a delegate and we will hope you voted for this.
Okay, be seated. All opposed?
Kevin, I said sit by the microphone.
Next one is Tyler.
Abstain? Motion passes.
20 to 3.
Where's Tyler?
All right, speaking of Tyler, you're next.
What weird timeline are we in where Kevin Litton is passing all these things?
Yes, I told you! Always surprising how many people agree with me by the end of the day.
He's yielding his time to me.
Yeah. Michael Connor, 7. This is a rule proposed by Tyler, and Tyler's been feeling well, so he asked me to speak for him. One of the issues has been, in this past year especially, about trying to formalize credentialing, and we don't really have much of a structure for that. We did kind of worked it out last year between Nate and I, and this year between Brian and I. But we feel that the creation of a credentials committee is essential for proper functioning of this convention, whether that's done by standing committee or however, but we feel that that should be a codified that somehow a credentials committee is created.
Thank you, Mr. Kennard. Is there anyone else who would like to discuss this resolution, the creation of a credentials committee?
If I might, actually, this specifies exactly how a credentials committee should be selected. So it does what you said, and then it says specifically this is how we should do a credentials committee. I think, could we just, Nate, could you read out loud the?
I can do something. I don't think it was scrolled all the way down.
It wasn't, I have only so much room here.
Yeah, I understand.
All right, section 1, establishment and purpose. A credentials committee shall be established prior to each state convention for the purpose of verifying delegate eligibility and reporting on credentialed delegates. Section 2, appointment. The chair of the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin shall appoint, with the advice and consent of the executive committee, a credentials committee composed of not fewer than 3 members of the party in good standing. Appointments shall be made no later than 90 days prior to the start of the convention. Section 3, duties. The Credentials Committee shall confirm delegate eligibility based on membership records and other requirements specified in the party bylaws. Prepare and deliver a preliminary credentials report at the opening of the convention. Provide updates to the credentials report as necessary throughout the convention. Resolve any disputes regarding delegate status, subject to appeal to the convention body. Section 4, reporting. The final report of the Credentials Committee shall be adopted by a majority vote of the credentialed delegates at the convention. Until such report is adopted, no official business shall be conducted except for 1, call to order, 2, reading and adoption of the agenda, 3, adoption of the credentials report. Section 5, dissolution. The Credentials Committee shall be dissolved upon final adjournment of the convention.
Be it further resolved.
Well, be it further resolved that this rule of order shall remain in effect unless amended or repealed by majority vote at a future state convention.
Okay, any other discussion on this resolution? Does anybody else want to speak in favor or opposed? Yeah, please approach the mic. Oh, well, approach Tyler.
I have a question of clarification. Are we having a number of persons? My name is Amanda Wara, I'm with District 6. Are we having a limited number of persons on this committee? Like, it doesn't, does it say in the?
It does say it.
Yeah, it was 3.
Yeah.
This resolution specifies 3 people.
Roger, and how?
At least 3 people.
And how are we going to?
At least 3 people.
And how are we going to choose those people?
That's the chair and ex-com.
Could be the ex-com, basically.
It's in that
Roger.
procedure there.
Thank you.
appoint with the advice.
And this
and
goes into the
consent.
convention rules, not the policy and procedure? Is that correct? Both?
This is a resolution adopted at convention, so,
And it's specifically a rule of order, so it should technically
Go into our convention rules.
it should go into our,
The convention policy and procedure.
okay.
That's
Yeah.
essentially.
Okay.
So yes, to answer your question, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, clarifications, debate on this resolution? Okay, I'm gonna go to a rising vote on this one again. If there's no objection to the rising vote, all in favor of this resolution, please stand.
Damn it, stinky, can't you?
Okay, please sit. All opposed? All opposed to this resolution, please stand. No opposed? Abstain? Motion passes 2102.
There's three.
Three
at the front table.
All right, next resolution, Tim Krantz.
I talked about this earlier. We have a 19th century style of doing business in our organization. Let's figure out what a 20th century party looks like
2103.
and update and see if it's worth updating. Just a commission to study and report back at a later convention. It's a special or annual, I don't know what that means, but it's open to it. Would like to think that we could reorganize and downsize things that would be smoother for the size of organization that we are and as we grow. What we have now doesn't make much sense to me, and it hasn't for 33 years.
All right, do we have a second to this motion? I gotta ask first.
it's a.
Yes.
Yes, second by Phil Anderson. All right, and any discussion on this resolution?
So by the LPWI, you mean the XCOM shall appoint?
Yes.
The existing XCOM.
If you could, please approach the mic with your questions so that we can all be engaged in this conversation.
Well, I would think well, I guess, I don't know.
Is it a committee that we do here at convention?
We could, it's open to,
I yield my ground.
it's open, the next SCOM can do it, it's open, I
Okay.
think we should. I think we should at least consider it and move forward.
Amanda Wara, District 6. I have the same kind of questions as before. How many people are going to be involved in this? What is the time frame in it? The hours, the manpower hours that it's going to take? And do we have volunteers that are actually going to show up for this?
So it is 5 members, no less than 5 members. There is no time frame. Quarterly reports.
And it's as much work as goes into it is what they report out of it. You don't have to accept the report, but next year, but whatever's reported, it's just a study. It's not binding.
Okay.
Paul?
Thank you.
Inquiry?
Inquiry?
That says it's gotta be done today, which means now, correct?
Today. No, okay.
It says today.
Get back to Tim.
Sorry, it moved on me. Sorry about that.
Where'd it go?
It's still,
No.
it didn't move when you moved it.
Well, it's supposed to move when I move it.
We're supposed to be looking at Tim Kranz's resolution about.
There you go.
There we go.
Oh,
That was weird.
the commission today, I guess I thought we had more time, sorry. Can I amend my own resolution to get rid of today?
Tim moves to amend his resolution to strike the word today.
Where's today?
Top
Has
line.
this resolution been seconded?
Yes.
Okay.
A commission,
Do we need-
top line.
Top line.
I'll second the
LP
amendment.
appointing commission today.
Okay.
All right, is there a second to striking the word today?
Yes.
Phil Anderson seconds. Is there any discussion on removing the word today? No discussion. Is there any objection to removing the word today?
New caption, that's right, not changing.
Okay.
Okay.
Now we're back on the main motion. Discussion on the main motion is open. Paul? I call him Paul. But you're at the microphone, so.
Go ahead.
No, Paul.
Paul Hillers, District 7. I guess I don't see how this is any different than the bylaws committee that's working on the bylaws.
Go ahead, Chris.
So, I'm with Paul. I don't know how this is any different than Bryce Mises caucus. You can do this on your own today. You don't need anybody's approval to do this. So if 5 of you want to get together today, or tomorrow, or in the next day, and do this, you're welcome to do that. We don't need to appoint anyone to do it.
All right, any other discussion on the main motion? Phil Anderson.
I'm speaking in favor because it does create reporting requirements, et cetera, that does make it different from something that's independently organized.
Is there any other discussion on the main motion as it reads? Tyler?
Yeah, so this is pretty much what the bylaws committee does, but it is a specific encouragement to that bylaws committee to some specific goals. I would encourage, in my magic world, I would just amend, am I asking a question, or I'm speaking either in favor
or against?
Right.
Magic word. It just sounds like you're thinking out
loud.
Time.
This is what the bylaws, so
Start with for or against, please.
I'm against this because I don't think we're gonna have 5 people in addition to this, plus the bylaws. Like, those are the same probably people that are interested in this kind of thing. And if we want to do this, it can be brought up to the bylaws committee and organized voluntarily. That's what we do, that's how we do this.
Thank you, John.
Rather than a resolution. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on this motion?
They just had a year to think about it.
Is there any other discussion on this motion? All right, I'm gonna go to a rising vote on this one. All in favor of the motion as it reads, please stand. All in favor of the motion, please stand.
Well, there's our committee.
You guys can just do it and submit it to the bylaws.
All opposed.
You guys can just do it.
All opposed.
We don't need a committee for this. Just do it. We also have the what's that committee that meets before the next
Abstain?
round? The strategic planning committee can do it too.
Motion fails, 3-13-6. Okay, and now I'm gonna hand the mic back to our acting chair, Tim Krenz.
All right, we have a proposal from Brian Bell. Resolution supporting defend the guard. Brian.
All right, Brian Bell, District 2. This is try to make it as succinct as possible resolution supporting efforts to promote Defend the Guard in Wisconsin. With what's going on in the world, I think this is a very important policy issue that is very state specific, and with what's going on with Iran and China, I think it's a strong policy statement we can make to oppose those types of war efforts and things that are specific to Wisconsin.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any questions?
I just have a quick question.
Go ahead, Bill.
How many other states has this been adopted in? Quite a few, right?
A few.
Like a dozen?
Did we not adopt this last year?
No, we did not. We, no.
Okay.
Not doing anything with defend the guard.
Amanda?
Doesn't matter.
This is where we speak in defense or against, correct?
Okay.
Or just whatever.
Roger. So Amanda Wara, District 6, I'm voting in support of this, as a combat vet and a mother, like.
It's good enough for me.
Right. Non-aggression, we are not getting into shit that we don't belong in.
And I'll speak in favor as an Army wife of someone I do not want to go to a war in, because I can't handle my kids by myself.
Any further discussion?
Aye.
Oh, I go down.
Absolutely. This one.
Any other veterans in the room?
There are several other veterans in the room.
Too.
We don't need to.
I don't think we need to. Last year at this convention, I proposed we start a Veterans Caucus, and that was with the specific intent of adopting
working toward defend the guard for Wisconsin. I think we need it. We get deployed, I'm a 20-year vet. And we get deployed more often than any other state guard unit in the country. Time for that shit to stop.
Any further comments, questions, speaking in support? Okay, put it to, ready to vote? All those in favor, please stand.
Bob. Bob. Yeah.
Let the record show.
All right, please sit.
Rob hits our bets.
Any
I
opposed,
desire
please
to end
stand.
the war. I
Anybody
desire to
opposed?
end that
Anybody
standing army.
opposed?
How's that one? Oh wait, no, I'm just gonna abstain.
Thank you. Any abstain?
You voted no.
No.
I wasn't
Abstain.
Did the motion carry?
Motion carries.
Thank you.
What's the number?
Next motion. Thank you, Brad.
These are shorter, so it'll work on my screen.
Resolution 6 from Paul Eller. Paul, please.
When I proposed this, I did not know that you guys did basically this thing last year.
Okay.
And I just want to speak to it. I'm really glad that you guys did. We had a substitute minister in our church, and he said, I'm no longer a Christian. He goes, if Christian means I'm a Christian nationalist, I'm not a Christian. And it made me wonder if I was a libertarian. And I came down here to find out if I was a capital L libertarian or a small L libertarian. And I'm really happy to report that I'm a capital L libertarian. I guess where I live, everybody thinks I'm a Trumper because I'm a libertarian. I'm not shy about being a libertarian. Everybody thinks I'm a Trumper because I'm a libertarian. Okay? And I'm not shy about being a libertarian, and I'm, you know, by my actions, I'm showing that I'm not a Trumper. Okay? I show up at the demonstrations and all that kind of stuff that we're having up there. So I guess I just would like the party to reaffirm that if this administration has somehow stumbled onto doing something that's close to libertarianism, it was accidental and or they did it illegally. Okay? Thank you.
Go ahead, Kevin.
We did pass a resolution last year, but it was very differently worded. This one renounces all of the actions of the Trump administration, including pardoning Russ Ulbricht. And I like to say, you know, even a blind pig gets an acorn once in a while. He can't be doing entirely wrong. There's, you know, he's done so much, something must be good, and we're renouncing every bit of it. And if we pass this, some of that will come back to bite us. It has to be qualified in some way, and until it is, I won't be voting for it. Go ahead.
Bob Bursick, District 6. So President Trump has shrunk the size of government.
He hasn't?
Excuse me, I have the floor. President Trump has shrunk the size of government. He's, as we speak, closing down the Department of Education. He's shrunk the IRS. He's proposed ending the income tax, He's removed us from foreign entanglements. He's done many, many things the Libertarian Party claims to support. I think this resolution is ridiculous, and it's so non-specific to further make it ridiculous.
So you're not in support?
I'm not in support.
Anybody else speak in favor or opposed? Seeing none, we'll take a vote. Please stand if you.
I'm not gonna say that.
Please, everyone, if you're in favor of this resolution, please stand.
Who's in favor of this resolution?
Thank you. Please stand. Please stand if you are opposed to this resolution.
Well, a bit more specific.
Yeah.
Pretty specific.
Thank you. Motion failed to pass.
Abstain.
What's the other numbers?
Oh, abstain.
6.
What is the middle one? What is the nose?
The nose were 17?
17. I put it on.
And next is, oh, motion fails, thank you. Next is resolution from Robert Burke.
Alright. I gotta tell you guys, I am really, really super encouraged at how far we have come in our struggle in a world set free in our lifetime. And I think we've enjoyed our time here so much, and I believe this facility meets our needs so well, that it has been suggested by more than just me, and more than just Mr. Gall, and more than Mr. What's your last name?
I don't remember either, but it's okay.
Mr. Anderson, that we hold the convention here again next year. You know, I know some people go, we should be closer to Madison because it draws people in. Should be closer to Milwaukee because it draws people in. You know what? It doesn't. You know what draws people in? Someplace we can come and have our own space.
Oh, that's what draws people in, guys.
Oh, he's right. Sorry, I love you guys, and we should come back here next year.
All right, anybody second, say, oh, thank you, second, motion been seconded, any question?
If we vote for this, does it lock us into having the convention here, or is it merely proposing that we try and have the convention?
No, we'll have the convention here next year.
There's things out of our control, though.
You know, I tell you what, if there's a space invasion, if we give up money or political parties end in the world, we turn everything to glass, we'll skip it.
Just to answer your question quick, Kevin. In our bylaws, it does say that the executive committee sets the date and location of the convention. And so that's still in place. This would just be a recommendation from the convention.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna speak in favor of it, not just because of the reasons Bob listed, but another reason is because the big fancy hotels usually have food and beverage minimums and like high room rental rates. Here they charge us per head, so it's really, you know, just based on how many people show up, which is really nice for our size group. And we can grow or shrink, and it will, you know, the price will grow or shrink with us, essentially. And yeah, it's just, I think it's the best facility. I've been organizing conventions for 10 years now for this party. And this is the first place we've come back to in that 10 years. And they're just really easy to work with, and they meet all our needs more so than any other place I can say I've worked with.
So you're speaking in favor of
Yes, yes I am.
All right, thank you, Aaron.
Aaron Cammer, I speak in favor of Bob's thing here. I think this place is awesome. I think we should come back here. It's sort of in the central location for everybody. Everybody's within a 4-hour drive of this place. And we have this place to ourselves. This place is awesome. And like you said, it's easy to work with. And the only problem is if we grow, we're gonna outgrow this room. I don't know if there's another convention hall.
Let's deal with that problem.
It's called the Hill. Yeah, exactly. Rent a tent, put it out there, but it's whatever, but.
Let Chris Naz take him into the woods.
Down in the woods.
Go ahead.
I am against this motion for one reason and one reason only.
It's just because I introduced you, bet.
No. Okay, there are only two reasons why. Actually, because Brian Bloss and I had this discussion during the planning of this. There are a couple of other potential venues very similar to this. The Wisconsin Lions Camp down at Rosholt is another excellent facility that would do this kind of thing. I think Mr. Nass would agree. That is another venue we could look at. And we were looking at, hey, let's find out what other venues there are that are similar to this that can accommodate us, hopefully to this level or better. But yeah, Treehaven's been great, but I speak against it only because I'd like us to explore the other opportunities.
Thank you, Bill. I agree with Michael's sentiment, but I think I rise in support of this. And I used to be somebody that subscribed to being in Milwaukee and Madison in election years, but Bob's right, people don't show up. And I think our goal with this, with our convention should be that we're here and it's the best for us. And as we grow and become more noteworthy and become more influential in state politics, that people will come here. The press will come here, the candidates from other parties that wanna talk to us, whatever it is, they'll come here, this will be a destination, and this facility will be part of our sales pitch to our members to show up and new members to show up, because we are comfortable here and happy.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we will.
No, I got
Okay,
something.
Michael.
I'm kind of opposed to this because Robert Burke is telling us what to do.
Off the top rope.
Any further discussion? Any
I
further
have
discussion?
made a suggestion, you are able to either agree or disagree with it. I didn't decide you had to fucking vote on it.
All right, all those in favor, please rise and support in favor of this resolution.
What about none of the above?
Who doesn't
Yeah,
want, everybody
there'll
vote
be
no,
a- there'll be another, there'll be another.
bonfire.
Bob, you're voting yes.
Well, come back here. I'm the only one who knows what we do for a party.
You should vote against.
Please sit.
Invocation, yeah, push it back, invocation.
All right, if you are opposed to this motion, please rise. Thank you, please sit. If you abstain, please rise. Thank you, please sit.
Yeah, well, you should have rose before.
Oh, I'm included in that one.
He wants it to be here, he's voting yes.
Did we not count you the first time?
He was not in the room.
Alright.
Well, I don't know the vote was taken. I don't know.
It's fine.
We still won.
It doesn't matter, we still won.
For the record, he wants to be here next year.
All right, thank you. And, motion passes. Yeah, it will be recommended to the executive committee that we will have the 2026 citizen year at Treehaven. Resolution 8 is new, isn't it?
Yep.
Jordan?
Yeah, did you get it all up there?
Yeah, you wanna read it?
Read it out loud. Yeah. Read the motion out.
Read the motion out.
All right, so in response to Paul's motion, we voted it down because I think everybody agreed in spirit, but it lacked specificity. So this is not an inclusive list, but this is what I could cobble together in 5 minutes of frantic writing. That the LPWI renounce the Trump administration's deportations without due process, the reckless tariffs, the use of ICE, attack on free speech and cancellation of student visas, his proposal to abolish birthright citizenship, his invocation of the Insurrection Act, the weaponization of the Justice Department, and consolidation of authoritarian power.
That's a good 5 minutes.
Very productive 5 minutes.
Do we have a second? All right, who would like to speak in favor of this, or opposed? Anybody want to speak in favor or opposed? Let's vote.
Let's bring it to a vote.
You can clean up the grammar.
Versick.
Hi again, Bob Versick, District 6.
Without and all that.
I'd like to start by saying that this looks like something parroted from MSNBC, and I thought that libertarians had a lot better independent minds to not just parrot the things they hear in the media about President Trump. Additionally, I'm wondering if the Libertarian Party, if this group has ever made a resolution to renounce Joe Biden when he got us further into NATO, when he gave hundreds of billions of our tax dollars to foreign countries to continue an unnecessary war. And I would think we have something better to do than worry about what's going on in different parties in the Democrat and Republican parties. We should be focused on libertarian issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And Brian speaking?
Brian Voss, No District. I'm speaking in opposition to this because there is no Oxford comma after Justice Department. Also,
On purpose.
All right.
I'd also like to take this opportunity to politely point out that it is just because the other guys did something bad, the other guys did something worse doesn't mean we can't criticize something bad that's going on.
We should pass one of these every year.
Every year.
Regardless.
Or maybe we should just pay attention to what we're doing as libertarians.
Reese?
Yep. Reese Wood, CD1, and to speak on what Brian was saying, we run into this argument a lot. And people will say Joe Biden was just as bad. You didn't say anything. there's no time that's wrong, we did, right? There's no time that's ever wrong to say things are wrong right now. You say it right now if it is. You might disagree with this, but it is definitely libertarian to observe the, pretty much everything in there. There's nothing non-libertarian about that. It doesn't matter of perception. The comma is out of order, I'm
All
sorry.
right, thank you. Any other further discussion? Tyler? Or Kristen, you're up.
Motion to amend.
Motion to amend?
I'm open to friendly amendments.
Oh, God, there is no such thing.
No such thing?
Yeah, you can add ask for comment.
Kristen?
I'm making a motion to amend. I just feel so,
Oh.
or I didn't.
Oh, motion to
I was
amend?
just gonna speak in favor, that's all.
What, motion to amend, Tyler?
Instead of insurrect, oh yeah. Can you grab it for me?
Oh, the microphone?
Yeah, it wasn't the Insurrection Act, it was the Alien and Sedition Act, that's my bad. Clerical error.
It should be Alien Enemies and Sedition Act, is that right? Jake with that.
Are you getting it from MSNBC?
It was just alien enemies.
Alien enemies. So,
Yes.
and to, just to clean it up, make it, instead of admins, make it administration, and debt be department, just to clean it up.
Are these all friendly amendments that we don't vote on?
Jordan?
It could be a quick.
Friendly amendments, are we doing that?
Friendly, yes, sorry, that
There
was
was no
my
friendly
bad
amendments.
right
No
here.
friendly amendments, we have amendments on the floor.
Objection to those
Object
amendments.
to the
Vampire
motion.
weekend.
All right, what are we doing? I'm gonna rule this out of order as is. We don't know what we're doing. I'm sorry.
Correct.
The amendment or the whole thing?
The whole thing or the amendment?
The amendment.
Why wouldn't we change the insurrection to alien enemies?
Because aliens aren't real?
It's not alien enemies and sedition, it's
know
just
that.
enemies. No and sedition,
No
just
and
alien
sedition.
enemies.
Alien enemies, not and sedition. So my proposal was to change insurrection to alien enemies.
Motion, all right, so is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second.
Comma goes after department.
All right,
And,
we have,
Shut the fuck up.
here we go. All right, now, we have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion?
Yeah.
On the motion to amend insurrection and alien enemies net. Just to the amendment.
I object to changing the amendment. It should just be rewritten and reissued as a new, properly construed amendment.
I second.
That's, okay, that's, anybody in favor of the amendment? Vote on the amendment. All those in favor of changing the amendment from insurrection to alien enemies act, please rise. Okay, please, all those opposed to the amendment? Please, any abstain? The motion is amended to read as follows. This is just, okay, the amendment passes. Any further discussion on the amendment, on the resolution, excuse me? Kristen Walker?
Kristen Walker, CD4. I speak in favor of this because, it's not really about this person did that bad thing, this person did that bad thing. If you pay attention, actually, we have press releases all the time that point out things that people do in the administration, whether it be the Trump or Biden or whoever, all the time. It's just when something of this magnitude happens.
Please, let's get through this. Keep going,
When
Kristen.
something of this magnitude happens, I think that it is important to say something.
Brian Deputy?
Brian Defferding, Neenah, Wisconsin, CD6.
speaking in favor of this. I think that one of the things that I've noticed literally over the last 60 days is just how polarizing Trump has been and Trump's administration has been. And I've seen this within the Libertarian Party. And so it's very important for us to have these distinctions to show that we are actually for freedom. And it doesn't necessarily matter who's president per se, as long as they're for freedom, we're for that. But if we have someone there that is doing things that are anti-freedom, that is for consolidation of power, that is our responsibility to denounce it. This is just one thing that we do. It's not everything that we do. It's just one aspect of a multitude of things that we do. So this is just something for us to it's important for us to identify ourselves and how we are different from who is elected right now. So that's all. Thank you.
Any further discussion? We will now vote. Will all those in favor of the resolution, please stand. Please sit. Will all those opposed to the amendment, please stand. Resolution, please stand. Opposed to the resolution. Please sit. Resolution passed. Wait. Abstain, I'm sorry, abstain. Any abstain?
Come on, Bob, this one wasn't about authoritarianism.
Well, this is about criticizing someone, it's really mostly mental masturbation.
Please sit. Resolution passed.
I motion to adjourn.
No. We got auction items, we got bucket raffles. Where do you wanna do them, here or outside?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
We have award presentations.
And awards, yes, we have those too. Do the awards now?
Yes.
But we can absorb, isn't that not part of the business meeting? That's after?
It was supposed to be separate, it was supposed to be at the dinner, the awards.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not business.
Okay.
It is
Okay.
business.
Well, the awards are business.
Okay.
Our first award presenter, Nate, would you? Phil, are you presenting the?
Yes, I am presenting one award.
Which is the?
Ed Thompson.
Ed Thompson Award, please, come on.
Who's doing the Dave Harmon one? Who won that? Did you win it?
Tim, no,
Tim?
Tim Johnson.
Johnson.
Not here.
Tim Johnson.
He sent the speech, we do Brian Gloss.
All right.
Brian Gloss.
This is our thank you for something that I'm not supposed to be awarding specifically, but Hot Government received the award for the Ed Thompson Liberty Award, which is presented to a person or organization outside LPWI that has fought for liberty. And I just have a brief letter I'm gonna read from them, from Jim and Don, who are also members of Hot Government, in response. Sure, go ahead, Chris. We would first like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the nominating committee and the Wisconsin Libertarian Party for inviting us to this occasion today. Our organization, Hot Government, came into existence in 2017. It was born out of a need to keep a vigilant eye on government overreach into the private lives of citizens, particularly through the judiciary. Hot Government is an impartial entity made of diverse individuals from a variety of political backgrounds. Our supporters include independents as well as current and former affiliates of the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, and of course the Libertarian Party. While our political origins may vary, we are united by a common principle, one best expressed by Ron Paul, quote, freedom is popular, and quote, our rights come from our creator, not the government. This belief lies at the heart of our mission and has fueled countless campaigns and investigations over the years. We are bound by a shared commitment to limited government, strong opposition to overtaxation, and a firm defense against unwarranted intrusions into private life. Many of our supporters have roots in the Libertarian Party, and that connection continues to strengthen our purpose. We have also been especially fortunate to count Phil Anderson as a steadfast ally. I did not write this. His support and involvement with our organization have been invaluable, and we look forward to many more years of collaboration. Though we may be small in size, and they're actually quite bigger than we are, our commitment to meaningful change is unwavering. Today, we are truly honored and humbled to receive the Ed Thompson Liberty Award. We view this not as a conclusion, but as a stepping stone in our ongoing journey. We are optimistic about the future and grateful for the opportunity to grow and work alongside you. I've only been involved for less than a year. These two gentlemen here, and I'd like you to stand up, because that organization was formed. These two gentlemen were involved, George Meyer, who's not with us anymore, a very steadfast, hardworking libertarian in the Racine area called Mr. Racine, was one of us, passed away, and I was one of the founders of this organization. So I thank both of you on behalf of the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin.
And our next award is the Dave Harmon Award we give for someone in the party who has done outstanding service. And the award went to Mr. Tim Johnson, our press secretary, who can't be here tonight, but he sent a speech along that Mr. Brian Voss will read in his acceptance book.
Does anyone know like what the tone of his voice is like so I can mimic it?
Usually fine.
Okay.
Lots of luck.
I've never been very good at talking about myself. It is probably why I was absolutely horrible in job interviews my entire life. But I'll give it a go, since you were all nice enough to give me this great award. Politics was not always a part of my life. Growing up, my mother voted, but never talked about it. She wouldn't even tell us who she voted for. As I got older, I would vote, but it was never with any regularity. Until 2001. As with everyone, I began to watch politics and international relations very closely. I began to vote regularly, to the point that for many years, there wasn't an election I would miss. From presidential general elections to February primaries, I took the time to educate myself about the candidates and the offices. Naturally, that would evolve into me getting directly involved in politics. With my libertarian leanings, I gravitated to the Republican Party. After a short stint with them, and significant roles in multiple campaigns, including 2 of my own, I realized that my large and growing libertarian streak wasn't the greatest fit there. I have always considered myself a writer. From poetry to short stories, to various unpublished and now published novels. Writing and storytelling has always been a passion, and a way to let my creativity out to play. My growing dissatisfaction with the political arena and my writing would very soon merge. I began writing op-eds that I would upload to a local website before branching out on my own via Substack. That eventually led me to the LPWI. I was researching something, I still don't remember exactly what it was, and I noticed that the LPWI was looking for someone to help craft press releases. As I had done that for both my own campaigns, as well as for the Wisconsin Assembly race I was part of, and the congressional one, I felt that it could be a good fit. As a lot of you have seen, it has been a great fit. So great that you've decided to honor me with this award. I thank you immensely and will continue my work for the party as long as you will have me.
Bill Johnson, you might be watching. I have one thing to say, and I think we'll adjourn, I guess. The last 2 years were not ideal. Leadership takes energy, leadership takes effort, but I've learned a lot. Thank you for letting me lead you.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. Multiple seconds.
Are we doing drawings in here? Were you doing the raffle?
All the questions.
Yeah,
we're doing
the raffles immediately following adjournment.
Here?
Yeah, right now.
Right
Where?
Here.
Right now.
Here.
Right now. Before anybody leaves the room.
Second.
Sit and die.
What?
Nobody objects. Adjourn, sit and die.
Sit and die. All right, we are adjourned.
Okay, housekeeping stuff. We're gonna do the raffles and the drawings right now, and we're gonna auction off this sign. And then when we're done,
We have
let's
a
all.
second item to auction.
We have 2 auction items, and then when we're done, we're all gonna go outside on those risers and take a picture. Okay? All right. Who's got
got the raffle prize.
I will.
Miles doing it?